All right, calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, our special meeting. It's not just any meeting, it's a special meeting, July 12th, 2023. All right.
We've still got it.
All right. So let's go to, let's do a roll call first.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll go ahead and take roll call. Chair Grumbine,
Present?
Vice Chair House,
I'm here.
Commissioner Butler,
Here.
Commissioner Dorden,
Here.
Commissioner Drury,
Here.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Here.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Here.
Commissioner McClure,
Here.
and Commissioner Uli.
Here.
We have quorum. Thank you.
All right. So we'll go on to item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for public discussion. So if we have public comment, if you filled out a speaker, have you filled out a speaker slip yet in the room? Okay. Well, we can go to virtual public comment, and then in the meantime, if you wouldn't mind grabbing a speaker slip, filling it out and handing it over, and then we'll go to the room public comment.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Turning to virtual, if anyone participating virtually would like to speak on general business, that's items not on today's agenda, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and while I wait for those speaker slips, I'll announce that we did receive written correspondence from Kate Wynn Rogers, Victoria Valente, Scott Wenz, and Kevin Boss, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting.
All right, thank you. Okay. And actually, you know what, sir? If you want, you can do the public comment and then just do the form afterwards. It's fine.
Okay.
We trust you.
So you need to go up to the podium there.
Yeah, so yeah, if you can go to the podium and then turn the light on, the microphone light button on.
All right. Am I on?
Yes,
Yeah.
you are.
My name is Ken Potcotter, and I live in Presidio Springs, which is across the street from the hotel across De La Guerra. And I have a car, and I park on De La Guerra. And
Oh, excuse me, sir. Sorry. Is this a particular project that you wanted to talk about today?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't clear. I sped through it too fast. This is for public comment that's not on one of the agenda items today. So if you want to speak on the agenda item, it'll just wait until that item, and then we'll call you up for that.
okay, I thought this was the time that.
No,
it was-
no, sorry. I didn't make it clear. No, this is for any random thing that anyone wants to talk about.
Oh.
So that's not on the agenda.
There's a lot to
So
talk
do you have
about.
anything else random you want? Yeah.
Well, what time will that?
What item is it?
A12 Garden. Is it A12?
It's the Garden Street.
Garden Street, that's the third item, and currently it's showing for 2:15. So and we won't start, at earliest we'll start is 2 o'clock. So if things go fast, we'll start at 2 o'clock. If they go slow, we might start at like 9 o'clock at night. No, I'm just kidding. No, it'll probably be like 2 to 2:30 is probably where it'll start.
It starts at the beginning of the agenda, so we won't be running late at that point, probably.
Yeah, we got 2 items in between. Okay, thank you. Anyone else for public comment that's not on the agenda? All right. Okay, let's go on to item B, approval of minutes of Historic Landmarks Commission meeting June 21st, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Drury, second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion, any edits to the minutes? Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes, Chair Grumbine, thank you. On E3, the announcement I made about the Montecito Journal, the beautiful article, I just would like to add a thank you to Montecito Journal for giving those to us, if that's okay. And then on item 2, parklets, let's see, I think that when we refer to the parklets, I guess it was the 4th bullet, that's what it was, parklets, 4th bullet. Should we say standards, not guidelines? I believe we talked, you weren't there, but,
I did watch the,
oh, you did?
yeah,
Okay.
the video, though. All existing outdoor dining, is that the one?
There was
Sorry.
kind of a discussion about it, and that it should be standards, not guidelines, in that standards
Although
are
it
more-
might be, are the existing ones titled guidelines or are they titled standards? Yeah, so it might be that it's still, we're still tying to the actual document that is a guideline, but what is the idea that we want it to make it a standard,
Okay.
not a guideline.
Okay, so it should stay as it is.
Yeah, because if they're being brought into compliance to the existing design guidelines, yeah. then it means that ones that are not in conformance with the existing design guidelines will need to change to be that, which
Okay,
is
yep.
railing, 42-inch railing height, and of the certain colors and materials that occur.
And that we're working toward creating standards. But that's not happening, that's not yet. So this
Yeah.
is referring
Yeah.
to what is now.
No, it was a confusing, confusing part of this whole discussion.
No,
and,
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Lemig.
there are existing standards or guidelines.
There's existing guidelines for the parklets, not standards.
Right.
We don't have a document called standards.
Yeah, we have a document called guidelines, and I think part of the issue is we're wanting to make it more standardized as opposed to just guidelines for what sort of design guidelines.
Mr. Chair, I suggest we avoid a conversation about it and just mention the edit in the minute.
Yeah, I think
Thank
that
you.
makes a good suggestion. All right.
Just to clarify, what is the edit that you're looking for? So, because as the chair pointed out initially, the EPV guidelines, historic resource design guidelines, those are existing documents titled guidelines.
So there's no
So
change.
So no change.
No change.
Yeah, thanks for that.
And thank you for the clarity, obviously.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
it
not
is
the
a
co-
tricky,
yeah.
it's a tricky ball of wax.
Thank you.
All right. Any other edits? All right. We have a motion and a second. Will we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grunbein.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. On to item C, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances of withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
The staff has just one announcement today, and that is to remind the commission that we do have our regularly scheduled Historic Landmarks Commission meeting next week on July 19th.
It's not so special.
It's not special, and it's not canceled for 4th of July.
It's our
All right.
ordinary meeting.
Other announcements?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Uli.
on the motion for the minutes, would it be appropriate that your vote be abstain instead of a yes?
Only, I would say
you weren't
no.
present.
But I watched the
Right.
whole video. So I watched the first part of it, I watched half, and while I was on vacation, and then I watched the other half. Yeah, for later. So yeah, I feel comfortable. Okay. Okay, so any more announcements, et cetera? I did have one, and maybe this is the best spot for it, but I don't know how it goes forward. But I did have one request of staff in terms of having watched or at least some of the many hours of the city council meeting that came after our last HLC meeting on State Street, the State Street item. Can we open a continuous dialogue with both being up to date on city council and the being kept up to date, and on the specifically just only on the State Street advisory group, which I understand that they're reigniting as a Brown Act thing, at least that was where it was going in terms of their vote, but really being kept, HLC being kept in the loop, and also part of it so that we can schedule what I'm going to guess is going to be regular appearances by an HLC member or two to continue the discussion as they go forward. So if we can just be kept apprised at HLC meetings of what's going on, and when the next meetings are, and how and so that we can have discussions of things as appropriate. Great, thanks. All right, any other items?
Yes, Chair
Yes,
Grunbein.
Commissioner
On
Ensberg.
that, and stop me if this is the wrong place or inappropriate at all, but I sent an email I copied you and sent to Ellen, Ms. Kokinda, and about our last meeting and our discussion and our vote, and that we did in advance of the council meeting. And that it wasn't, I just had a lot of questions about how it was handled and how our input was considered, is I guess the nicest way I could say it. So I don't want to just where is the time that we can talk about that? I think it's I take it as very serious.
Yeah.
And I think it's something that we need to address as a group.
And so maybe if we can have that as maybe a discussion item for next time as well, we'll keep it short, but maybe Ms. Kakinda can come and talk to us, have that conversation about that, and then also maybe that way it's agendized to discuss it as potential next steps in a way in which we can have input with the smaller subcommittee.
And possibly invite our council liaison.
Yeah, and that's a good idea. Inviting our council liaison is a great idea.
And I will note and discuss with Ellen, she's out of office right now, but I will discuss the request for a continued discussion on the State Street issue when she returns. We won't be able to agendize a discussion item on the upcoming agenda. We have some full agendas coming up and we need to prioritize projects at this time. But I will discuss with Ellen when we can get the State Street
Okay,
discussion
great.
returning.
And
to
it
the
might be,
commission.
it might be the following one. I do think because of it makes total sense, because next week is our next one, but, and even though we have coffee, so we can go late now, I do think that time-wise is probably going to be fairly critical to get it sooner rather than later, so maybe if we can request for 3 weeks from now, if we can have it.
I will
agendized for
discuss with
Okay.
with Ellen.
Great, thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, any other announcements, et cetera? All right, let's go on to item D, subcommittee reports. Subcommittee reports. Any of the signs, designations, State Street Advisory, Plaza de la Guerra design, objective design standards that have met recently. All right, hearing none, we're done with general business, and now we'll go on to item 1, which is a new item, and we are 3 minutes ahead of schedule. All right. Historic Structures Report for 1189 North Ontario Road. This is a proposal for a 117 square foot addition to an existing 1,600 square foot single unit residence. Project includes a new 215 square foot porch and replacement of existing window with a sliding door. Requesting acceptance of a Phase 1 Historic Structure Sites Report prepared by Post Hazeltine. Report concluded the property does not meet any of the significance criteria necessary for listing as a historic resource.
Welcome.
All right, welcome. Yeah. All right, so with that, why don't you introduce yourselves for the record and walk us through at the high level your report, and you don't have to take all 15 minutes.
I promise we will. I'm Tim Hazeltine from Post Hazeltine Associates.
Pamela Post of Post Hazeltine Associates.
And just in summary, I think it's clear in the report the house that's the subject of this particular study was built by Andrew Langlow, a dairy farmer, about 1912. And it was part of a larger complex of buildings, including a fairly extensive dairy farm with barns and outbuildings. And let me try to find the photograph. Yeah, if we look on Exhibit 4 on page 6 of the report. There we go. It's a little cropped
And
at
if
the
you
top.
want-
But oh, sorry. I'm so used to the county where the county controls it. Sorry. So there you can see the dairy complex. And the house is the building off to the right-hand side. Yeah, as Pam said, the far right side. And we'll go to the next page. And it's a close-up here from the same photograph, but a little more detail on the house, which also had a building next to it. And that's followed by these circa 1912 survey map of the property that showed the existing improvements. And this is one, this particular site survey is how Pam and I established that the house had been relocated, because looking at this map, where the house is now is vacant. And so originally it was located what would be the bottom sort of left-hand corner of the lower image. It says likely location of the original house before it was relocated and reduced in size. So the Langlow family, well, very prosperous dairy farmers who owned the property into the 1950s, subsequently subdivided into a residential subdivision. We believe the house was moved slightly before that. And you can see on this Exhibit 9, you can see where we feel the original house was located and then. And reduced, thank you, yeah, it was also reduced in size. And our conclusion was that the house was not eligible, even though it retained some of the original materials. All of the original fenestration has been removed. The original front porch on the west elevation was basically removed and rebuilt as enclosed space. There were additions off of the east end of the house, and then there was a permitted addition off of the north end of the house. It doesn't retain design integrity or integrity of materials or integrity of workmanship. It doesn't retain integrity of setting because the original dairy farm is completely gone, and it was replaced by a residential subdivision. And so the conclusion of our report is that, unfortunately, in a way, the house does not retain enough integrity to be eligible for listing, either as a City of Santa Barbara landmark or a structure of merit.
Just want to add, and also that the shingled roof was replaced with a standing seam metal roof. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, I forgot that.
But the studs inside the wall still might be the same?
Correct, Chair Grumbine. We believe that many of them have survived.
All right. Does that conclude your report? Or summary of your report?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I think Dr.
And the accessory garage building, by the way, looks fairly authentic, but it was built in 1979.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Chair Grumbine?
All right.
Before we-
Commissioner Ansberg? Yeah.
Could you flip to the photographs of the existing, the way it is right now?
Oh, sure, you want to bring that on the screen?
Just so we can
Yeah.
see,
Yeah, just as-
how it ended up.
Yeah, okay, here's the image of where the existing east elevation, and you can see the door there that doesn't have a porch. That wasn't the original front door. The front door was to the left of that, where you see a shed roofed addition, which replaced the original front porch. And off to the left, you can see a staircase, and that leads up to the let's call it the barn garage building, not barn, the garage building that was built, as Pam said, in the 70s.
Okay, and then from, is that Moreno from the street? The picture-
On Terra.
Is it- Oh, it's on Terra, okay. Yeah, Moreno goes off of there, that's the development, yeah. So this, from the street, is that the street view, that one we were just looking at a minute ago?
No.
So from the street, you see,
We didn't, let me pull up a photo, which is the best.
that one? Is it
Yeah,
this
if you
one
see
here?
this one here, the street frontage is actually off to the right, but there's a hedge and plantings that obscured the view to the point we felt this was a better image of that side of the building, because you couldn't get far enough away from that elevation on that side to actually photograph it. So the shed roofed addition you see there is a later addition. I mean, in a sort of board and batten style. It may have originally functioned as a garage when the house was first relocated, but we're not sure.
I didn't want to, to get into questions,
Yeah,
but.
no, it's fine.
Go ahead.
It help, just, yeah, perfect, just keep scrolling
Is that
through.
from the street? Yeah.
This is what you see from the street. And the reality is we've pulled into the driveway. So what you mostly see from North Ontario is the front of the garage building and then a sort of angled view of the east elevation of the house.
Right?
And there's the street view you might have had a question about.
Thank you.
All right. So does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So now we'll open public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, on the Historic Structures Report? In the room, anyone? No, not seeing anyone? Let's go to virtual.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Turning to virtual public comment, if anyone joining via Zoom would like to speak on this item, item 1, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and then we did not receive any written correspondence. Back to the commission.
All right, to the commission for questions. Any questions about the report?
I have a question. Page 28, item 8.3.1. The last sentence says that the study property retains integrity of location post 33 to 47. So I'm a little confused if the site doesn't have integrity,
Yeah, should I can explain what our rationale was. Pam and I believe that, I mean, that period that it represents is the post-relocation period. We couldn't precisely kind of give that an exact year because there were no records for it. And so, yes, it does have integrity of location from the period after it was relocated, but not before.
thanks.
All right, other questions? Anyone? All right.
I did have,
You have a question? Or
I
is-
do have a
Yeah,
question.
all right, Commissioner
Are-
Rodriguez. Or a
Yeah, I do-
statement? you can
No, I
roll.
have a question, is there not anything, well, I don't know really what, it's just such a sweet building, and it does, to me, have, regardless of all of your, analysis and great knowledge of these things, it just has this feeling of a great old, I can see the dairy farm. I can see it there, and I drive by there, have friends up there and go up there, and I always love that building. So I get it, it's missing a lot of stuff, like all the windows and everything that you've mentioned. But it still does have this kind of, authenticity just by virtue of the fact that it's still the remaining piece of that dairy farm. Is there no value in that, or is?
Well, I
so
could
just-
address that. It's not in terms of value particularly. It's, and when we assess these buildings, we have a series of criteria that we need to apply to determine if it's historically significant or a significant architectural property. In this case, it was a sort of vernacular style building from the early 20th century, and the loss of so much of the original structure, as well as the post, let's say 1947 additions, has substantially impaired the building's ability to convey its historic appearance, design details, and to some extent the association with the Langlo family. We've just did recently a property in the city of Goleta as just sort of analogous, where we have one farmhouse left, but the entire farm complex is gone and has been replaced in that case by commercial and industrial uses. And this is a similar situation where we have a house that should really convey, I'm part of a farm. And how you convey it's a farm is partially by the landscape surrounding it. And in this case, almost all of that was part of the Langlo property has been converted to single-family residential, which is very attractive, but you can't really, from the view of the standards and the integrity criteria, state that that's enough that someone could, that wasn't informed particularly about the history of the property, could go out and go, oh, was associated with a dairy farm, and this was the original architecture, since it's a fragment of the original building on a property that retains no other elements of the historic dairy farm. And so sometimes we do have structures that are still charming, look lovely, but they don't retain those core elements of integrity that convey significance. And I think Pam wanted to add to that.
Just in addition, as Tim said, this is what we call vernacular type architecture. And in those cases, you're defined because it's not an historic style, with ornamentation and so on. Its value, as far as retaining its integrity, is in its materials. It's lost all its fenestration, original fenestration. The roof is substantially different in a sense of materials, although that's not quite as important. In addition to additions that have been made, the fact that it also is basically about half the size that it was initially. The facade is always important, and the front porch is gone. So you wouldn't, if you were to go back in time and look at it, and then someone comes back and say, well, this does not look like the original, and this is what we have to base, our determination as whether it retains integrity. And it's like Tim said, it's a very charming place, and you look at the accessory building, you would think, almost looking at it initially, oh, well, that looks pretty authentic, but it was built in 1979. So it has to meet the criteria that reflects its original design and materials and craftsmanship.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Okay. Under discussion, thoughts on it? Anyone want to take on a project of reconstructing the original barn and knocking down the houses? Just kidding. We didn't. The HLC did not ask for that.
Mr. Chair, I'll just make a
yes.
comment that it's another excellent report from Post Hazeltine and cogently explain why it didn't achieve its goal. Thank you.
I agree with that.
All right.
As do I. I support the conclusion of the report.
All right. Well, hearing support. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move we
Make that
accept the
motion for approval of the historic structures report as submitted.
second.
All right. We got a motion and a second. Under discussion. Any other discussion? All right. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great report. All right, we're on to item 2, which is a new item, Historic Structures Report for 1721 and -221 West Montecito Street. Located in El Pueblo Viejo District, and the building at 21 West Montecito Street is listed on the Historic Resources Inventory. The Art Mulaney Harley-Davidson shop, constructed in 1925 in the vernacular commercial style with Spanish colonial revival influences. The report was required to evaluate existing properties due to a pending proposal to demolish the existing structures on 3 separate parcels and construct a new 27,000 square foot hotel, including underground parking. Requesting acceptance of a historic structures sites report prepared by Sarah Corder. The report concluded that the building at 17 West Montecito Street is not eligible for listing in the California Register of Historic Resources, nor as a structure of merit, and the building at 21 West Montecito Street is eligible for listing in the California Register of Historic Resources and as a structure of merit. And so, welcome. If you can introduce yourselves, or yourself, for the record. If you want to argue against yourself, you're welcome.
I want to be inclusive. Personalities.
I appreciate the inclusivity. My name is Sarah Porter. I've appeared before you before. I work as an architectural historian for South Environmental. I was brought onto this project to take a look at these buildings, which ended up having a very interesting history. As you may have seen in the report, a lot of association with the motorcycle industry.
Pardon my interruption. Can
yeah.
you turn your mic on to the applicant?
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Thank
if
you, Ms.
press-
Porter.
There we go.
Push. I forgot the push. I'm sorry. My apologies. So we're here today to just kind of walk through the HSSR and talk about the building, the 21 West Montecito building, as that is the building that is eligible, and the other building is past the point of being saved. We have 2 buildings. 17 West Montecito is the current Ducati dealership that you're seeing there on the left. This building was originally Caesar's Auto Supply, which was an important auto parts store that also contributed to the motorcycle culture as well as automobile culture. And it was constructed in 1948, and it was operated by Caesar's until 1999. Over the years, it's been modified to support many of the tenants and became most recently a Ducati dealership. Through the years, it's been modified so that it no longer really reflects the appearance of when it was owned and operated as Caesar's, as you can see when comparing the historical photos to the current photos. 21 West Montecito is our building on the right side, and as you can see here, this is an interesting one. Constructed circa 1925, it was definitely a vernacular style commercial building, very modest. It operated as a motorcycle shop and garage by Francis Arthur Art Mulaney from 1934 to 1961. And then his son, Robert Mulaney, took over the business at that time. They sold both Harley-Davidson and Indian motorcycles there, and Art was also known for creating custom motorcycles and supplying the California Highway Patrol as well as the Santa Barbara Police Department with motorcycles throughout his career. This building was also the location of many gatherings. A lot of the historical photos that we try to include in the report do show that there are a lot of things happening there, just people showing off their new bikes and enjoying their lives. So it does have a very interesting history. We were brought into this project because it was flagged a few years ago, 2013, as a possible structure of merit. And at that time, I believe it was when it was added to the inventory. It was not flagged for architecture. It was flagged for broad patterns of history, as well as for the connection to Art Mullaney, and also as, I believe the criterion I was the neighborhood presence criteria at that time. So as part of the proposed redevelopment of this property, as well as the 17 West Montecito Street property, a new evaluation was conducted of both of these buildings in order to determine if they were historically significant, if they had been altered to the point that they no longer conveyed significance. So based on the research that we've done, we found that the 17 West Montecito project definitely does not have enough integrity remaining. It looks nothing like it did when it was Caesar's Auto Supply. But the 21 West Montecito Street is a little bit more complicated. We do have recommendations in the report that it should be a structure of merit under the same basic criteria that it was in 2013. But this is a property in which the idea of integrity and condition come into play. And that is something I'm sure that you guys will all have questions about since you've seen the photos in the report. But from an eligibility standpoint, we do have a strong connection to the motorcycle history, so that's how we're meeting criterion 1. And then we do have Art Mullaney, as well as it being a local recognizable pillar in the neighborhood. And these are all very important. No one would say that they're not important. It's just a matter of when you look at the building today, it is very sad. It has been very vacant for a long time, and there's significant deterioration in the building. The roof is at the point of failure, and there is wood rot everywhere. And a lot of the motorcycle things have been removed from it. Original signage has been taken down, the front doors have been replaced, and the board and batten sections of that were also replaced on the east and west elevations. So it's an interesting building, and it definitely has a strong history, but I think the question before us all today is this one that we preserve, or can we interpret the history in a different way?
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, so now we'll go to public comment on this item. Any member of the public in the room wishing to comment on this item? Okay, we do
Chair
have
Carmine?
speakers up? Yeah.
Yes, we do have one for Paul Wisaka. Mr. Wisaka, if you'd like to come up to the podium, make sure that the button is pressed and the green light is on. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
2 minutes?
A whole 2 minutes.
I was born in '47, and I have this strong history regarding this property. First of all, I'll try to comply with the 2 minutes. I don't think I'll be able to. Name is Paul Wisaka, Japanese, and I'm the owner of both properties, 21 West and 17 West. I'm a third-generation Santa Barbara. My daughter here is a fourth-generation Santa Barbara. My father, Caesar Wisaka, was very, very instrumental in building this business and so forth. He was very good friends with the Mullaney family. So was I. Growing up, I have a lot of positive experiences with this. I purchased the property at 21 West on an exchange basis in the 90s with the sole intent of being able to take, at the earliest possibility, opportunity to develop that land down there, because we had gone through so many issues concerning the Crosstown Freeway, concerning all of the fig tree transients, concerning the way to get into the property. And when we finally realized it was impossible, we shut the business down and we moved over to Garden and Haley. I'm not going to finish in the next minute.
No, and actually, you are the owner, so you can that we can lump in the time with the with the historic report. This is a lot of historic stuff. So
Thank you, and thank you for giving me this opportunity because I really haven't publicly been able to express some really long history regarding this property. I've rented it several times. It's been a hardship because the opportunity for people to come into the area has always been negated by the signal lights early on or the development of the Crosstown Freeway, which took years in the planning, with the fig tree not being able to be transplanted, which totally aligned the freeway to us trying to survive in the nature that we could pay our bills, pay our salaries, and so forth. It was quite a hardship. But I did want to say that basically when my dad was alive, Caesar, he always communicated to me that when this property at 21 West was going to be available or vice versa, that the Mulaney and the Wasaka families would have first right of refusal. The structure of merit situation that arose, I was not even aware of what was going on with any of that. I was not, if I was contacted, I never got the mail. I never had a clue with regards, I've never met this lady right here who's done a fantastic job, I guess, in researching the property, and I come to you today with the intent of making sure that you understand that throughout our 4 generations of our Osaka family in this area, in the beautiful city of Santa Barbara, I don't want to be hindered by what I can do with this property because we have literally, financially, in every regard, been hindered by owning these properties. And if it's time now in the year 2023 to consider a hotel or anything else down there, I'd like to be able to utilize the full 12,000 square feet because I think that in essence, I don't want to get into a race, but our family has experienced quite a bit of hardship, including World War II, which I have thankfully not been subjected to, but my father, my brother, was killed in Vietnam in 1968. His insurance money went into trying to keep and sustain the auto parts business. I fortunately wasn't part of all of that, but I was supposed to be. I just happened to injure some training in my Green Beret training at Fort Benning when I jumped and my parachute didn't fully deploy. So I was exempt from Vietnam, but I had orders to go. So I'm thankful that I'm here alive today, but I'm also asking for some serious consideration on what we can do with that property. That building is a tear down. I've never, ever even questioned that. We've had tenants in there. They have, just prior to all of this beginning, there were some tenants inquiring about it, but it's under a lease with the current tenants. So it's a valuable piece of ground. And I hope that you can consider or reconsider this historical merit thing because I don't really want it to hinder any opportunities to better develop, I believe, that area down on Montecito Street because it's been through a whole lot of adversity. So with that being said, thank you for the information that you provided. I have gone back and I have had the opportunity to review some of that as well. So thank you. Appreciate it.
thank you. All
Turning
right.
to virtual public comment, if anyone participating virtually would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and then we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so back to the commission. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Commissioners, I just wanted to let you know, if you have questions, we do have our environmental analyst here, and I'm here too about implications of accepting or not accepting the report and concurrence amongst the experts or what happens next.
Yeah, okay, well,
And what happened in 2013.
yes.
And it was added to the list. I can just
Yeah,
give
why
you a
don't you just
summary.
go into it, yeah.
I do have the file. That was when the commission voted things to be added to the historic resources inventory, and the tenant at the time wanted to restore the building to be a wine bar. I have the email, and to do that, she wanted to access the historic building code, so came with a request to be added to the inventory so she could access the historic building code, but she never did restore the building. At the time, she brought forward all the initial history on the motorcycle history as evidence of why it could be added to the inventory. And that is where we got to the inventory listing and all. I do have records of all the notifications.
Okay.
So that's where I think the commission at the time said they were comfortable just adding it to the inventory, not designating until they saw
And
a
at
restoration.
that time, it was the potentials list?
Yes,
Okay,
that's it. That's where we got.
okay,
That's why we needed the bigger, more
Report,
in-depth
yeah.
report to go deeper.
got it. Okay, Commissioner Jordan?
Mr. Chair, this is a question, and I guess for staff. I'm trying to understand the relationship between accepting the historic structures report and eventually designation, because it is not currently designated, correct? It's simply on the inventory.
Correct. So if you.
What does it mean if we accept the historic structures report? It means we only accept the report. We're not making any designation, correct?
Yes, you're correct, but it's a California Environmental Quality Act. You will have approved and put evidence on record the building is historic, and to continue with a demolition, they will have to complete an environmental impact report and explore all other alternatives to demolition, which will be eventually considered by the Planning Commission or Council.
And if the report is not accepted, it still remains on the inventory, correct?
Only, not necessarily. You can vote to remove it if the preparer of the report agrees and to change the report. Like you have a discussion, we don't agree with these conclusions.
Okay.
Because we don't want to have a disagreement amongst experts. That also goes to an environmental impact report. So this is all like a CEQA world that we're in, the California Environmental Quality Act, much more than our own jurisdictions, which is why I had the environmental analyst come here in case there's, because we've only had one project since I've been here in 11 years go to an environmental impact report.
That question, I was just trying to clarify in my own mind what.
What the ramifications
I
of
have
the
one
difference
other question, actually. I understand from the report that at one time, this was very much the center of motorcycle culture in Santa Barbara. And my question now is, where is that center today?
Cold Springs Tavern.
Yeah.
Slightly outside our jurisdiction.
The point is, it's no longer the center, the active center of a motorcycle culture here in town. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just for
Mr.
the
House.
sake of asking, the environmental impact report is an expensive proposition, isn't it?
It is, and it's a long one, just because it does have a 6-month public review period for the public to look at the conclusions, and then it goes to council to make the overriding considerations, although you all would still have to approve the final demolition. And
Other questions?
Sure, I don't
Yes.
have a question, but I do have a little statement. I went to school with Bobby Wasaka. I will try to be fair, of course, but he was one of my favorite people. And when he passed away in Vietnam, it was a real shock to everybody. Thank you.
And that actually reminds me, and thank you for you and your family's service. Okay, other questions?
Question, Chair?
Yeah.
So the current condition of the building itself is such that it's pretty much unsalvageable, is that correct? If it's just,
There's one of the buildings is unsalvageable, but,
And-
and actually, could you get, pull, maybe, I don't know if the report or the pictures you had were some of them.
You had that picture of the interior with the floorboards off. and-
Oh, from the report, I don't have it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the report is on here, okay. All right.
The PDF, if you open it.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get to the the right.
Page
Yeah.
2,200.
My real question is that if untouched, the building is essentially going to degrade to such a condition that there's no restoration aspect to it. There's really no practical
And actually, can you go back to
salvation.
that? That was that was closer to the original condition, is that right?
No, not that building.
That's the other building.
Oh, okay, yeah, Sorry, yeah.
Yes, this is the
Yeah.
current Ducati building.
Yeah.
Okay, so we want to see current images of 17 or 21? 21, okay. Okay,
Right.
here we go. Okay, so this is our facade showing replacement doors. We cannot prove that the windows were replaced, but there is evidence to suggest that they probably were. And what we see remaining here, there were transoms that have been removed above the windows and the doors. And what remains here on the facade is the rafter tails and a little bit of the clay tile roof. This is the side elevation that faces the Ducati dealership. There is a lot of wood rot. It's all board and batten on the sides. And there was a lot of work done in 2014 to replace a bunch of this board and batten. So there are sections of it that are in better condition than others, but there is a lot of deterioration on both sides. This elevation also had fenestration changes, so it's not even what it originally was. You can see a little bit of more of the board and batten on this side. This is the rear of the building. There's actually a hole back there that's been patched. This is the other side where I think the bulk of the replacement board and batten was undertaken based on the permits and the plans that I saw. The condition that you're seeing now is the result of a interior demolition permit that was granted by the city somewhat recently. And what the intention was to figure out how bad the deterioration was in the wood, because they could see wood rot on the board and batten, but not on the interior structure. So that's why you're seeing it down to studs at this point. What's not clear from this that has happened in the last couple of weeks is that the roof has started to collapse more. It's very scary in there anyway, because it seems very unstable, and I think that one pole that you're seeing is what's holding it up. But that's kind of what we're dealing with from a preservation standpoint. This is a definite hard case, because the structural engineers tell us that there's not a lot that can be done, and the things that we would have to do would basically be building a new building around it or on the interior. The whole thing is just going to be brand new. So what are we really preserving if we do that? So that's kind of where we are with the current condition of it.
And so I'll start with a sort of somewhat questioning, but a bit of a leading question. So it seems like if the project was to do a restoration, then you could use the historic building code to do that restoration. And then at the end, oftentimes on those projects, once it's a restoration project, then at the end it could actually have that historic significance once again, because even reconstruction can happen and be a historic significance. It's a totally new, all new materials, but a reconstruction of the thing. But if the project's not to do that, then it seems like that that would also be able to make the findings that if it's not to do that, it certainly doesn't, or not certainly, but it probably doesn't have that significance right now, or if it's not, or if it's been so changed in that, you can definitely at least make the findings that in its current state, it may not rise to that, or it would be a much harder area.
And
Is that-
that's what you're looking at today, it's current state.
Mhm.
We're not- When we look at these, you're really not supposed to be too much about the what ifs. It's like,
Yeah.
in
And
its current
it-
state, with the history that she provided, that's what that way we're not, because you never know what's
Yeah.
going to happen.
And it seems like there have been a few projects in the past, at least decade, that have come to us as either red tagged because they started demoing a bunch of stuff or whatever, and we had to struggle with this, in its current state, it's kind of torn apart, and how is this, it wouldn't qualify as it is, but your project is to reconstruct and you used historic building methods, so we kind of have found a way for some of those to actually allowed to be or stay on the list, or so they can use the historic building code, but then with the whole point being that they're doing a full restoration. or a lot of it is being restored. Seems like that's been the case. So I think, right? Okay.
Does that mean we're in comments?
Yeah, that was a question that was a leading question, so it was a comment.
Excellent report, by the way. Thank you.
sir.
Just as a note, on page 20, that's a picture of Slippery Rock,
Oh, my apologies.
a very historic path for stagecoaches. But I digress. I can appreciate the history of the motorcycle culture being centered here during the time that it was, but can't support the report suggesting that the architecture is extraordinary enough to be designated at all. It's nice that the history happened on the site, but I don't think the site should be encumbered with designating the buildings when the buildings are, in my opinion, are of no value. And while the history of the motorcycle culture on that site is important, I don't think the property should be encumbered for history that you can't see. It's nice that it's been documented and that it's important, but I can't support accepting the report if it's going to encumber the property.
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair House.
I have a question for staff.
And then Commissioner.
Do I understand correctly that the least complicated avenue to avoid an EIR would be to ask the preparer to change the report so it's not recommending designation?
Yes, and if she agreed in her professional.
Ask her if she could, if she could make those.
The only EIR we have is because the preparer did not agree with the commission and wouldn't change the report.
Was that the railroad one?
Yeah.
Yeah, those railroads, I'm telling you.
So, Julia. Okay.
Yes.
Hello, Commissioners. My name
Yeah.
is Julia Peugeot. I'm the City Environmental Analyst. I also want to add that structures that are eligible for designation as well would also be subject to significant impacts under the California Environmental Quality Act. So the conclusions would also have to determine that the structure is not eligible as well.
Good point.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, Commissioner Lenvick.
Yes. I read the report some time ago, so I believe there was a statement in there which, to the effect that the architecture was not what you were deeming as being worthy of designation.
That is correct, sir.
So the architecture is not there. And if we go to page 62, and where you reach your conclusions, you state that the building still retains several character-defining features, which I don't know that they've been identified in the report, and has intact integrity of location, feeling, and association. Due to the retention of these figures and aspects of integrity, the building can convey a 34 to 61 period of significance. Well, I believe that your conclusions that you're reaching are all subjective. And I think that our discussion here today might suggest that a different subjective finding can be made regarding the integrity of location, feeling, and association. And I certainly would recommend that that's what we do, is we ask the report writer to take seriously our concerns and reach a different conclusion.
And along the lines, I mean, this also seems to me an example where it's at least a gray area, a grayish area, where you can sort of argue one and argue the other, and there's arguments to some degree both ways. But if you're going to really enhance and bring back the property, then all of a sudden it becomes your end is going to be a much stronger case. Yeah. And so the condition of the building, and yes, is compared to the farm, it's much better integrity of site that we, compared to the farm that we just saw. There's no cows, there's no. But at least with this, it's in the same location, there's somewhat the same setting. So it seems like there's some of that argument, but it's also, one thing does not necessarily mean it has to therefore rise to a level that we want as a historic resource or as a part of the thing. So it seems like so far, and I'm welcoming other commissioners' comments too, but it seems like it's going towards wanting the findings to be, it's an argument, but we're hoping that you can make the other findings, to the other conclusion, but understanding that it's a sort of a close call.
Mr. Chair, I'll
Other
just
Commissioner
chime in and say that I agree with Commissioner Uli's and Commissioner Lemig's comments.
All right. Commissioner Ansberg?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grumbine. I guess I agree with Commissioner Uli, what he has said. I agree with what he said. And I think that both of the previous project and this project are both have gray areas about them. And I think it's arguable. You could make arguments both ways about either one of them. So, but given what Commissioner Uli expressed so well, I would, if it's appropriate, I would move to, if this is the correct wording, please help, to reject the report and have it,
How about we ask the report writer to
How they wish.
reconsider, based on the comments of the commission, reconsider 21 West Montecito, the conclusion of 21 West Montecito as not being eligible as a historic resource or structure of merit. And then we would then, I think, would we, I guess the question, under a separate motion, I guess we'd have to wait till she revises her report, and then we can make a separate motion at that time to remove it from the potential, or not, it's no longer potentials, the contributing inventory list.
right.
Is that where you're going with it?
Yeah, well, and also commenting on Commissioner Dordan's comments that, whatever is the appropriate procedure, what I'm trying to express to help us move forward is to reject the report and remove it from the list.
So
whatever-
remove from the list will have to be part two when it comes
Okay,
back to us.
but ultimately, that's
Yeah.
the big picture I'm trying to
Okay.
get to, and however that is done, that is what I am suggesting.
Okay, so let's ask staff, or
Yes.
ask staff in the preparer of the report. So what would be the proper terminology for it? Would it be reject a report or to revise? Continue to continue the item with revising the reports per our comments. Revising the report.
analysis based on the conversation.
Okay.
If that's a
Okay, sounds
motion,
good.
I'd second
Commissioner
it.
Jordan?
A comment. It is the nature of gray areas that they need a lot of discussion, and it's a discussion among experts. She's brought her initial considerations. We've given our initial considerations. The opportunity exists for a reconsideration based on the conversation of all of us, because I also want to acknowledge the expertise that has come here and has been well presented, which could sustain a conversation like this. Ideally, the historic structures report and the building amplify each other. That's not the case here. The history of this site is fascinating. The building isn't. And so that's where a conversation among experts can lead to a reconsideration.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll ask the preparer if she can find the room where we're speaking in terms of revising that report to draw a conclusion that we've all kind of crafted here.
Yes, I have no issues whatsoever revising the report. I've been 50-50 on this property the whole time because I see the issues as a preservationist, but I also see the issues as a person that works with developers, and we're trying to make something nice and something new. But the one thing that's not present today that I was hoping we would have time to, but we couldn't get both at the same time, is that the proposed project actually wants to interpret the motorcycle culture history through some type of interpretive display throughout the new project site. And I think that the history will still be preserved, which is the other reason that I would support that. And from a CEQA perspective, that would allow them to do that within a mitigated negative declaration usually, because it would be a mitigation measure that they would be doing interpretation. So that's more of what my recommendations would look like, that could be carried forward. if it was not found eligible.
And then, and that can also still at least be on the record as, what we would hope would happen and as an encouragement for future things without necessarily triggering a whole CEQA requirement as part of the negative declaration. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I want to let Commissioner Ensberg make a motion if she was, because she was starting to and then it went sideways. So if
Yes,
you
but
would
I
like
do
to-
need help, I need
Okay,
help with it.
yeah.
But before I just want to say I'm really delighted to hear what you have just reported now, and that I was sort of thinking, I'm sure we were all probably thinking that it would be great to have some sort of, spirit of the original place expressed in the whatever development happens. So I'm really happy to hear that.
Yeah, our concept is scheduled for next month, so we just couldn't get concept at the same time as the HSSR, so we can come back hopefully with the revised HSSR and the concept review, so you can see it all.
So I think, Commissioner Ensberg, it's just a simple continuance. I know-
Okay.
I
Well,
don't-
with
with you.
directions to revise the
With the
report per the commissioner's comment. Consider
I-
revising, consider
yeah.
revising.
She's an expert.
That's true.
You're asking
Consider
her to
revising.
Okay, so I move to say that.
Okay.
I'll second.
Pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, the motion is to continue the report with the commission's comments, and then would you be able to give a summary of those comments for the record?
All right, I'll take a shot at it. So with the comments being we have, if there's one post holding it up, then it doesn't work. Comments being that the commission, several commissioners, well, actually the commission, feels that the integrity of the building is, and the way in which it is expressing its original historic context is such that it doesn't rise to the level of historic resource or even the inventory. And that's sort of probably a basic summary.
Based on the
Based-
integrity analysis.
Yes, based
that
on
it
the-
doesn't express
Yeah.
enough integrity.
And especially in light of recent discoveries. Unless you wrote the report in last 6 days.
And I think those comments should contain, and the commission recommends that the conclusions be reconsidered or reevaluated.
Yes, based on commissioners' comments. Okay, yep, that sounds good. How's that for,
It takes a commission. Yes.
so you want to make a motion for that?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I
Okay,
did,
I just
yeah.
want to make sure that's confirmed.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, and a second by Commissioner Drury. Is that good for you? All right, so under discussion, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Very,
Thanks, guys.
very thorough report.
I'll see you in a little bit. I'm on another one today, too.
All right, so next up is item 3. It's a continued item, revised project design approval and final approval for 812 Garden Street. And if you can all come up, I'm going to grab a quick coffee. Not very far, so it's great.
How did you wait this long?
we got the coffee.
Yeah.
Sneak in and bring it to
It's a special meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what it
Hello, Will. Going to be tired by the end of this day. Yeah. Full agenda.
It's worse, you could be in Arizona.
Well, so now tell me, you were there and it was hot.
It was hot.
We're still live?
Plans, the supplemental
Okay, great.
sheet you did, and then the older plans.
Okay.
Say that again? Okay.
All right, I'll read through the project description here. All right.
Okay.
So this is located in El Pueblo Viejo. This is a revised project description. It's a proposal to convert a 12,000 square foot office building to a 30-room hotel with 886 square foot second floor mezzanine. Revisions include roof reconfigurations, new doors and windows, new balconies, removal of exterior stairs, landscape changes, removal of previously approved decks, and a 796 square foot reduction in floor area. Project design approval and final approval are requested. Project compatibility findings are required. The project was last reviewed June 7th, 2023. And if we can, welcome. So if you want to introduce yourself for the record, and then we'll go to the notes from that last review, and then we'll come back to you for presentation.
Great, thank you. My name is William Rivera. I represent AB Design Studio, and thank you for letting me come back and make my presentation. I first want to give you guys a shout out.
Actually, one sec. Do you mind if I go through the motion?
Go for it.
Minutes
Oh, yeah,
first, and
go
then, yeah, okay.
And staff has one brief announcement before we go into the previous minutes. The applicant is requesting that the commission either approve or deny the project at this hearing. So if you do have any comments that you think could be addressed as conditions, please just condition the approval with any of those changes.
Okay.
So then the minutes from the previous meeting on June 7th were to continue indefinitely with the following comments. The commission very much appreciates the applicant's desire to improve the architecture of the building. It is a great beginning and has taken a plain building and pulled it into the Santa Barbara style. 2, the commission would like to see a closer correlation between the hand-drawn elevations and the computer drawings. The hand-drawn elevation captures the spirit that the commission would like to see, but the computer drafted drawings fall short. 3, study simplifying the window openings and have more consistency and less variation with the types of arches used. 4, study a resolution of the entry arch termination with the suggestion for a corbel instead of an engaged column. 5, study the details of the cupola or second-story access point. 6, study the window openings. 7, eliminate the gate post element of the front stone wall and have it be a simple stone wall. 8, at least one commissioner feels the project is acceptable and ready for project design approval.
And the action was by Uli, second by Butler, 5-1-0, and I and Commissioner Jordan and Drury were absent, and the motion carried.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Jordan.
I reviewed the video
right, yeah.
of that meeting, so I was absent, but I did look at the video.
Thank you. And I did as well? I did not. Okay, so then questions for you, but no comments or vote. Okay. All right, so with that, if you would.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Take us
much.
through your
My name is
presentation.
Will Rivera, representing AB Design Studio, and as I started, I just want to give you guys a shout out for your recommendations to staff when they asked you about what to do about State Street, and a lot of long-term residents like myself agree with you. It was a unanimous decision, and your voice should be heard. That's all. Thank you. So with item 1, I just want to go down and identify each of the items one by one. I'm going to read the minutes, and I'm going to give you the response to the minutes. So sorry for the repetition, but I think it's helpful. So the commission very much appreciates the applicant's desire to improve the architecture of the building. It's a great beginning and has taken a plain building and pulled it into the Santa Barbara style. With that, I actually want to thank Commissioner Ed Lemvick, because before I even made my presentation last time, he was very supportive of the project and praising the owner for his decision to go with the Spanish desire as more of a other than a more modern style that you guys have, I guess, seen recently. So thank you. One thing you guys may not know, this board, is that I just want to say also, in 1978 was my first job as an architect. I was an intern in high school, and I want to thank you, Ed Lemvick, for giving me this opportunity. And I haven't stopped in my pursuit of architecture since. So thank you very much.
If this wasn't a public hearing, I'd get up and hug you.
Oh. Okay, we'll do that later.
Bill Rivera.
So
Rivera's a good man.
So any
Okay.
critique that we have of your architecture, we can actually blame Ed for?
Well,
All right.
It's
Go ahead.
actually quite funny because I was a pretty shy and quiet person back then, as you know, and my art and my architecture has become my voice now. So I hope you love what you see. So number 2, the commission would like to see a closer correlation between the hand-drawing elevations and the computer drawings. The hand-drawn elevations capture the spirit that the commission would like to see, but the computer-drafted drawings fall short. To your credit, Steve, I was surprised. We overlaid the drawings together, the computer drawings with the hand-sketched elevations, and there were incompatibilities, and so what we've done is...
So I'm not crazy.
No, you're not crazy.
Well, at least that doesn't prove
That's,
it.
no. He's got a good eye anyways. He may be crazy. So what we've done is we've coordinated the two together. We've made some modifications to the windows in the hand sketch elevations to match. So everything is coordinated, but what we did is we decided not to show the computer drawings because it's just too much information and it's confusing. So number 3, study simplifying the window openings and have more consistency and less variation with the types of arches used. This comment was largely in response to the large rounded, which Ed called a Romanesque arch on the south elevation. And I would like to show you what we have done to revise that. One more here. So. So this is the window that we were talking about, and it used to be a round window, and what we did was we made it more of a flat arch to kind of complement the window here. It's not exactly the same radius, but we feel because there's more space here that it's has an asymmetrical balance to that elevation, and we think it's working quite well. Thank you with that recommendation. Number 4 was study a resolution at the entry arch termination with the suggestion of a corbel instead of an engaged column. This one was a little bit tougher to manage, but we resolved it by adding 2 4-4-inch by 13-inch high corbels on the sides here. And I think that solution works pretty well. We already had that corbel used at a similar, another arch down on the main level here. So we hope that this works for you. Item 5, study the details of the cupola or the second-story access point. And I apologize before, that was a little confusing. And what we've done is what we have added to our detail to show the other remaining elevations. I hate this thing. Okay, so this is more like a little tower element. It's not a cupola. It's more like, it actually looks more like a turret. But so what we've done is we've shown the other elevations alongside each other so that you can see how they relate to each other for clarity. Item number 6, study the window openings. We've touched on that already, but basically, as I mentioned before, in this analysis of overlaying the hand sketches with our CAD drawings, we did do some simplification of the windows, and we were able to combine a couple of the window types, so we reduced the amount of types of windows, which helps simplify the windows. And number 7, eliminate the gate post elements at the front stone walls and have it to be more of a simple wall. We've done that at all of the elevations. We've removed that we've removed all these little stone columns that were all around the elevations. you can see here in the back and also in the front elevations. There were all these little stone, little pilasters. They're all along here. And that completes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, now we'll go to public comment. Anyone in the room wanting to comment on this item? Not.
Chair Grunbein, I do
see
have
one.
one speaker
Okay,
slip.
great.
If anyone else in the room would like to speak on the item, please fill out a speaker slip and turn it into me. First up, we have Will Nelson. Mr. Nelson, feel free to come up to the podium here. Make sure the light is on green, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. I'm a neighbor of 812 Garden Street. I live at 818 Garden Street. I want to praise Mr. Rivera for his drawings and cooperation with the request that I asked about. The removal of the roof decks was very important to me, and having those sleeping areas enclosed is a wonderful idea. I think your drawing is delightful, to borrow a word. It's such a vast improvement over the mid-50s block that sits there that the original proposal was. I believe with proper execution and a really good plaster finish, this building could become worthy of historical preservation. So my comments to you, also kudos to the owner for making the commitment to make this more of a boutique hotel instead of what would look like a cut-rate Motel 6. So I really appreciate that. The comments that I have are the same ones I have last week, concerned about parking and noise. Parking, you have 22 spaces for 30 rooms. I'm hoping he's figuring for more than 70% occupancy, as much as he can get it. So it's a math problem. Both parking and noise can be solved with some sort of on-site presence. So those are still my issues. I think the improvements to the building are wonderful. The design itself, I believe, should go forward. It's such a vast improvement over what the first proposal was, with roof decks for sleeping, which would be party.
Thank you, Bill. I forgot to mention that we did remove the roof deck, and these two balconies that are on the south elevation.
And actually, why don't we pause on that,
Okay.
because we're in public comment. We'll
Sorry.
get to it as an official question. That'll be my first question.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I do not have any more speaker slips, so turning to virtual public comment. If anyone participating virtually would like to speak on the item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands. We did receive written correspondence from Christina Songer, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. Back to you.
All right, so to the commission for questions, and we'll start off with that one as a question.
Sorry.
The sleeping decks.
Right. Well, we did have one roof deck. Our previous proposal had many roof decks. We just had one at that little tower element on the north end of the building that you saw, where that little cupola turret slash tower was. But we
Could
removed
you just
it.
point that out, or what?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
It was on this end of the building, which is closest to where Bill lives. Bill lives right adjacent to this, on the corner of this building. And we also, what we did was, these two balconies in the previous proposal were 12-foot balconies, and we reduced them, because they're the closest to where the residents live, to 8-foot balconies, which match the balconies on the opposite end of the building. And we simplified the windows underneath them as well. I forgot
All
to
right.
mention those, so thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, to questions, commissioners?
I have a question. The adjoining residential development grade is higher than your garage grade?
On the south side, it's much lower.
So slip that, I see that there. Slip back to the De La Guerra Street
the
frontage, to the left. So that is the height, that's the slope differential from that point there to the low point on the right of the adjoining property. Is that right?
No, this is a street level.
Yeah?
The street continues down
I see, okay.
De La Guerra, and the level of the adjoining properties is actually almost like at this title block line, maybe even lower. It's quite a bit farther down.
Really?
And
Yeah.
and can you just show that in plan, just so that it's clear? Like
Sure.
Site plan.
Control 0.
Yeah, Control 0, full screen, okay. So this property, all this property on the south is much lower than this driveway here.
So who owns the retaining wall? There must
I
be a
have no
retaining
idea.
wall.
I'm not sure who owns the retaining wall.
Okay, that's fine.
But as you travel down De La Guerra, this slope goes down, down, and the entrance is, you know, the entrance is, farther down.
Sure, yeah,
Off
I'm
the
familiar
page.
with it, yeah,
The driveway is off the page.
yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions?
Chair
Yes,
Campbell.
Commissioner McClure?
Do you have a landscape plan?
Sure.
And can you zoom in a bit?
It's very limited, and then you've got a palette. Could we see the pictures of, or all of the photos linked to the plants that you've used? Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions?
I have a question, please.
Yep.
Chair Grumbine.
Commissioner Ansberg?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Can we go to the floor plan? I'm interested in looking at the decks that face to the east, to the neighbors,
Okay.
the ones that you've done some changes to. We got letters from several neighbors who, of course, are concerned about these decks, so that's what I wanted to, or balconies. So this unit 11, so that's just a little 11 and 9.
Correct, they don't have decks, those are
They're
just
just little-
windows. The decks are on this is the top level. The level below that shows, this is
Maybe.
let's see. Where is it?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Are those dashed lines with the keynote 9, are those representing balconies?
Yes, they are.
Which floor are we on here?
Maybe zoom out a bit. It might be-
Okay,
This is the
floor.
first floor.
Okay,
So, yeah.
This is the main level.
okay. So it's just that
Balconies.
Yeah,
one
those are balconies.
unit 8 is the one that has the outdoor
Correct.
patio balcony. And then, so that's the only one on that floor, right? And then the next floor, you have,
There it is.
I'm
sorry, I apologize.
It's okay.
Unit 30 has a smaller 8-foot balcony now, and also Unit 27 has been modified to have the smaller balcony. We did not change this balcony at the south end of the building.
And they project, what, 3 feet or something?
It's about 3.5 feet.
By 8. And is there any possibility that you could do like a double French door that opens so the room just feels like it's outside when the doors are open, and then just put a smaller, say 12-inch Romeo Juliet thing for a few geraniums and not
You
have?
know, I looked into that, and because of the mass of the building from that south elevation, I put in Juliet balconies, and it just looks so out of scale and not in the same style as the building. We have these, Monterey wood balconies on the west end of the building, and also the building across the street has exact same wood Monterey balcony. So we wanted to maintain that same architecture, but the Juliet balconies just feel very, very odd.
Could it not be constructed the same and just be 8 feet by 12 inches, 18 inches instead? Just to make it narrower, and then put the double doors in so that you just open up and you feel like you're outside? Then it would look the same, it wouldn't project out as far, but it would look the same, and you would have
Well, I
space.
don't really feel like it would look the same, because a lot of what makes, this Spanish style beautiful is the articulation in the fenestration, and you get a lot more shadows. And I know that there's an issue with privacy. That's their main concern. But I do want to make one point that has to do with privacy. And this, I want you to compare, the amount of glass that they currently have right now is astronomical. All that glass. And what we're doing is really simplifying that and making it a really beautiful, quiet, architecture that is very much compatible with all the other elevations, all the 4 sides. So,
I don't think those balconies at 3.5 or 4 feet deep are going to be attracting large crowds.
Are
No,
they?
I don't.
Question mark?
I don't think they will.
Because we're in questions.
Yes.
All right, so
Thank you for the
questions?
explanation.
well, and to your comment, if it was a residence, yes, you'd be seeing surfboards, you'd be seeing barbecuers out there and all that, but no, this is a hotel that you won't be seeing as many people up there as you would a residential unit.
All right, other questions? Yeah, those surfers are the worst.
Sorry,
All right.
sorry, surfers.
Hey,
All right.
who said that?
Any other questions? All right, now let's roll into comments. Commissioner Lenvik, we'll start with your comment, because you had
Well, my
started
comment
making
is,
comments.
I just didn't think the balconies at that depth are going to be an attractive nuisance in any way, shape, or form. And I agree that the pattern of development of that elevation is interesting, and it's going to be a lot more attractive than the original project which we approved, or that we were given. We didn't approve, we were given.
Okay, so, thank you for that. So, and actually, just to sort of frame this discussion as we're starting to make comments, so they're requesting project design approval and final approval. I don't know if you covered, to go back to questions, material, palette, and all the details. I mean, you might have them there, but you didn't, for a final approval, we're going to need, everything, right? So can you kind of touch on some of those that you think, how it covers that?
No problem. All that has not changed. Our material board, our palette that we're doing is all the same. I can pull it up here.
And just to
find it.
confirm everything, because
Yeah, no.
you're trying to go for
I
the,
understand. Here it is.
Page 27.
Yeah. So we are using 3 different types of light fixtures that are appropriate to the style. We are using all new exterior cement plaster throughout. The building currently has, lead embracing, which is not allowed structurally anymore, so it'll have to all be plastered. We're using this Dunn Edwards droplets color, and this is a tile roof that we're proposing to use, and then the rafter tails will be stained with this Olympic black walnut color.
And then in terms of the lights for, or dark sky compliance or anything like that, are we going to have any issues with?
These will all be, other than this this pendant will actually be in that it be fully fully enclosed. It's going to be in that arch that at the entry arch.
Got it.
And by the way, that entry arch, it's not just an arch, it's a barrel arch that extends the whole length of the shaft of the elevator. And so it's
Well
not
fit in,
exposed.
yeah. Okay.
And then all these will be modified to be dark sky compliant. This will have a solid top element, as well as this other one here.
Okay.
The details are the same. We can go over those as well.
Maybe briefly.
Yeah, briefly, okay. We have,
Page 22.
yeah, thank you. Well, I'll start at 24 backwards. These details you've seen, all these are all appropriate detailing that, oops. So that's, okay. These you've seen. Basically, all the Spanish, here's our balcony detail. Here's our rafter tails, corbels, details under this little turret. We have false chimney details. We have another cupola detail at the elevator shaft. These are the two arch details that I presented to you earlier here. More bishop's cap details for venting, more plaster corbel details. We have our rafter tail details, plaster cornice details, ridge details, tile details. This is a splayed wall detail at one of the pilasters. This is stair details, more plaster cornice details. We have 3 different styles. Tile details, more roof tile details, drainage details, handrail details.
Yeah, I think you're good. Yeah.
Okay.
You're good.
One
No, that's
you're
good.
probably
No, I just wanted to make sure that it kind of got through, especially because they're going for the final. Okay, great. And I guess now rolling in, continuing with comments. Comments about it?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair House.
great job.
Thank you.
I mean, it was a beautiful job last time. I just had that concern about
Yeah,
the
no,
correlation.
Right.
And this time, as I was reviewing the plans before the meeting, I was kind of disappointed, like, well, where are the computer drawings? So I can see that they now are the same. And then furthermore, I saw there were no dimensions anywhere. But then I realized you've got existing openings and you're probably trying to work with those so you're not cutting the walls up so much. And so that
There's-
explained
there-
everything.
Currently, it's unusual structure. There's 4x12 rafter tails every 4 feet on center, and there's posts that come down directly underneath those rafter tails. So we're trying to make sure that the windows are fit in between those posts.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. So anyway, I'm certainly okay with PDA. I think there's some things we'd normally like to see on a final approval. There's no information on the lamping in those light fixtures and, and the information that they're going to have a solid top and this and that. But it does seem like the details are very nearly complete. So I could be convinced probably.
And then, actually, sort of add to that comment in terms of other things, sorry, the mechanical, is there any mechanical lighting, other plans that we want to?
Yeah.
check
There
that-
isn't even really an electrical plan. I mean, there's.
What we're presenting are the changes, this is a revision to exterior elevations, this is a revision to a final approval.
Okay.
We have a permit for this building
Okay.
already.
Gotcha,
Without
okay.
any exterior changes, and it's under construction.
Okay, that makes
And
sense.
it's either, do you like this building, or do you want to move forward with this, or not? That's pretty much what the owner is wanting to
And-
state here.
Pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair, and to the rest of the commission. If it would help, I can go into the case and pull up the plans that you originally approved that have all of those final approval details.
I don't
if that
think it would
help.
change anything for me.
We're only presenting what we've changed.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
to have to do with the exterior renovations. We have revised structural drawings as part of this set, revised Child 24 that's part of this set at the end, and it only has to do with the things that have changed in the result of the modifications to the exterior.
Thanks for that
Gotcha.
explanation.
Thank you.
Chair Grumbine?
All right, Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes. Thank you again, and as you know from the last hearing, I was your biggest cheerleader, so I am very appreciative of, and as I said that last time, of the change here. And I think you've done a great job, and I really appreciate it, and I was ready to give you approval last time, but I was overruled. But that's fine. I do want to say that, especially in response to the neighbors, I think that what you've done is beautiful. I think it's, a beautiful design. I am concerned because of the neighbors, and I don't think that we can assume that because this is a hotel and that people are on vacation there, that they're not going to be potentially sitting out on the deck and being noisy or whatever. I don't think you can assume that they would be any different than anybody else. So I am, and also this is as I understand it, a unmanned or a, what is it called, keyless or something like that hotel. So it's not like if there were people out there, who would they call, how would they deal with it? So I do believe that the elevations, you made your argument, I guess I have a slight disagreement. I do believe that you could keep the construction, the design of the railings exactly the same as they are, and you could suck them back tighter to the building just to not create a place for people to put a chair outside and sit outside and be having a great old time. Not that I mean they shouldn't have a great old time, they should, but just to make it, and I'm just suggesting the double door instead of you've got two vents and a single door. I think you could very easily do that without changing the design that would be unnoticeable. And it would enable the use of that room. You could open the double doors, and then you essentially have the same feeling of being outside, but you're giving a little protection to the neighbors. So I'm just saying, I don't think what I'm suggesting is unreasonable or difficult to achieve, and it could serve to give the neighbors a little more comfort. So I'm just putting that out as to where I'm coming from. Thank you. Otherwise, I think it's beautiful, and I can't wait to see it.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Commissioner Lenvik?
I'll make a motion, if it's appropriate.
All right, I want to give anyone else a chance to comment that wants to first.
Before you make a motion, can I just say that, like, our client really wants to have a final, and if we can have a final with, like, we'll fix whatever you want, like, to make it work, but we need to get a final, or he's going to want this project to be denied.
Okay, along that line, it seems like so far, we have two items that aren't addressed in this. One is a light fixture spec, so it probably is able to be done with something from mentioning that's dark sky compliant and of a certain color temperature, and that, so that could probably be, specified into it, and then staff can confirm that, or just staff has it to be able to check against, right? And then the other part is the balcony question as to whether the commissioners feel that the balcony should be changed at all or not.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair House.
I released my concern about the lighting because, as you mentioned, if that information is all on the previously approved set of plans, we don't need to rehash that. As far as the balconies, I respectfully disagree with Commissioner Ensberg. I mean, if you have a pair of doors instead of a door and the side lights, and you open those and you have a rowdy party inside, I don't know how that's any different than having a 3.5-foot balcony. So I don't have a problem with the balcony, and
Mr. Chair,
I wouldn't put any conditions on it.
Okay, Commissioner Uli?
I don't have a problem with the current design of the balconies.
Okay, and does anyone else feel that the balcony is an issue? I would, my comment would be, I agree that it would be slightly less of the time that if there was, whatever, 10 times or a year, it would be 8 times or 5 times with with a changed condition. But the other factor was, I do think that as designed, it's sort of a heavy timber balcony, expressed very strong, where if it does shrink in, I think it kind of has to get redesigned a little bit to feel more elegant if it's only a foot out or so. So I would say that it would be hard to just take the design and shorten it without it looking like it was a little stubby, but which would be my other concern as well. And I agree that the elegance of the deep shadows is nicer, but I also agree that it probably is a little bit noisier, but we are in the city, so it's not. Okay, so everyone's kind of waited on that. Any other things before Commissioner Lenvik looks like he wants to make a motion? Everyone else? Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Ensberg's concerns. I have to remind myself and all of us that we're here looking at design, we're reviewing design for compliance with EPV's regulations, so on and so forth, not land use. And land use would be the Planning Commission's purview as to whether or not noise is an issue. So, but I'm prepared to make a motion for final approval of the revised exterior design as submitted.
It would be project design approval and final approval.
Project design approval and final approval of the design as submitted.
Okay.
And I will second that.
And then we got to do project compatibility findings.
Really?
Yep. They're up there. All right, you want to go for it?
I'm thinking here how to make this simple. One is
Microphone.
1 is good, 2 is good.
Let's get a little bit better than that. At least read the underlined part.
She can fill the words in. I don't have to read it aloud.
Just the underline you can do. Consistency with the design.
1, it's consistent with design guidelines. 2, it's compatible with the character of the neighborhood as we expect it to be. 3, it's the existing mass scale bulk and height is unchanged. I don't recall any landmarks in the neighborhood.
I don't think, yeah.
4 is not relevant. 5 is not relevant. Public views of the ocean, there's no change in this design. 6 is not relevant, as we're not changing the site plan at all.
But landscape is relevant.
Well,
Landscape-
open space
Design
and
too, you know.
landscaping.
Use of open space and landscaping.
It's existing.
Appropriate.
It's existing.
Yeah, but it's a redone. too.
It's appropriate.
Okay, great.
All right.
Thank you.
Seconder,
yes.
which second did you go with?
I think I was louder. Did I call it? I don't know if I called out.
both
Yeah,
second it.
we'll Vice Chair House.
2 seconds, it'll be
Yeah.
a first.
We'll go with Vice Chair House. Commissioner Uli was gracious enough to give it over. All right, and so the seconder agrees as well?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, any other discussion? Any discussion? All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Commissioner McClure.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Abstain?
Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
And Chair Grunbeck.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And you have a 10-day appeal period to City Council for anyone who wants to appeal this action. All right, thank you.
Thank you so
for your-
much, Board.
Yeah, thank
Appreciate
you
it.
for your great work. And I would add just one little note on Commissioner Lenvik regarding the balcony thing. We do, however, have purview over, or at least have to take into consideration, privacy and overlooking and some of that consideration. It's not that we don't have that totally from our point of view. But anyways, just as an asterisk so that anyone thinks otherwise.
And of course, the furniture's sitting on that balcony.
That's
Yeah, we
right.
have to approve that.
That's right. Okay, so we are at 3:15. We're half hour behind. Do we need to take a break, or are we ready to keep?
We're ready.
What's that? A little bit. Little break? Okay, we'll do a 5-minute because we have coffee here.
Yeah.
All right, 5-minute break, recess. Calling back to order, Historic Landmarks Commission, special meeting, July 12th, 2023. All right, so we are on to item 4, 3237 State Street. This is, let's see, for concept review, this is listed on the Historic Resources Inventory, designed in 1953 by architects Reisner and Urban. Proposal for a conversion of the existing 14,000 square foot building to a new community health clinic on a 2.57 acre site located in the southeast corner of State Street and Las Positas Road. Proposal includes a 9,700 square foot two-story addition, 103 parking spaces, solar panel carports, landscaping, and public improvements. The project was designated a community benefit project by the City Council. The HLC accepted the Historic Structures Sites Report Phase 1 on November 9th, 2022. Project requires development plan approval by the Planning Commission and general plan amendment and specific plan approval by City Council. So there's two parts to this. Part A is requesting acceptance of a Phase 2 Historic Structure Sites Report prepared by Sarah Corder, and the report concluded that the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, therefore project impacts on significant historic resources would be less than significant, Class 3. And Part B, no final appealable action will take place at this meeting. This is for project compatibility findings and major alterations findings will be, project compatibility findings and major alteration findings will be required for project design approval. Project was last reviewed on March 1st, 2023. So I'm assuming that this is for, so this is for concept review and then the no final appealable action. Okay.
And staff has a couple of,
Findings until next time.
Yep.
staff has a couple of brief announcements before we begin and get into the comments from the last hearing. So today you will be reviewing the historic structures report as well as the revised project. So we're going to, the procedure for that is to review the concept for the project first, so you can understand the project in the context of the report, and then the report preparer will prepare the report. Then the commission will vote on whether or not to accept or reject the report, and then you can move into your motion for comments on the project. And then this is the case planner for the project, Kathleen Kennedy, who has some announcements as well.
So in regard to when you make comments on the project, and I can remind you at that point, we're going to ask whether you feel like this is ready to go to the Planning Commission. And also, there's a right-of-way tree to be removed, since it's HLC purview. It doesn't go to the street tree advisory. It's your decision, so as part of their completeness, we need to comment on that particular tree. And then we'll ask for general comments regarding the project compatibility and the major alteration findings. So just your initial thoughts on that, so we can provide those to the Planning Commission if it's ready.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds good. Okay, so let's get started with those comments. Oh, yeah, and could we have the motion
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
from last time?
The motion from the previous hearing was to continue indefinitely with the following comments. 1, in general, it is a very supportable project and it is going in the right direction. 2, the commission supports the overall site plan, mass, bulk, and scale, as it is well organized and it looks to function well as a pedestrian-friendly clinic and site. 3, carefully consider the materials palette. Consider minimizing the number and types of materials. 4, landscaping is going in the right direction. Minimize any use of delicate species of plantings on a commercial project. Study expanding the shoe mesh garden throughout the site. 5, study pulling the fence in the northwest corner 3 feet in from State Street. 6, the metal basket weave walls are going in the right direction. 7, refine the stairs and the portion below the stairs. 8, study the entry portico to be more tectonic with traditional supports from below as opposed to above. 9, in general, simplify the materials and types of treatments of openings. 10, study the placement and screening of the emergency generator. 11, study the screening for the solar structures, especially from the street view. 12, if original windows must be replaced, replace windows and match the existing to the greatest extent, but with a new and functional material. 13, study the roof detail as a metal cap or to match the historic cornice for the best solution. 14, study the long window on the east side of the State Street elevation and the mass at the corner. 15, consider adding a portico element on the primary State Street entrance.
All right, and so it was motion by House, a second by Uli, 900. All right, so with that, so why don't we go to Part B, and let's look at, why don't you present So you have 15 minutes. You don't take all of it, but especially make sure to hit on all of the comments, how you answered all the comments by the commissioners, or by the commission last time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for having us again. Do I need to press this, or?
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, and if you could introduce yourselves for the record, and then, yeah.
Hi,
walk
good
us through.
afternoon again. Thank you for having us back. I'm Michelle with 196 Architects. To my right is Eva Pokładoska, also with 196 Architects. And we have Sasha Shabalin with Arcadia Studios, and Sarah Crowder with South Environmental. So we were here just this past March for HLC Initial Concept Review, at which time we really appreciated all of your support and all of your comments. There was some really great input, and we've been spending the last several months looking very carefully at each comment that you had and looking at how we can address those. And we're excited to show you how this project has progressed. At this time, I'm first going to turn it over to Sasha, who will walk you through the proposed landscape plan, followed by Eva, who will walk you through all of the rest of the architectural designs.
So just to recap our landscape concept, along State Street, where you see the main face of the building, we're playing off the historical existing landscape with the bird of paradise and Raphiolepis hedgerow, and then replacing the existing lawn with a low maintenance Carapia and low water. And then as you enter the site, it relates more to California's history and the Chumash. So in this space, we have the Chumash Ethnobotanical Garden on the left, and then a community garden to the right of the main building. And then throughout the landscape, we had the native plantings. And then to touch on the comment from last time, removing some of the more sensitive species from the palette, including the salvia or the California fuchsia, which are a little more fickle. But then within the ethnobotanical garden, the main space on the left-hand side, keeping a few of those species because they are still very important to the Chumash people. But then as we move into the site, some of the hardier species like the yarrow or coffeeberry, which are still important to the Chumash, incorporating signage throughout the site. So pulling some of that education into a majority of the space. And then to touch on the tree removals, the one that's significant for HLC is the pepper tree on the left. That is right on the property line where we're proposing a new entryway. So that's where the sliding gate would kind of interject into. But as you move down Las Positas to the right towards Mackenzie Park, there is a more continuous row of pepper trees. So you won't be losing that much. That one's kind of a straggler. And then just to touch on a few other trees that we are removing along the south edge of the property, to the right of that pepper tree lining Mackenzie, there are 3 eucalyptus. 2 of them interfere with our new parking layout. And then the one closer to the entrance is more of an aesthetic decision since it would just be a single straggler kind of on top of that last pepper tree. We'd like to propose to remove that, but as you maybe saw on the site plan, we are proposing at least 16 large native species that will mitigate the loss of those non-native trees. So we'll become more of a urban forest within the space.
So during today's meeting, I want to walk you through the main important site features on the design and then building finishes. So as you can see on the site, we did not change the design. We adjusted the fence lines as you suggested last time. So we have the fence at the east corner of the building pushed back by around 4 feet from the face of the building at the State Street. And on the west corner, we have it pushed back to 2.5 feet beyond the face of the building. We also eliminated the freestanding sculpture element here in the front that we showed last time. This is due to the comment from our city architectural historian. She requested that we maintain the signage element on the wall that is there, so we'll be replacing with the new name for the clinic, but we will be keeping the same size, the same font, and the same materials, because that is kind of a significant element on the building. And through the next slides, I will walk you through the most important elements on the site. So one of those are the waiting areas, and the proposed design for those waiting areas will be the shade canopies with the metal structures, and it will have the composite wood slats. We would like to propose a radial circular design for the sandstone paving in those areas to bring up the variety of color and the texture, as well as bring that natural element and natural material in those spaces. So here you see those elements that will also incorporate the landscape design. So we will have the trees and we'll have the green vines that will be connected with those shade spaces. We will have the concrete bench underneath with the decorative or the natural sandstone paving. You can also see that we want to bring the similar elements throughout the proposed addition entry canopies. So we want to propose those composite wood slats incorporated into those elements. And you see here the inspirational image, how we want to treat the light fixtures within those elements. You can also see the portico. We did review the design with our structural engineer. We also found the similar design element that was incorporated into the Giordano store in Santa Barbara in the same mid-century modern architectural style. So this is like a similar language that we want to take in that design element. And here is another important element that we have on the site, which is the weaved fencing around the staff patio. That we developed the details for, and then large plans. And what is worth noting on this page is also the cover for the mechanical units that we want to propose at the 80s addition to the historical assembly hall building. So we want to extend the walls, and we want to provide a higher parapet walls to hide those mechanical units that will serve that building. Here are the images, inspiration images that you've seen last time for the fencing. And this is the 6-foot fence that we would like to propose along the frontage of the State Street and Las Positas Street. So you see the sliding gates. The gates will be open during the business hours. We study the location for the solar panels and visibility from the State Street, as noted during our last visit here. So you can barely see them in the back. It's worth noting that those images that we produce from our program, it's not including the entire landscaping. It's only showing you the tree shapes and sizes. And here you can see the studies that we did for the other solar panel locations from the State Street and the generator fencing, which will be the same design, the weaved fencing design that we are proposing for the staff patio. And here are the elevations where we want to talk about the finishes, and we have the finish board that we want to share with you so you can touch and feel the materials that we are proposing.
City TV, if you could, sorry, City TV, if you could zoom in on the material palette here. There we go. All right.
Okay, so
Yeah, Looks pretty washed out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
beige on white. Yeah.
That's why we brought the materials,
Yeah,
because it's really hard to give the justice to the materials when they are just on the drawing or the picture. So we wanted to pick the materials that will closely relate to the original structure, and we have the engineered stone, which gives us color and the texture, and it relates to the existing brick that is at the main entry, and it gives us the similar aesthetics. We also are proposing the same stuccos color and finish for the first floor, and then the lighter tint on the second floor. We also are proposing the clear and frosted glazing for the new windows, and the frosted glazing is for the privacy at the dental chairs. We are also proposing the rain screen system with the natural zinc patina finish on the second floor, and this is, we want to combine this and kind of relate to the plantings that we are proposing on the second floor. This is the south elevation looking from the parking, so it won't be visible from the State Street. This is our staircase elevator tower, where we are proposing to use similar composite wood panel, make that elevator, because that's the highest element in our building. We want to follow the staircase angle, and we want to make it feel lighter and airy on this side with the glazing and the lattice panels for those slats, wood slats. You can also see the staff patio with the weaved design on the screen, as well as the entry portico at the medical entry. This is the east elevation, featuring the stair and an elevator tower on the left side, as well as the engineered stone cladding on the first floor. What is worth mentioning, this one that you cannot see on the elevation because it's way down, we would like to propose the green roof, and we are taking your suggestion to provide a small patio on the roof for staff. So it will be only 150 square feet area, as well as you can see the screens for the mechanical units in the mechanical yard in the back. This is the elevation from the west as you would look from the Las Positas Road. So you see the assembly hall, the historical part of the building, and the existing main building with the connection that we are providing between those buildings and the portico element in front. This is the elevations from the interior courtyard that you can see. Elevation towards the west. This is the assembly hall with new entry, with the staff patio. And this is as you would look on the east side with the entry to the dental wing with the soffit and the elevator tower and the second floor offices, administration offices on the second floor. This is the study that we've done based on your last comments, kind of to break up that window. So this, as you see on the right side, it creates this very ground-heavy structure that we feel it does not work well with the mid-century principles of the airy and light building. So we decided to keep the more open feel to that corner of the street. We were also studying other elements, like suggested last time, like mimicking the cornice element at the new addition, and also the portico element in the front, but we felt that those elements are inconjunctive to the new design. And here you can see the new corner of the State Street and Las Positas Street with the new medical, dental, and behavioral clinic that would serve our community. Thank you, and we will hear now Sarah.
You have 51 seconds to go.
Okay.
So,
Nice report.
all right. So let's go back to the item A, and if you can give, and you can have some more time, but give a summary of what your findings are for this design and the.
So we found we started out with the design being pretty compliant because we've been working on it together with the design team the whole time. So we had conformance in our minds at all times. So the design that's presented before you today is definitely a lot more unified than what we showed in March, takes into consideration all of the concerns. We also woven concerns from the staff about, we had originally thought to replace windows and replace doors on the original building, and we have pulled back from that. So our new HSSR talks about we're doing repair, and whenever we can, we're doing repair on them, and we're not planning to replace. The other element that came up during staff review was about the signage, and we understand that the signage is very mid-century modern, as you can see. But with regards to the mid-century modern, we want to keep that look and feel, but we didn't feel as though the messaging was correct to leave the United States government signage on the building. And we would like to put, the clinic signage up there, but not logo. We're going to stick with the mid-century modern scale with the same font. And those were the big changes that we had since we were here last. So from a conformance standpoint, we are completely in conformance. We're using scaling and setbacks. We are using compatible materials. We're not trying to be matchy-matchy. And we have studied all of the things that you all had mentioned. My presentation is kind of going out the window. I'm just kind of riffing at this point. So where we are now is you have the HSSR. We believe that it is ready to go and that this design is pretty close to being final, and we don't see anything going sideways that would endanger their review of conformance.
Okay.
That's what I
Great.
got.
Thank you. Good riffing. So, and because we're doing the different parts, I actually think before we take action on Part A, I think we need to go back to Part B.
Agreed.
And talk about the design first, and then we can come back if appropriate. Okay, so let's now go to public comment on this item for either our A or B or both. Anyone wishing to comment on this item in the room? All right, seeing none.
Thank you, Chair Grumpine. Turning to virtual public comment, if anyone participating virtually would like to speak on this item, either Part A or B, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and we did not receive any written correspondence, so back to the commission.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission for questions on the design and/or, we could have questions for the report writer as well if there's report questions. Yeah, Commissioner Jordan.
Mr. Chair, I have a question about the landscaping. I understand the plan is to remove one pepper tree and several ukes. After that's done, how many pepper trees are along that perimeter? Because there are other trees there, I think, right?
Yeah, so the pepper trees actually go, they're not on our side of.
No, they're in the park.
Rosas.
They're in Mackenzie Park.
Right, and they continue all the way towards
And actually, could you pull up
the overpass?
Yeah, the
site
landscaping.
plan or landscaping? Oh,
I think you escape out of the presentation.
yeah, and for the record, there's straggler, maybe loser pepper trees.
Just that last one.
The
He's a little lonely.
The reason I ask is that at certain times of the year, Mackenzie Park and that corner are birding hotspots during migration. And I understand the desire to remove some trees. I don't mourn the ukes. I want to make sure that there are pepper trees there, that the habitat remains strong.
Right. So the one that we're removing, if you could put your
Yeah,
mouse on that
it's
one,
there.
is that one. And then if you go down to that green circle, that one continues a long row of pepper trees. I'm not sure the exact number, but there is a large
There is a row
quantity.
there, but it's on,
At
and
least-
that's on park property, right? It's in Mackenzie Park.
Yes.
Okay.
And they also, there are some other trees that are on the
Right.
southern end as well, besides the eucalyptus.
Yeah, let's just
that
say, I
one.
just want to make sure that we don't lose important habitat.
Right.
All right. Questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Thank you. I would hope well, I suppose I should frame it as a question since we're doing questions.
Would I hope?
Yeah. Grammatically incorrect, but a question nonetheless. I would hope you would consider reusing the letters from the sign, because they seem like there are enough letters there. You could make your sign out of the sign that's there already.
It's like a Scrabble building scale.
Yeah.
All right. Question mark. So, would you consider that? Okay.
Of course.
Okay.
Yes.
There we go.
Right answer.
Okay. In the form of a question, please. No. All right. Other questions, Commissioner
Yes,
Ansberg?
Chair Grumbine, thank you. I have 3 questions. Back to this drawing here. The community garden, how are you seeing, how will it be open to the community?
So it would probably mostly be members of the Chumash tribe that would be contributing to this new building, but they'd be open for people to come use a bed each. So it would be a community effort, like most gardens are. So we will hope for its success, but we'll have to just wait and see how it gets used.
Yes.
All right. Question number 1. Oh, wait.
Can I
sure.
just add up to this? So actually, right now, the American Indian Health and Services, they do provide like community support, and they do community events, and they already set up beds that they raise plants. So that's mostly for like having plants that they can then cook with and do community events, community meetings. So they already have those programs in place, and this will be just a continuation and give them more opportunities to grow more plants and do more events.
Great. I love it. So I think it's great. Okay, the second question is the staff lounge fencing with the beautiful basket weave. Maybe we could go to that picture for a second. I just was, that one there. I was wondering, this basket weave is so appealing to me. I just think it's beautiful, and it has such a great symbolism for the Native Americans as well. It just seems that with the hedges there, it's going to get lost really quickly. I wonder if maybe, our landscape architect, Commissioner McClure, might have a thought on that, but was thinking maybe something shorter to keep the fence from getting buried back there, and who knew, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Question
so
mark, yes?
You consider getting rid of the landscape? Have you considered it?
Or
to show off the architecture.
I think that this is misinterpretation just based on the program that we have. And,
okay.
Unfortunate, there's not much selection for the plants.
Oh, I know. Yes.
So it's not really what we are designing.
You want to highlight this beautiful fence, right? And you will see it from the inside, but it's also beautiful from the outside. So, okay, that was that question. Thank you. And then finally, on the entry canopy, the one that we talked about before, where it had this, was supported from above as opposed to below, which I guess I was kind of having an issue with that last time. And as you were showing the elevations, around the building, and we can see here too on the front where the dolphin is, I just struggle with this. Is that a corrugated metal underneath there?
No, those are the wood slats.
Those are wood slats. Okay, that's part of the computer. It doesn't feel. I love how the others feel more. It's like a cantilever off the building, whereas this is this sort of odd freestanding element that I'm just really having a hard time with. So I'm having a hard time with it.
Question mark.
Oh.
Am I having a hard time?
I'm sorry. That's the question. Have we talked about it last time, and that's the question. Have you other thoughts? Thank you for helping me with that question.
So we can blame me for the portico. The reason that it is not cantilevered to the building is because that is the original building. So the idea was to not cantilever it, make it freestanding so that it could be reversible and it wouldn't tie directly into the structure of the original building. Whereas the ones that are cantilevered or appear to be cantilevered are actually on the addition. So it's all new materials anyway. So that was the decision for why this one is like the way that it is, because it was just easier to deal with the building itself.
Okay, I'll add a question because we're on this, before we jump off to another thing. Was it considered to cantilever it as an asymmetrical thing with posts closer to the wall like you did on the, you have on the curved trellis, that it's a cantilevered thing, but it's, the support is in a modern way from one side and then the projection is out the other. What about, was that considered in terms of getting the post close to but not touching the building and then cantilevering out that way?
I think we can definitely do that. Just move the post closer to the wall and have it asymmetrical.
Okay. There's very few times that I ask questions questioning symmetry, but this was the time.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, do you have a plan of the paving? I mean, we saw these examples of what you're using, which I find very beautiful. Could you show us something?
Yes, site plan, I think. So I think on the site plan, you will see the majority of the paving would be just the concrete, and only those waiting areas where you see this darker color
okay.
would be that sandstone paving.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I may have misunderstood, but did I hear a reference to a rooftop patio or can you expand on what you're thinking in that is a little more?
150 square feet.
Yeah.
It's
that's
really
what
tiny because we can only accommodate 29 occupants on the second floor with only one exit. So 150 square feet would allow not to extend this requirement. So we were thinking to provide some of the roof deck for employees to take a break and be outside, and the remaining part would be the green roof.
And are you planning like a barrier or a wall to encompass that patio area?
Yes.
And the materials, et
Yes,
cetera?
we are planning to do plants with the big planters, with the tall planters. Instead
We'll
of
do
that-
all cactus so people can't walk on it.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Questions? Okay, I had a question. Could we go to the private staff patio slide? So it seems like, and looking at the staff lounge section, you can really see it. So you've introduced this angled post support, and which is everything else seems to be on the building orthogonal, pretty strongly orthogonal. Everything's 90 degrees, pretty straightforward. Why this as an angled structure system? It seems like it's different. Was there a particular reason for it? Was there something that you were looking at on the building in precedent that was inspired by, or where was that coming from?
This is coming mostly from that angle here, that the roof will be angled as well. We are trying to incorporate more solar panel on that roof as well, so that's why it requires an angle, quite significant angle, instead of just being flat. So that's why this is like a contradiction to that angle of the roof.
So could that be straight down the support, the vertical?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, and it would still work okay. And then the other question I had was with the, okay, so if you can you go to the elevations? Okay, so when I look at the elevations, and this ties to the corner window question, and it seems like more international style in terms of the length and the wrap of it. Is there, and maybe flip to the other elevations as well, are there examples on the historic building, or what is the language you're quoting from, to not have any, as opposed to and actually, if you maybe keep going, because there were some other, like here, for example, on the bottom right, you see that's the original historic, right? And there's like little, the equivalent of one width of the lights of the glass as structure. So super skinny, sort of almost Pelote-esque, but super skinny and small, and a rhythm of them, and there's almost all glass, that whole wall is, but with the grid of supports, including the corner. So that's a language and a geometry and proportions, and very open. Is there something that you're quoting for the corner window that is a reason why you don't go with something that's more along this line that actually breaks up with verticals at some point, even though it's very little, and so there's almost as much glass, but there's still that visual support vertically? Is there a reason that you didn't go that way with it? Because you did show us the example of a big, heavy corner, and you said that was big and heavy, and that seems right, but it seems like this bottom right is pretty open in terms of the width of glass across total. Is there any reason why you couldn't do this?
So we didn't want to copy exactly the elements from the existing building, and what we wanted to maintain is the width of the existing windows, the singular windows that are more, they're along the State Street, and they're the most visible windows. So this is the width of like the elements that we are proposing in the new structure, and we just unified all the windows throughout to get the same proportions and same kind of units throughout. And we also incorporating the materials, the rain screen materials, the stone and the metal for the same proportions and the same dimensions. So that's why we are ending up with the design that you see, that kind of like unified throughout the new addition. It's not exactly the same as the existing building. It's just keeping that, maintaining that width of those existing windows.
Okay, so the width of the windows is maintained, but the overall either proportion or max proportion of the opening is not maintained in the new one, right?
That's correct. We want to keep that error, that openness, that connection between the interior and the exterior of the building, which is like a significant element of the mid-century architecture. With this, also, we want to incorporate the elements that we have on the exterior, the cladding that you see, stone cladding would wrap around to the inside on all the waiting or like the public areas. So we want to wrap around here where this is the entry to the waiting area, the lobby, as well as in the staircase in the back, and the same with the entry from the back at the addition.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the last question, actually second to last question, was with the wood, the synthetic wood that you're using. Is there a reason, or is there any other material that you were considering, considering that isn't I know that you're doing new materials, but considering that's a very modern new material, and also it's plasticky, and we tend away from those things when, is there any other material that you were considering to be those wood slat elements, including wood?
So wood is problematic as far as the maintenance, and that's a big question mark here. We want to bring those natural materials, and maybe the sample that we have is not the most representative sample, because the actual wood slats, this is the color that we are going for. The actual slats will have the aluminum center, so they are much thinner, and they kind of look a little bit better than this. And from the distance, because they are all kind of like above your head and kind of not from the distance where you can touch them, we hope that they will look more natural. And I think we try to pick the best out of the worst. I know it's plasticky, but...
Okay, great, thanks. And then there was a comment, this is my last question. So there was one of the comments, and maybe we can pull it up, I can't remember it verbatim, but it was about having less number of materials. And what materials have you eliminated?
We eliminated the glass channel elements that we had previously in the staircase.
On the staircase,
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so let's roll into comments.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
A couple of comments, quick comments. I find the project very supportable in this condition. I do want to make a comment about the signage. It has already come up a couple of times, but this mid-century modern lacks the kind of decorative richness of surface of Spanish colonial. And the kindest thing you could say is that the detailing tends to be very restrained, which makes the lettering very important part of the identity of the building. And in the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, it's about retaining the property's historic character. So I really want to encourage people to resist the temptation that comes with moving into a building to rebrand, to come up with a consistent corporate identity across it. That lettering and that signage is really important to the character of the building.
Keeping it in the same font.
Keeping it in the same, literally the same font, the same size. That's important. Take the federal government name off, but put those letters back up.
Maybe even the actual
Maybe the
letters.
same letters.
Just use them to spell a different word.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Cooley.
I think the project is very supportable. I like how you've addressed our initial comments from the first review. While I appreciate the chair's remarks about the addition being somewhat international in flavor, I think it's okay because it's not matching or mimicking or trying to echo the existing building, and that's what the standards call for. You should be able to distinguish clearly what is new and what is existing. So I'm comfortable with that. I think it's very elegant. It's not too brash, rather quiet addition, as it were. So I like that. I don't have a problem with your staff roof deck idea. I think I was the one that probably gave you the suggestion that, there should be an outdoor place.
Take credit again.
It just seems like an opportunity that can't be missed. I'm sure it's not going to be a smoking deck because it's a clinic. But nonetheless, it will be a nice amenity up there. In general, I'm very supportive of that project.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Comments? Vice Chair House.
Just a very detail-oriented comment. First of all, I support the comments that Commissioner Uli made, but could we go to the vehicle entry gate view? I would wish that those diagonals weren't such a strong statement, and if those could be reversed and be a cable instead, then it would be quieter.
Great comment.
Thank you.
Okay. Other comments?
Yeah, comment, or,
Commissioner
I support
Booker?
the tree removals. I think it's better to move the trees that aren't in the right place away and then start with the new site plan, and so I support it.
I echo that. And I'm sorry. And in particular, what tree is in the transportation way that needs to be removed that you wanted?
Pepper tree.
The lone
straggler.
the-
Straggler pepper
The
tree.
the loser pepper tree.
Yeah. The lame and weak.
Yes.
This is the pepper tree here.
In question.
In
yeah.
question, and it's conflicting with the new gate location.
All right. Thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
I think this project has come a long way, and I expressed my personal resentment for this building, I think, the last time we met. Also, I have no sympathy for pepper trees, sorry. Pull that sucker out of there. So I appreciate what you've done and accommodating the progress, and I think, it's just I'm supportive of the project, it looks great.
Poor Pepper can't get no
Yeah, just wait till my turn. All right.
Yes, Chair Grumbine, I thank you all, and I agree with all the comments that have been made. It's a beautiful project. I'm pretty excited about it. And I like the way that those windows are done. I think that it really transforms the building and makes it more connected to the community. whereas right now, it feels like that's sort of isolated over there. So I think that's a good solution, although I really understand the comments that Chair Grunbein brought up. But I think it's quite beautiful, and you've kept the module, so I think it works really well. I really also like the way that you dealt with the stair, because we had a lot of discussion about that last time, and I think it looks really nice. I love the composition. I think it is very supportable and that it is very elegant. I do still have that issue with that entry. Maybe you could hear the comments that I made and see where you get with it. But I feel like it just doesn't tie in or somehow work. And then finally, just being that this is, what it is, and that it's a institution for our Native population and the community, I just would really urge to try to use all natural materials, and if we cannot have plastic, that would be great. And maybe it's steel instead somehow. But the sooner we can get off plastic, probably the better off we are. So beautiful project, and thank you so much for all your great work.
Okay, any other comments want to go? Otherwise, I'll throw my 2 cents in and then try to summarize. Okay, so as you might guess, I would be happier if there was less materials, so things simplified a little bit more, and it seems like there's 2 good projects in here, and you could just pick one, and it would work. In terms of language, you've got angled supports, and then you've got vertical supports, and that is a sort of either one could work, but pick one and go with it, as opposed to having both. And then materiality as well, sort of trying to simplify. So maybe if you can get rid of the fake plastic, or real plastic, fake wood, and go to something else that you already have in your material palette, like steel or something else, that might be a way of just simplifying a little bit more, because it does seem like there's almost two palettes or languages, enough for it anyways. And I think in general it's a really nice palette, but maybe you can just simplify it a little bit one way or the other. And then you also can guess my comments about the geometry and rhythms, which I think that the material, and still, I don't disagree that your conclusions about meeting the Secretary of Interior standards are totally valid. That's one way to do it. Putting a glass box on the end of this as a massive glass box would also meet the Secretary of Interior standards. There's lots of things that would meet the Secretary of Interior standards, but they got to get that hurdle, and then there's the us hurdle as well, which we need to find the other more center. Well, in this case, it's a me hurdle, but because no one else cares. No one else cares, so I'm going to be outvoted anyway. So, but there's also is the what is this the best design for it that we could review, and you guys can design, and how does that work? So there's those 2 hurdles that need to be crossed as well. So those are my only additional points, which you have heard that for at least some of those I'm in the minority. I don't know about the materials and simplifying it a little bit more, whether others are in agreement.
I agree.
Make it simple.
Okay, is that seeming to, okay.
And also, if I could I agree about the angle, like that maybe just keep the slope, but just square it off, or not square it off, but make it
Vertical.
perpendicular to the ground.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, if that's seeming like that, if others are in agreement with that.
I would just say pick one or the other.
Yeah. Picking one, okay. Okay, any other comments to add? Otherwise, I'll try to give a summary.
Just one last one. Since the pepper's coming out, maybe you could get it looks like a nice opportunity for a tree in that location.
Okay, does that work as well? Other tree? Okay, and for the record regarding pepper trees, I had a massive pepper tree in my front yard, split in half, fell over. Didn't hurt anyone, but it took out some stairs and everything else. And now it's growing back, and we have 8 pepper trees coming out of the giants. It's a 200-year-old pepper tree.
Baby.
And now they're adorable, and we love them. And so, so I'm a pepper tree fan, but they're also, I understand the nuisance aspect. So, okay. All right, so with that, let me give a summary of it, and then we can go from there. All right, so In general, the commission is feeling very supportive of the project, and it really likes the direction it continues to go, with continued improvement. We appreciate the way in which you've simplified materials already, and we ask that you take another stab at it and simplify even more, especially considering eliminating or changing the composite wood as a suggested material that is less compatible. To look at for the awnings, the trellises or awning coverings, to look at making them uniform, either angled or straight, and for the awning at the entry, while still leaving it off the building, to look at asymmetrical designs. Let's see, I guess the paving plan is actually shown here. We were looking at the other one, but I was going to ask for a paving plan, but you guys have it here. Okay, so regarding signage, the commission would like the letters, if the font and the size of font of the lettering to be consistent with the existing, and even looking at reusing the existing letters in a different configuration. Regarding the new staff roof deck, the commission is very supportive. Regarding the gate, the commission would like a refinement of it to eliminate the diagonal supports, and perhaps looking at a cable tension design as an alternative. Commission is in favor of the tree removal, including the pepper tree, and requests a replacement tree instead of the pepper tree in that area. Let's see. I think that's it. Did I miss anything?
Mr. Chair, if you could also comment on whether or not you feel the project is ready for the Planning Commission, and then go through and just like kind of preliminary comment on project compatibility findings as well.
Okay, so I think until they figure out whether it's wood or fake wood, they can't go to the Planning Commission.
Yeah, we want to know for sure. Trust the
Yeah, that's right. So is everyone feeling this is in a good enough state that, all the things we're talking about are not major things? So, okay, so I think that the commission is in favor of it going to the Planning Commission before coming back. And then the general compatibility findings, if we can pull them up and just we can give some comments on it. So it seems like this is consistent with our design guidelines within this area of the city. It is compatible with the architectural character of the city and neighborhood. Yes, it is. And especially with the, even more so with the simplification of the next steps. Appropriate size, mass, bulk, scale, height. Yes, it is. Everything that we've talked about is very much, and actually integrated well as a low addition. And then for sensitive adjacent landmarks and historic resources itself, yes, it is. And public views of the ocean mountains, not affected, and the use of the open space landscaping is done well and sensitively. All right, does that all sound good to everyone?
Yes.
Okay, okay, so those are our comments.
Oh, sorry, I missed. Can you also comment on the major alteration findings? Let me navigate to those.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just for the
Gosh,
planning
yeah. Not let off the hook. All right, the exterior alterations will be made to restore the historic resource to its original appearance, or in order to substantially aid in its preservation or enhancement as a historic resource. So this is the latter. And then two, the exterior alterations are consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. Yep, that's correct. But they could still use the rhythm of the windows if they want to. Okay, so those are the comments. So I think that we're going to be looking for a motion for that with those comments. Is that right?
Yes, so
To
you
continue
would
to
make
Planning Commission?
Yeah, you can make a motion to continue it to Planning Commission, and then you'll have to make a subsequent motion accepting the report.
Yes. Well, this is just be for the design portion first.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to continue the project with our comments to the Planning Commission.
Second.
Oh, Ty,
You got it.
Ty goes to the jury.
Yeah.
He hasn't had a second today.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Drury, thank you. All right, under discussion, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And
Now we'll go to
Mr. Chair,
part.
I'll make a motion to accept the Phase 2 Historic Structures Report.
I'll second that.
That was right out of the gate. There is no way that Vice Chair House is going to get that in there. All right, so we got, to accept the report and with the further considerations as the design develops, right? Because that's going to be
Yeah,
also implied.
obviously, they'll update the report
Yeah.
based on what they do with the design. so.
Further design, okay. All right, and the seconder
Yep.
agrees with that. All right, under discussion, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you all.
Thank you all.
Yeah, good job. All right, we are on to item 5. This is a new item for concept review, 320 West Korea Street. This is located in the EPV and a designated structure of merit. The Bates House was constructed in 1904 in the Queen Anne Free Classic style. Proposal to demolish the existing 3,000 square foot commercial building and 576 square foot garage, rehabilitate and relocate the existing 2,400 square foot historic 2-unit residence to the front of the site, and construct a new 35-unit, 4-story, 34,000 square foot residential building. The project is proposed under city's average unit size density, AUD program, and state density bonus law.
Whoa,
All right, and this is, no final appealable action will be taking place at the meeting. Project compatibility findings and major alterations findings will be required for project design approval. And, all right, so with that, if you, let's start to.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to let you know that historic structures report, I didn't do a historic structures report, I did a memo outlining the project to the Secretary of Interior standards because it clearly met the standards because it's restoring the resource and putting it back towards the front of the lot where it used to be. It was moved back in 1949, I believe, off the top of my head. I showed in the report different Sanborn maps that showed the whole street used to have historic houses lining it, and then this was pushed back. So this would be bringing it back. That's
All right,
all you need to know.
great, thank you. All right, any other staff comments before we dive in? Okay, so with that, why don't you introduce yourselves for the record, and you have 15 minutes, and walk us through your project.
John Kuykendall with DMI, agent for the applicant.
Brian Cornell.
Oh, sorry.
Rufin with Cornell.
Nicole Horn with CGMLA Landscape Architect.
Don't break it.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right.
Okay. So this is the site that you see, and the Victorian is there and back. So we are going to restore that and bring it forward. You've got a little mouse there. There you go. It actually got remodeled into 3 units, and they were originally very simple 2 stacked units, so we're bringing it back to that original thing. As mentioned, this is a state bonus density project, so this is a lot of housing on this less than half-acre site. Let's go to the site plan. Unfortunately, we're going to turn you around and mess you up.
Boy.
I'm sorry. North is up. So there you see the existing site plan and the new plan. So actually, Nicole was very helpful in this, and at one point in our early designs, we had it over on the other side, and I think she correctly pointed out that it's better in this location. It's going to be much more visible. And what we have are very small studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom units, total of 37 when we apply the state bonus density. We place the bike room up in front, as you see. Let me have the mouse. I'm going to use the pointer. So you can see that bike room right here. Let's go through these plans real quick, Yuru. can just use your clicker. So, second floor, third floor, and fourth floor. So you can see how we pulled the fourth floor back here along the street. I think the best thing, we can just go through the elevations real quick. These are the typical unit plans. So my approach on this really is to create a very rational, traditional apartment building, urban apartment building, and that's what this is. So you see above there the streetscape along Carrillo, a little bit of a section through it, and then the rear elevation off of the alley. The side elevations, fairly rational, and I think the most important thing here is just that we have adequate detailing for this base element, and then the line at the top, and have traditional detailing at the roof. And here are the photo sims. So on the left is before or current, and then the proposed is on the right. So I think these speak for themselves in terms of their location. Again, on the left is existing, and then the right is the proposed. So I think that step back along Carrillo is really important, of that little bike parking shop, and then how the building peels back. And I think with that, I'll let Nicole speak to the landscape plan, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Hi, so I think you're familiar, there's a historic or designated structure of merit in the front, and that's a little Queen Anne style bungalow here. So our idea is that we would be honoring that existing Bates house with sort of a Victorian era garden. A little trellis here that you saw in some of the second floor plans. So this is like the main gateway off of Carrillo. You'd walk through under the trellis, it'd be planted, have a little patio, and then as you continue on into the residential units, this becomes more Spanish in style in the architecture, and then we respond with a tiled water feature, a palm court, and then we've got permeable pavers pretty much throughout, and you can't really tell here if we zoom in, maybe, let's see if it resolves. But we're looking at like varying the patterning on the paving as you kind of go through, and just trying to differentiate maybe color, but have some sort of interest in the ground plane here. And then on the side yards, we've got private patios with trees. So when Brian mentioned that sort of regularity of the elevation, we'd be using these columnar trees in between the window bays and try to give some sense of scale and proportion to the elevations.
Yeah, I mean, those trees we think are obviously the side elevations. I mean, this is a big building without question, so those side elevations, having those tree elements is really, really important. This is in the SB 2097 circle, so parking is not required. But we're providing basically minimal parking really for, move in, move out as much as anything at the rear, which is going to be important for units like this. This client is the same as our client for the De La Guerra project. Those are small units like these, and, there is a lot of move in, move out for these kind of units, so that's a really important feature of this. I think that's it. Be happy to answer questions.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drury?
Just to orient myself, I haven't lived here that long, so is the gas station just to the west of the property line?
Yes.
Left?
Just to the west.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Thank you.
In fact, we've actually got a little, it doesn't really show, but there's a slight little easement, believe it or not, for the gas station for people to be able to cut the corner on that one side.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, right there.
All right. Okay, if that completes your presentation, we'll go to public comment. So any member of the public in the room wishing to comment on this item? All right. Seeing none?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Turning to virtual public comment, if anyone joining virtually would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands and have no speaker slips, and there was no written correspondence, so back to the commission.
All right, so to commissioners for questions. This is, wow. Not seeing any questions.
I have a question.
All right, Commissioner
What
McClure.
are the tree species?
Commissioner members, you mean the proposed tree species?
Well, yeah.
We have a conceptual plant palette here. I'll zoom in on it. We have one large feature tree that we're proposing as a sycamore, and that would be located behind the Queen Anne here, the Victorian. And then, you know, the columnar trees that we mentioned would probably be Lauris or the Lafostamon, the Brisbane box. We've got a number of different palms and accent trees in the courtyard, and some, I'll zoom back out again. This one here, this one here would be probably an olive, just slightly different from all of these others, so that this landscape in here feels a little bit different. And we're showing like palms, but we've been looking at birds of paradise and other types of subtropicals, not necessarily only palms here.
And then surely you'll be within the 80/20 water use stuff for residential.
Correct, yes, we'd be 80% low water, 20% max
Thank
medium.
you.
All right, other questions?
Mr. Chair, just another question about landscaping. What makes it a Victorian garden?
That's a good question. I mean, we've been asking ourselves that. I mean, we've been trying to research the appropriate style of plantings, which are just more flowering plants, more sort of
Rose
garden-esque.
bushes and-
Yeah, white flowering, sort of more cultivated than you typically see around here. Less of the like agaves and drought-tolerant species that we're used to seeing in Santa Barbara. So, I'm sorry.
The box hedge, yeah.
The box hedge, yeah. I mean, we haven't really delved into that, but that's our intent. So we'll come back to you with actual plant palettes.
And Victoria and Santa Barbara had a fair amount of, they liked the palm trees too, even though. But speaking of palm trees, my question was, do you really think that those palms in the middle are going to be okay? Because they're going to get like a sliver of, like, there's going to be like 10 minutes of sunshine, and then it's going to go back into the 4-story building, and then go back into darkness.
Correct. So we're hoping that those, I think we're planning on palms, like king palms. We've also looked at maybe tree ferns. So some sort of layering there that would be pretty heavily planted with palms, but we want light to come in. So it's kind of a balance. We want something there to reach up into those upper floors and upper balconies. And I think we'll have to look, again, really carefully at what those species are.
Okay. All right.
I should also mention real quick, just that, you know, there is just a 6-foot sidewalk there, so we are adding the street planter strip, and then the sidewalk and everything will meet the pedestrian master plan, so everything is moving back from what it is today.
Correct. You can kind of see the sidewalk will jog onto what is now the property around a parkway.
And can you just hover over that just so that's clear? Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
It will
but-
come up here,
Yep.
and then there's 2 existing palms. We're going to add a third. That's just the street tree.
And then what is that? Is it kind of greenish? Is that ground cover or what's that? Yeah, right. Can you zoom in to where that little palm is? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a
Existing
ground
sidewalk is
cover.
going to become what? Or s-
Parkway.
Okay, and then,
All parkway in the green, and then the sidewalk will come up and around.
got it.
So this 4-foot dimension is consistent with the pedestrian master plan, so it'll all be planted. And then 6-foot walkway, it's dimensioned a little bit strangely, but
Okay. And then regarding the architecture question is, did you look at stepping back the building on the right-hand portion more than just that one single level there and then up to the 4 stories? Did you look at any sort of stepped back other approach?
We do, we have it. So you can, let's see, So you can see here on the side elevation, so there's the one-story bike.
Oh, gotcha.
And
Okay.
then we went to 3 stories and then stepped back to the 4th.
Got it.
And that really is, I think, very important when we look at that front elevation, but maybe more important when we look at these views, particularly here, you know, that even though the trees are sort of blocking it in this view, but that additional step back is really important along the street.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And did you look at stepping it back even more? Or do going 1, 2, 4 instead of 1, 3, 4?
We looked at a lot of options. I will tell you that it really was a matter of achieving the 12% very low and getting to that bonus density that is allowed. And so that is really, to a large degree, what dictated the stepping back. I will confess that we had a step back on the alley side at one point, and then pushed that back. But, you know, these really are, especially in this location, these are workforce units. You know, that is the intent here, and it's obviously much needed housing. So, you know, our attempt here was to keep this building very simple and rational.
Okay.
I have a question. Where are the stairs?
The stairs are
I don't,
in the back and in the front, so there and there. So they are stair enclosures.
so you.
And just going to the elevations, then.
The east wing doesn't need stairs further to the front?
No, because the walkway, it connects all the way around.
Okay.
So basically, these are exterior exit balconies that connect to those stairs at all levels. And on the second floor, that distance right here, thank you, this is the 50-foot maximum for a dead end.
Right.
All right. Other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair Hudson.
what's the name of your project across the street?
El Carrillo.
El Carrillo, okay. And how many stories is that? Is that 2 or
3.
3? That's 3, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
The mid-block, yeah. No, not the commuter lot, no.
No.
The one directly that's built across the street, it's called El Carrillo. So it is also next to a gas station, the 76 gas station, and, yeah, it is 3 stories.
But I think you're talking about the one that's the proposed?
No, he was talking about the
Oh, the one
existing
existing,
one
yeah.
across the
Existing,
street.
okay, got it.
Las Fuentes and then
Yeah,
El
it's
Carrillo.
directly across the street.
I have I guess a question comment.
Okay. Well, we're transitioning now, I think, so go for it.
Why bother to put a roof on it? Why not have it just a parapeted structure?
Well, I think the roof is very important to it. I mean, it's you know, I don't have a lot of detail, and the roof, I think, is really the one piece of detail and tradition that I've got in this building, frankly.
Well, yes and no.
And I do think you'll see it. I mean, from this view, you know, that one on the upper right is, you know, that roof and those rafter tails and the shadow cast by them, it's I think, important.
There are several apartment houses in Santa Barbara that are, I guess, 3-story, that are roofless, parapeted. East Mitchell-Terena Street, if I recall, is like a 1930s or 1940s apartment building. And it sits there, it doesn't grab at you. And I just thought maybe, as long as you feel that roof isn't tokenism, then it's fine, but I can almost see the.
Let me follow up on that. The Lobero building across from the Lobero Theater, that's 4 stories. I can't recall, does that have a commercial roof?
And it has really
Yeah,
nice
for sure.
rafter tails. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's not pick on the little piece of roof that's left here.
You lost in the pepper tree.
Yeah, that's right. Any
No,
comments?
I just, it's, the state mandated projects without parking scare me. I think there'll be, I can see riots in the street. People are fighting over a parking space 4 blocks away to be able to park their car. I mean, it's. Huh?
Is that our purview?
No, it's not.
Only if they're Flintstone cars.
Just wonder.
Historic.
You know, I don't understand how it works in California, but.
Got to haul your groceries 4 blocks.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
So
why we have
what- how-
that, that's why we have that ample bike parking, and it is 2 blocks from Ralph's.
Yes.
All right, so let's,
Fortress.
so circling back for what things that we do have purview over. So the overall design of the project, who wants to jump in?
Are we in comments now?
Yeah, we're in comments now.
Before you go ahead, I have a couple of comments. So this project's going to Planning Commission. It's a AUD project, so it goes for concept review, and they're also requesting a height exception. So I'd like you to include comments on the height in your
So and
comments.
what is the height exception?
Here you see it. Do we have a full screen mode here? Sorry.
I think you just zoom in with either the plus or is the marquee.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
F11.
Cool. So you can see we basically are just above the 45 feet and just below the 48 feet. So apparently we go to the Planning Commission to allow us to go to the 40, do we? Is it, if we're within 48 feet, aren't we okay?
No, it's 45. If you're in
CBD.
CBD, you're not, but you're not, you're right
Oh,
outside
I'm not
it.
in the CBD. I'm just outside the CBD.
Just redraw the line.
Yeah, but you can see that, I mean, it's actually below the 48 feet that would be allowed in the CBD. So we're really close. And by the way, you know, per the state law, if the Planning Commission, for whatever reason, said, no, we're not going to grant that, then we would use a state bonus density concession to allow us to exceed the height. So
You have your ways.
Damn it.
And also, in regard to the height, the question is whether you would like to see story poles at a future date when they come back or not.
What is that little dome-like thing sticking up above the roof?
That is the elevator.
It's just one
tower
elevator
and-
location.
Yeah, one elevator location, and that, you know, I mean, I would love for you to pick on me on that. I mean, it wants to be something nice and cheerful.
Gold dome.
Tiles,
Yeah.
mosaics.
Okay,
Chair Grumbine?
yes.
So are you wanting more
Yeah,
comments?
let's start commenting.
Okay. Thank you always to the applicant for bringing this forward. I think it's a really good building. I like the practicality of it. And I don't have a problem with the height for my vote. I like that it's an overall basic building. I would suggest that instead of a dome, like to try to tie it in a little bit better with that, without being completely matching to the Victorian, maybe you could just put a little, hip roof up there instead of the dome. To me, the dome feels a little bit too grand, like the courthouse or something. So just something very simple. It would tie into the roof of the little house. So that was one thought. And then, and of course, they love the idea of some kind of a finial or something up there, some little art piece would be nice. I see that you do have something there shown. Also, and this is not in any particular order, but I really would love to see it not have black glass. It looks like there's black glass and black windows. If we could have something with, using, like you're saying, to use every element that you have. I support the roof. I think that's a really important, as you mentioned, really important to have that because, you want to use everything you've got to the greatest, to give the most detail and the most to the building without having to add more stuff. So I support the roof the way you have it. I suggest that change to the elevator tower roof. And I would love to see colored, some kind of windows that have a color to them,
Yeah.
not black.
The windows will be a color.
Okay. and not black glass if possible.
What was the black glass?
Well, I just noticed it.
It just looks black.
It looks black, so if it is,
They're going to paint the glass so that people live in a dark hole.
Maximum privacy.
yes, and
It's a
then,
Munger-inspired housing.
so a couple other things. I think,
Strike that from the record. Oh, wait, no, never mind.
It's a mini Munger.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
And then on the square arches at the bike room, I think they're harsh. I think if there's some way you could do those a little bit differently to not feel such a contrast between the Victorian, not to match the Victorian, but some way to soften them somehow. Not necessarily a round arch. I'll leave that to you guys to figure out something, maybe something to soften it and make it kind of tie in a little better. And then I had, oh yes, and then it would be great if you could have awnings. You know, that would be to bring a little color and a little playfulness, if there's a way to do that. I don't know, maybe you want to do painted metal as opposed to fabric, or something that would hold up better. But I think you have an opportunity, and on the side elevation, the east elevation, it's a pretty, although, you know, and this does face, this is something we do see pretty strongly. So if there's a way of putting some awnings on there and bringing a little more playfulness to it, I think that would be an advantage. And I think that's all my comments. Thank you.
Okay, other comments?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, I wrote down awnings, and she just cribbed it out off my sheet here, but. No. Yeah, I think especially, particularly on the west-facing side in the wintertime, it gets really hot with a low sun. And it would be a great idea just to activate that surface just from the more institutional look it has now. I would support that. Thank you.
Okay, other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
Well, when I first saw this and was studying the plans, I thought, this is disappointing. But knowing the reasoning behind it, I'm warming to it. I really liked El Carrillo. That was a very successful building. Now, that doesn't have a sloping roof.
No.
Yeah. But you also have some kind of awnings on on
We
those
do.
doors.
We have-
metal,
There are
flat
copper,
metal.
there are some copper
Yeah.
awnings on that.
So I
yes.
certainly agree with that comment that gives it some shadow texture and possibly color if they're canvas. But obviously, 4-story high building with canvas awnings is going to be a
Yeah.
maintenance challenge. So, yeah, and I support the clay tile roof. I agree with the comment about a bike station. Now, is that a storefront window in there, or are those open archways?
No, that's a store, I mean, the
Okay.
intent is for it to look like a storefront, and yeah, it needs to be detailed and it really feel, because that is going to be the most prominent
Yeah.
part of this.
Yeah, I mean, there are just so many delightful little things on El Carrillo. I know the building is laid out differently. You've got exterior corridors and stuff like that, and it helps step it back and make it interesting. So, you know, anything you can do to make it more delightful, and I'm sure you'll come back with some delightful idea for the top of that elevator tower. But I would like to see at the next review some kind of 3D presentation that gives us a feeling of what it's like being in Carrillo and seeing this building and El Carrillo across the street, just to give it a little better context.
Not sure how to do that.
Well, video kind of thing.
Like an aerial?
Not necessarily an aerial, but just a video pan, you know, from left to right. Your office has done
Right.
that.
Okay.
Or maybe like a 1 to 10 model that like fills the whole room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, those suggestions, should we ask for story poles? I don't really think we need to have story poles.
Yeah, for a building that
Seems-
big.
seems really
and it is what it is,
straightforward.
and-
All right,
Don't need.
let's have that conversation now. Story
Okay.
polls.
I don't
No.
personally.
I think it's a big building.
Yeah.
And I think there's also, it's not just, yeah, it is a lot of 2x4s. I think we, maybe at least, well, I don't know. I wouldn't, I don't feel as comfortable without a really good 3D presentation that really convinces us that this is okay scale-wise, that we don't need story poles to go that route yet. And I don't know if you need that determination, but I think, and then I think there's also the other argument that story poles aren't just for looking at the architecture, it's actually also for letting people know that something like this is coming
Well,
up.
Mr. Chair, if I can, I mean, what I think would be the right form of noticing then is in the windows of the building that's there now, which is right on the street, that we go ahead and put the renderings up so that people know what is going to go on, because, story poles is a silly exercise. But that would be the way to satisfy the noticing. We did that with the police station. We put a big banner up with the 3D view so that people would be able to know what was being proposed.
I think that in combination with having some 3D video thing that we can view here at the meeting would be sufficient for my needs.
But isn't there not a lot of debate on the height? And is it, so the story poles go up, everyone screams, but there's nothing to do about it?
Well, yes and no. Sometimes.
It's true.
Well, yes and no, because there can be push back in terms of pushing the massing back, right? And I believe, and staff correct me if I'm wrong, I think we can require massing to go back. I don't think we have to allow it to go wherever it wants to go.
But we
And
can't say take off so many
we're not going to say
rooms.
take how many rooms off or whatever, but it's not that we don't have control over mass bulk scale as part of.
That's correct.
Okay.
Chair,
But
So
it would
rah,
reduce,
back.
but it would reduce, it would reduce units.
Yeah.
Well, that,
Any of that would reduce.
I'm sure that you can come up with a design for the same number of units with we're pushing it back 10 feet or whatever, 20 feet. I think that's where we don't want to be saying that you have to reduce units for sure, but I do think we have purview over mass bulk scale, and I think that story poles are part of that discussion. Now, if everyone's feeling comfortable at some point, whether it's now or whether it's in a meeting or two, that the massing is we're convinced that it works mass bulk scale within the neighborhood and in that spot and in that way, then that becomes then we can lift that requirement of story poles. But it's supposed to be a default of what, 3 stories?
Right.
Default 2-story poles unless convinced otherwise. So,
Mr. Chair, I don't think story poles are needed. I think on that block, good renderings that are available, as you were saying, putting them up in the window front, makes it very clear that this is a big building, and on that block, looking to the vacant lot on that block and to the gas station on the other side, I'm not sure what story poles are going to reveal, that the renderings themselves wouldn't convey the message, this is a really big building, get ready. So I don't think the story poles help the public on that block understand the project. I think renderings, good renderings, can do the same thing on that particular block.
okay.
I agree.
Others? I mean, and I guess the question to staff is, does that need to be something that we recommend now or not, or is that?
Yes.
Well, if you're ready, you could put that comment in if you all want to vote on that.
And what if
Or you could say-
for those who aren't, but might be, if they're convinced otherwise with better 3D modeling and rendering, that we don't need story poles?
Well, you could put that comment in, that applicant comes back with 3D renderings, we may consider waiving the story poles, something like that.
Chair.
And does that do anything different on the planning commission side of things?
That's just for you, and then the height, more a comment about the height in general, whether you are supportive or not is
Okay.
separate.
Commissioner Ansberg?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Well, I'm not a real fan of story poles, but we're all accustomed. We're used to looking at these stuff, and we're used to being able to take it in and understand it. And I certainly think the rendering that we're looking at right here certainly tells the story very well. And how much of the mountain view is going to be cut off there from at least this vantage point. I just asked the question, if maybe I do believe it does help, as I think Vice Chair House said, it helps the public to know what's going on, that if they aren't happening to notice what's in the store window or, that sort of thing, it does help them know, see it. But, and with such a simple structure as this, it's not real complicated with ins and
I'll
outs.
guarantee you, story poles for this would cost $20,000.
Well,
I mean, it's a ridiculous expense. I'd rather go door to door and hand out glossy renderings to every resident within 600 feet than put up story poles, which are just a waste.
So just to let you know, on a previous project, I proposed that we just have about 4 at the corner or something.
Mhm.
It just gives an indication of the height. It's not trying to articulate the whole
Right,
shape. So,
right.
there can be compromise.
And that was what I was trying to express, that maybe only have them at the the front and not all the way around. Is there some compromise here that could possibly work? And I just bring it up just, because of that. And I certainly understand the cost, and as we're trying to make affordable housing, it doesn't help to add on another chunk like this. But, so I just bring it up because our responsibility is to the community as
and
well.
I would say, as the default is that it is story poles. So convince us otherwise is my response to that. Because yes, it is expensive, and building a big building is very expensive, and we don't want to waste money for no reason, but that it's built in for those reasons. So I think part of it is the onus is on the designer to prove otherwise with other methods.
And that's why we did these photo sims, and I'll be happy to generate any additional photo sims that will be helpful. And we can talk more about the video idea, because we can bring the model in if we need to and fly around it, but.
And that's been done before, that you've been done by you in
Yeah.
particular, and your firm.
Around
So
that high up or at ground level. And I think since this is the major entry into the downtown of Santa Barbara, I think it's very helpful to know. how it
Commissioner
changes
Lenvik?
That experience.
Yeah, staff can correct me, but this is a state mandated allowed development, right?
SB 9.
AB 30 or SB 30 or whatever?
It's not
It is
SB 30.
330, and it's also state density bonus project as well.
Say that again.
It's a state density bonus project, and they have applied for
what-
SB
what-
330.
The bottom line is the residents of the city have nothing to say about it.
That's about right.
I mean, why put story poles up and have the citizens of the city come out yelling and screaming, and it's a state-approved project?
It's not a state-approved project, as I understand it. It's so what do you get as at being qualified for that, for the density bonus? You can get not being.
No parking.
No parking.
Well, we don't have that. The one concession we are requesting is the open space concession. And the reason for that, by the way, is, as you all know, the open space required would require that I put 6 by 12 balconies on every single unit, which we don't want to do. So we will be getting a concession on that. And if the Planning Commission did not agree to going from 45 to 48 feet, then we would use a concession for that. But we still would have, and I think we're allowed 2 concessions, because of the 12% very low.
What is your ceiling height?
And by the way, it's the 12% very low, plus we are offering the 10% moderate in terms of the affordability. So this really is, I think this project really is an affordable project in reality, because of its location, because of the unit size, because of the mix that we've got. What was the question?
Ceiling heights?
9 feet, 8, 9, something like that, right? Just under 9.
Okay. All right.
Well, I don't see having story poles for something that we have no control over and the city has no control over.
Well, that's not true. We have mass bulk scale that we have control over, at least to a certain degree. We don't have full control over it, but we don't have no control over it. So I don't think that's. I think we need to be careful about how we're still defining our terms. I agree that the state is taking away a lot of the control that we used to have, more so, and that local citizens have as well. But that's something that you got to change in the state legislature, not, not here. So, okay, so all that being said, the default, well, I guess the question is, do we want, what do we want, are we feeling strong enough that story poles are not required right now that we say that? Or are we feeling like that we want more information and a better renderings, et cetera, before, and modeling before we make that determination?
I would prefer that we do our due diligence and ask for renderings, video panoramas first before making a determination of no story holes.
I agree with that.
Okay. All right. Okay, so that's seeming like at least either slim majority or majority consensus on that. So let's hold off on the story poll decision until we get better information, more information and better information in the form of video and/or 3D model that we can look at from different angles.
It's cold in here.
All right.
All of a sudden.
Getting cold in here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be that
Chill.
mean.
Can the heat be
Okay, other,
adjusted up a little bit?
so any other comments? And this is for, let's see, this is
This is
uh,
new.
Just a
concept. So I can take a shot at summarizing our comments. And then-
One other question,
Yes.
if I could just
Commissioner
interrupt. So the height, I, at least for one, didn't have a problem with the height. The rest of you can, okay. And others will have their opinions. Also, so did the open space, we didn't really talk about that. Where are we at with that?
Yeah, so what do you all feel about the open space, about not meeting the open space requirement?
Well, since they're asking for a concession, it seems like, our opinion about the open space is irrelevant.
Still,
Oh.
that doesn't stop us from having an opinion.
It seems more planning commission purview
Yeah.
to me.
But I'm assuming we wouldn't want to see 6 by 12 balconies
No.
in
No.
every unit.
No.
And so, and I think it also ties well with the general historic architecture and the EPV, downtown. It's not a normal thing, actually, historic buildings to have anywhere near meet the open space requirements that we have on current code. Okay.
So I'm
All right.
comfortable with the
Is
request.
that seeming like everyone's comfortable with it as well? So even if you have a override card, it's still, at least we'll tell you that we still like it. Okay, so, all right, I'll summarize here. So it's seeming like there was no problem with the height. Seeming like the height, at least that portion doesn't seem to be, it seems to work within the neighborhood. The massing we'll need to continue to talk about, but, actually, I should start with this. All in all, we appreciate the design. We think it's a good design and supportable. Some of the areas of continued study and/or refinement include the tower element, especially the top of the tower element to be restudied, change the dome, perhaps a hip roof and perhaps finial, but just to restudy it. The window color, pick another color. And the windows as well for or suggestion of some sort of treatment to liven them up, whether it's awnings of some type or other details that will liven them up a bit.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
But on the windows.
Yeah.
There was no color specified, there was just an objection to black.
Mhm.
So, because you didn't say what color the windows.
Oh, I think they have a black swatch on there. Oh, is it green?
It's a dark green.
Oh, it's a dark green.
Oh, the second one's a lighter green. It's like a sage
This
green.
one here? Okay.
Okay, but the renderings aren't really, I guess the renderings are kind of showing it, but it's just not, it's showing a lot darker. Okay, so maybe, to be continued with it, but, and maybe as we see it in the other renderings, it might be good.
Let's blow it up and see if we can actually see it. It's starting to show.
That is
No, not really.
That's a gray green if I ever saw one.
Yeah, that's dark. We'll fix that.
Yep. Stay out. Okay, so, and
Yeah, there you go. That's much better.
there we go. All right.
It just got smaller.
The openings on the front elevation of the bike room are rectangular openings to be restudied and to be softer. They're harsh and to seem softer,
I'm sorry,
more
that's a
detailed.
little misleading. Is there a problem with a rectangular opening, or we just want to see more detail? Because I don't want to make them arches. I just don't see that as being appropriate.
Maybe
So-
there's a molding
or
around that.
maybe
opening,
there's-
Or the proportions need to be restudied.
Okay.
So I think the comment was they're harsh. So the
Okay.
openings as they're proposed are harsh. So
Okay.
restudy it,
And maybe the
soften it
size
up.
of the bulkheads changes, I don't know.
Okay.
All right, we talked about awnings. Oh, one thing I didn't mention, but on the elevations, I think the lights are missing from the balcony doors or whatever. Like, I think you'll end up with lights out there, right?
Divided lights, you mean?
No, like actual little.
Oh, you're right.
Little lights, yeah,
Yes.
by code. So, and that I think will help with some of the super plainness of that elevation. So, integrating decorative lights. Let's see, and then I think those are the most of the detail comments. I would say, now I will pause and I'll float this idea. The historic resource does still seem a little dwarfed by that third story, being third story right there. And I think, I'm wondering if there's some way of making it feel less like a third story right there, and whether it is through that modification of a roof or something there, or lowering plate or popping dormer or something of working that face, either pushing it back a bit or lowering it down.
We do see that the roof, go to the back where we were, that the roof of the stair does cascade down. So we are making that transition there at that stair roof.
Can you zoom in there?
Yeah.
I don't know if I
So see, we're bringing that roof down at the stair.
Can you point? Oh, no, I'm talking about the other one, that right there. Yeah, that third story mass there, it sort of dwarfs the historic structure from the side. Not the back. I'm not worried about the back as much. Like, that seems like a big mass. And it may be actually fixable with a roof. Yeah, except for it's not really behind it. It's definitely like an older brother that you are tired of dealing with. But it might be solved with a roof. The parapet might be the thing, but it definitely seems like you've got the two masses, and in my opinion, it might be the others feel fine with it, but that it's actually, I don't mind the thing behind as much as the thing to the side that's sort of overwhelming it in terms of wall. So that might, and is that, I guess, to the commission, do you guys not feel that way, not feel
Are you
that way?
talking about the part where the cursor is sitting on top?
Yeah,
right
where the
now?
cursor's sitting right here, and it might just be give it some tile roof or something and not have a
Or
parapet
tile
wall.
coping on
Yeah,
top
so
of
that
that.
your wall reads lower. I think right now it feels so massive compared to the low two-story with the roof that's big, big overhang. So do others feel that way, or is that just me?
No, I see what you're saying.
It's a big building, so.
Mr. Chair, I have another question regarding the historic structure that's being moved. Would that have originally been higher in the air, the ground floor?
No, it is high. It has steps going up, so it's still going to be up out
Okay,
of the ground. So the stairs continue.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure it's high enough to be reflective of what historically would have been.
Yeah. I mean, we are going to basically do a historic preservation of that building, so
And
it'll be new
those stairs look like
colors
they're
and.
concrete stairs, and you wouldn't do
No,
that.
they're wood.
Okay, yeah, good.
Yeah, they're wood stairs.
So back to the three-story mass next to it, are people feeling?
I think it should be studied.
Yeah, okay. So study the three-story mass adjacent to the historic structure, toward facing Creo.
And Chair Grumbine, also the bike room as well, as long, you're looking at that whole thing, does it make sense for that to have a little roof on it as well? Just these kind of
I would say
cascading-
study that, but in terms of the massing, that's visually less
Yeah,
offensive
yeah,
to me in terms of how it relates to the historic building.
Okay, we're almost an hour behind schedule.
Yeah, okay,
so let's-
all right, we'll step it up. Okay, so.
Stop talking.
Yeah, so studies the three-story mass with looking at introducing a tile roof or other elements so that it reduces the overall mass, or the visual impact of the overall mass. All right, anything else? All right.
Did you,
Wait,
did
just-
you mention the awnings?
So
I did.
Okay.
At the windows.
I do have
You
a
want to
question.
accept the project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for the memo, as per the staff
Oh,
memo?
yes. And,
That way you can
do we have
move
to do that,
forward.
do we have to do that as a separate thing, or is that, can be part of the
You
comments?
can be part of your comments. It just needs to be that.
Okay.
It helps it through the
Gotcha.
CEQA analysis.
Gotcha, and then, so that, and it also that it meets the Secretary of Interior standards per the memo. All right, anything else to add?
Did you add the story pole comment
Oh,
as part of the
that's a good
comments?
point. So, and for the consideration of story poles to come back, and they may, it may be that they are not needed, depending on what the 3D renderings, to come back with 3D renderings, and/or a model to show, and at that point, we'll decide whether story poles.
So we reserve
Reserve,
decision.
yeah, we reserve the decision of story poles.
So I have a question about that. Mr. Howes, you were talking about a video, and I would just like a little help to understand, since we've created these views, if you could help me understand exactly what we're going to come back with. Is it actually a video where we're walking around?
We've had these from your office before.
Where you, with a massing, it could even be like a SketchUp model massing. It doesn't even have to have, probably not even
Okay.
windows. Just showing the overall massing, showing the related ones, walking down the street, looking around.
Okay.
Having the comparisons. You did it for the project
The Funk
on.
Zone project Christina was doing, I think.
Yeah.
Meandered around there.
And then also the one on Carrillo and Castillo
Yeah.
that we saw that as well. I believe it was a movie, it was actually like a movie.
Okay.
But for sure the one on, what was it, Coda? No, or the one down here that you just did off of State Street, that one a couple years ago, that we had that as well. Yeah, Commissioner Ansberg.
Yes, Chair Grumbine. From my little point of view, I don't think that's necessary, and I mean, whatever the group decides, I'm fine with. But I think, I would just like to have just pictures, more pictures from the neighborhood, if I just could see the picture from across the street. I just think a few more, still shots to show, it would be adequate for me anyway. I don't feel like there needs to be a whole video walk around, but that's just me.
I mean, if you have the digital model, making a video presentation was easy, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Is there any way that we can be continued to the 2nd? And the only reason I ask is I'd really like to be here, and if we can't be on the 2nd, then I'm away for a month.
Well, your next step actually is to the Planning Commission for concept review and the height.
So you want us to go to Planning Commission even without the story pole decision being made?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so I.
And then when you come back to here, because Planning Commission's not making the decision, so you'll be coming back here for review.
Okay.
Where is it,
They're going to love the number of units.
where is it written that Brian Canal gets a month off?
Yeah,
Where's that written?
It's not written.
and the fact that you're
It's not
taking a month
written.
off is our problem?
No. It's my problem. It's my problem, but it sounds like we'll be not going to Planning Commission very soon, or else you'll do it that, won't you?
Yeah, sure.
all right,
Everybody should get a month off.
yeah.
Yeah. I'll vote for
okay.
that.
For a month off? Okay, so let's keep it moving here. So we've got the comments. Are we all good with those comments? Anything else we're missing? Okay,
If I had a
so,
microphone, I'd make a motion.
all right, so there you go.
Mr. Chair, I move that this item be indefinitely continued, or continued to the Planning Commission with our comments.
Second.
All right, second by Commissioner Butler. Under discussion, any discussion? All right, all the, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Yes?
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank
At
you.
least I'll have my
All right,
tooth fixed
thanks.
by then. It's really bugging me. Isn't it good? It's good. Christine
All
wants
right.
me to do a gold tooth. Yeah.
All right, next up is item 6. We are almost an hour behind, so we'll keep it moving. This is a continued item for concept review, 225 Equestrian Avenue. The project is located in EPV. It's currently developed with a warehouse and attached apartment. Proposal to demolish the existing on-site structures and construct a new 3-story, 6,200 square foot mixed-use building comprised of 3,600 square foot single-unit residence, a 660 square foot accessory dwelling unit, ADU, and 1,320 square foot commercial office, and 580 square foot attached 2-car garage. Staff hearing officer review and approval is required for setback encroachment and open yard. No final appealable action will take place at this hearing. Project compatibility findings will be required for project design approval. Project was last reviewed February 1st, 2023. So welcome. And if we have any staff comments, and also then we'll go to the notes from the previous meeting, and then if you all can introduce yourselves for the record now, and then you all have 15 minutes to present.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Shelton, architect.
I'm Maddie Shelton from Jeff Shelton Architect.
Mel Herbert, owner.
Mary Langtot Herbert, owner.
Welcome. All right, so do we have any notes from staff? Or want to just go through those? Okay, let's go.
Thank you. Chair Grumbine, yes, I'll start off with some brief staff comments before you go over the minutes from the last meeting. So this is here for a second conceptual review on the design. If you remember the project, it's a mixed-use building. They're requesting several modifications at this point in time. So we are looking for feedback on those modification requests. The primary one is for a 0 setback shared with 223 Equestrian. The other modifications are for ground floor open yard. The project, and you'll see on the site plan, does provide at-grade areas that are open, but they do not meet the standards as far as access to the residence. Where they're located, they're primarily used as an amenity for the commercial space that's in the project. So we are looking for comments on that request, as well as for a setback encroachment that's currently at the 3rd story. So because of this project's location, there's different setbacks for the 1st and 2nd story compared to the 3rd floor. At this time, the design includes a request for a setback modification to have a 6-foot setback rather than a 10-foot setback at the 3rd story. And that was shown at the last hearing as well. And that includes not really the building, but portions of a deck and stair within that setback area. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll go through the motion from last time. So it was to continue indefinitely for return to the full commission with the following comments. 1, the commission appreciates the thoughtful design regarding mass, bulk, and scale. It is an appropriate design for the neighborhood. It is supportable with regards to setback from the front, the setbacks from the sides, including the modification for the 0 setback on the one side. The commission is also in support of the modification for the other interior setback to allow portions of the 3rd story to have a 6-foot setback rather than the required setback. 2, the interior open space is handled well, and it anticipates potential additional buildings to the east. 3, while private views are not protected or under HLC purview, the commission appreciates the applicant working with the neighbor, being sensitive to their property. 4, the commission is in support of the modification in an effort to alleviate the neighbor's concerns. 5, the multiple commissioners have concerns with the level of intensity of color, including at least one commissioner who felt it did not adhere to EPV design guidelines. Some commissioners are comfortable with the colors as proposed, especially pertaining to the front. 6, excellent use of horizontal planning. 7, study the number and type of elements being used as a potential of being too many, especially pertaining to the front. 8, 2 commissioners are okay with striped awnings. And And that was out of 9. Guess which ones.
We know who felt it, here are the EPV guidelines.
All right. It was motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Vice Chair House, 900. The motion carried. All right, so with that, welcome. And if you could walk us through the design, what has changed, and then also the, and how you've answered the various motion items.
Right. Okay, as a reminder, this is a proposed home for my clients who are here. So, home and office. They live in LA now and work there and in Kenya, so they're not here a lot. And as soon as we get this done, they will be. But it is their place here. We've redesigned the project based on all these comments and from our first review on February 1st. So we'll just start here. This fact sheet, the project actually got a little bit smaller, 141 square feet, 6,233 square feet, includes residences, the residence, the ADU, the garage, and the commercial on the first floor. Next one. So 2 modifications that we required. I'll talk to planning about this, but we sent the letter back in. First, the one we talked about, the 6-inch to go up against the building at 223, Barry Burkus's building. And that's, we really need to do that because their building is 1 to 2 inches from the property line. In fact, some of their tiles and gutter hang over our property line. But, and the only reason we're asking for that mod, if that was a standard building with a standard setback, we wouldn't be. The 6-inch, right now we have a blank, as soon as we take our building down, we have a blank 35-foot wall at our property line, and this is how we want to deal with it. We will provide a 6-inch gap there from the property line, so they could tint their building. That was one of their concerns, and it's easier for us to build. The open yard, yes, we did provide the 15%, and planning said, well, that's good, but it looks like commercial's using it. Well, I could reuse that. I could change that around. I only did that because commercial in this case is the owners. So I guess I wasn't too aware of that, but we did provide that. But we're also providing a lot of decks upstairs, and planning suggested that that's supportable for the modification. As far as that other side one, I think that's debatable. We don't think we're going to need it because our decks, and I'll get into that later. Right now, I don't believe we need it. It's a interpretation. The deck is actually 7 feet from the property line. We're allowed to go in 3 feet. So anyway, we can get into that, and we'll redesign if we have to, if we can't get a modification. A 1.2. So if you need to go back to see the photos of the site, there's an eclectic style. There is no style in this street. A big parking garage, a parking garage with a senior living home right across the street. We're in the big pink building. That's our project. The big apartment building next to us, and then the biggest project on the street is across the street is this 223, the one we're building up against. Can we go to the next? So there's the big wall, just half of it, because we haven't torn our building down. So that's really the big design feature here, is how do we play off of that? And we'll go back through that. We showed you the last time. And let's go down. And just to notice, as you're looking at this other building that we're going to be tearing down is lot line to lot line right now. So I think some neighbors think we're building out there. We're not. We're setting it back, and we'll get onto that in the next slide. So we have we'll get to a different landscape concept on the next sheet, but if you look at this, let's go to the colored one there, Maddie. Just easier to see. So I'm trying to play with undulations at the street. You can see their building there, it's 14 feet back. We come out about 4 or 5 feet, and then we go back to 20 feet at the garage. Yeah, right there. and then back out for an entry foyer to 10 feet from the property line, then back, and we got 10 feet spacing there to the property line. So just playing with the rhythm of the street. We have once again, we have a 6-foot setback on the side, 11 feet now on the back, since we gained a foot with our survey. And I believe we will work out this, we won't need modifications on that side. Next. Landscape. Plan. So there's a conceptual landscape plan Katie Klein is doing, but this is early, but just wanted to show you with basically some rules of visible area triangles in front. We can't do as much as I wanted to, but sort of screen ourselves from both sides of both neighbors to each side. And in the back, another sitting area back there. It's 11 feet deep now, by 50 feet long, with some palms and just a small little area you can hide in back there. I think we missed one.
Where do you want to go?
Open yard, 6. Yeah, this just is, if we need to come back to that and look at that, and we're going over that with planning now, but they said it was supportable if we did use upper decks and things like that. Next. Okay, so of all those items on that list, the neighbor, talking to the neighbors was the big one. And I'll get to the other ones after this, but this was the key that changed everything here. So we've worked on this new concept for 5 months. We had 4 formal visits with the neighbors, all on their 3rd floor deck. My clients attended the first one, then they've been out of town the whole time, but we've been in constant conversation. We reviewed their issues and their concerns. We used a transit on the second one to review views and site angles to what their issues were. Went back and made some sketches, erected story poles for them, reflecting what we want to do. And we followed up to review this situation again. First of all, what we observed from there, from somewhere on the 3rd floor, you can see 360 degrees all around. 65 is the bonus.
An extra bonus.
Yeah.
5.
You can see all around. So it is a terrific place up there. They have a deck in the back also. They have open views of the Arlington. We're looking at this top one. It's a panorama, but you can see the Arlington. You see the west side, the courthouse. You can look down from Montecito Peak, even up higher, all the way down to as far as you can see. Most of the northwestern mountain view is getting on their deck and looking back over our property. Northwest. And the other view towards the mountains is just looking straight over our property, over the front 35 feet of our property. Next. Oh, no, let's walk through what we saw last time. That first row is the string we put up, and then our client put up the white out there. And that's what we were reacting to from last time. And so we put up story poles with our design, which I'll walk you through. And there's the story poles. So if you go down below, just backing up, same view, then white out from the first concept, and then me sketching it in based on where the story poles were. I just sketched over the story poles and with the planter. So that's sort of what's on the table right now. But I'm just showing you we did the best we can, and I'll show you how we got there. So this first couple sheets is just comparison, because that's what we spent our whole 5 months on here, or 3 months, then we handed, or whatever it was, and handed it in. It was all about our owners trying to accommodate that view on that mountain, on that deck. So if you see on concept 1, on the left is the first one, and we were up against their property with our stairwells, what is getting us over there. And we had our big deck, our big open courtyard on that side. So what we did was we flipped it. So instead of being 6 inches from the property line, we're now 29 feet from the property line. And that opened up, first of all, it made it feel better. Not a big wall there. It opened it up. They also asked that we push that whole front portion all the way back, which was a kitchen at that time. Go to the left, Maddie, there. We pushed it back 35 feet from the street to be in line with their third floor. So go over to the new one. So that's what we got. We just flip-flopped it. We did sacrifice our back patio a little bit, and it don't get quite as much light in there, but we feel that it's more of equity. We're both sitting out here on the front, overlooking our protected view in some way, over equestrian, anyway. Go to the next ones over here. That's that floor plan. We're looking at the roof plan before, so that's the floor plan on the left of what we showed you last time. And the building is the deck. And then the new one shows you the deck. And what that thing between our deck and them is, right now, it's a planter. Then go down. There's not as much change down on below. It's changed for us, but not for the neighbors. We have that deck. The courtyard in the original one, the courtyard got smaller in our new concept. And then the ground floor, there, once again, we had the entry near our neighbors to the left, and we flipped over and are entering on the other side. But we still maintain that little jog, so we're not in alignment with their garage. Next. So just a couple, we're going to go through these again, but just to see the differences, not a lot of differences. The one on the left, on the very top, on the back, we have a stair there. We got rid of that, so we could have open yard back there, and changed it to the north on the right there. Concept number one on the bottom, on the front, was what we brought in. On the right is the one we've changed, and it's just been flip-flopped, and it doesn't quite show as well. The depth's been pushed back 15 feet on that third floor, so that doesn't show on that drawing. We've also are toning down these colors, and we'll get to that later. Sides, cross-section up there, you can see the first proposal had a bigger interior courtyard. Second proposal has a smaller interior courtyard and a bigger front deck. And then the east elevation, once again, the first one goes all the way across, and this one we brought our stairwell this side. Next. So can you blow up the right half of that? Yeah. And these are just some, with all those changes, these are what we're getting with the story poles showing those changes.
Just a quick question on that D, just for clarification. The white, is that bushes or is that a wall with a?
Okay, the white.
To the left there, yeah.
That funny stuff. Yes, we were pushing. We're trying to do something that we could all agree on. What's between the buildings, and so one idea was a planter. I don't think they like that anymore, and we could put up a little 2-foot wall or something and because there are security issues too, like who's hopping over this thing. But it was trying to be soft.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay, I just wanted to check on what that was because it was white,
bushes of some kind.
Okay.
Just go down to the next one, just so you can see, because one thing is we see one photo and it's from one part of the view, one part of the deck. If you stand back, you stand right when they come out the door, that's what they see. Go on. And they actually didn't want to see they don't want to see our place either, and we don't want to see their deck. But and there's another one as you stand back farther on the deck. And you can see Montecito Peak, and you can see all the way down past to Romero Peak. And you can do these forever, but that's the way we do them. We don't do video walkthroughs. So let's go to the, let's see if I covered everything here. So really, go back to that one, Maddie. So really what we blocked, if you just look straight across our lot. They had a 90-degree view. Look straight up there, 90 degrees. We've taken, now they have 62-degree view on that portion of their view. Our floor levels are now aligned, so they're not looking down on us or vice versa. That deck in front is going to get shorter if we stuck with this one in the front per planning. They don't want the plants within in the front yard setback. Let's see. We're going to make some changes on the front decks per some planning rules. Our bedrooms, let's go back to let's go here, just to show you, okay, this is back to the floor plans. I mean, this is now our floor plans. On the right, the first floor plan, we walked through that, but we have a garage, mechanical storage, and then offices in Mel's office in the back. And we'll have ADA access on the side there. Second floor is a bedroom floor. We've got bedrooms, 2 bedrooms on this floor and a den, and then an ADU in the back. And it's entered as you scoot into that courtyard. A small deck there on that second floor. Third floor is pushed back now, so it's even with their third floor. And this isn't a giant building up here. It's 22-foot wide living space and an 18-foot wide bedroom space. And most of our light is coming in from either this direction or from the mountainside. And I've told our clients, buildings could be built next to us, and the view that's most protected is looking out looking towards Equestrian. Let's go to the next. That's the roof plan. It's trying to break up the sky from down below with Barry's building next door. Next. This shows those comparisons. We saw that last time. The red is what's there, the yellow is what we're proposing, and the blue is what is there. The elevations, we just went through these, but we have simplified the color schemes. They're pretty bright on the upper screen, but I think your screens are a little better. But it's blue and white is blues and whites are our backdrop, and then we have some smaller, less warm colors that accent around them, and the greens and the plants and will accent around them. We'll get to those colors later.
And you are over, so you better,
Okay.
let's make the later now.
Well, do you want to see colors now, or not?
Well, yeah.
Run through the details. Manny. You probably know what's coming. A lot of thick walls, ironwork. There's some interiors. Go to the colors. We're trying to keep the colors simpler. We got rid of a lot of colors, believe it or not. The bright colors you see up there are doors, but it's really a blue and white building, and with some accent colors that aren't as much. Well, we listened to your comments. We listened to you. We did listen to the neighbors. We certainly didn't please the neighbors. But my clients did bend over backwards to not, they just don't want to live in the shadow of that wall but on the other side. And I feel this is a better building through all the comments and your comments and how we've responded to them.
All right. Does that complete your presentation? All right. Thank you. All right. So with that, let's go to public comment. Any members of the public in the room now would like to comment? I see some speaker slips, so let's start there.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. We do have Rick Westerman, followed by Jane Westerman. Mr. Westerman has provided physical copies of his public comment packet, which I'll distribute, and I believe he has a request for additional time.
Yeah, it's sort of hard to do this in Well, first of all, my wife was tortured by a dermatologist. She'd rather I read the whole thing rather than get in front of a video machine, but it's our combined thing.
Yeah.
And I'd really sort of like, I could probably do this in 5.5 minutes.
Okay, let's see it.
You want me to wait until you get your handouts there?
Oh, I think we're good. Let's do it.
It'll take a magician to get these exhibits up in the time that I have on the overhead.
Yeah, well,
So that's why I gave everybody their own copy.
Gotcha. And all for the public's sake, I'll flip through things and follow along, but I think we can do it. So
Okay.
let's do it. And City TV, if you can zoom in here.
Yeah, I think I can convince everybody that I'm neither an architect nor a graphics artist. So should I start?
Yep.
On Exhibit 2, the panoramic mountain view of 223 will be largely eliminated by Mr. Shelton's proposed structure at 225. On Exhibit 3, these images show how Mr. Shelton's structure will impact that view from our third deck. The 7-foot wide by 39-foot long planter 6 inches away will only make it worse. On Exhibit 4, Barry Burke has got mods to make narrow lots buildable. And Jeff wants mods to build a 6,233 square feet building, which is 41% larger than 223. The mod justification letter says that the setback mod would avoid creating a windowless canyon, but the 6 feet between 223 and 219 at present is clearly not a barren canyon. The importance of direct communication with neighbors was emphasized by Commissioners Manuel, Ensberg, Lenvik, Uli, Grumbine, House, and Dourdan at our last meeting. Unfortunately, we've had no verbal communication with the Herberts about the project, nor have they accepted our social invitations. The Herberts and Mr. Shelton's stated preference is that all communication be through the architect. Jane and I resolved to give up 60 to 80% of our mountain views without question. Though Jeff is aware of that concession, Mel emailed that he saw, quote, no utility in hearing our ongoing concerns directly, and that this process has been a one-way compromise without legal requirements. Referring to Exhibit 5, Mr. Shelton says removal of the stairway and oversized planter on the third floor is not possible. But if it were, we'd be left with a view we could live with. The picture's on the right in Exhibit 5. In Exhibit 6, the vicinity map clearly shows that our Lot 12 is the narrowest on Equestrian, while the lot at 225 is the second widest. In Exhibit 7, Jeff needs a zero setback to build a 6,000 plus square foot structure in a neighborhood of, on average, 2,500 square foot houses. And he justified it by claiming setbacks are all over the place. The only other instance of a zero setback on this map is between 228 and 230 Victoria. That's the large square. The distance between 230 and 232, which you can't see, is 1.6 feet and not 5 feet as indicated. The dashed line in the small square at the rear of the project site is not the property line, and the present 225 structure has a rear setback of 6 feet 9 inches. 224 Victoria, directly behind the site, is 6 feet 8 inches from their rear property line, not zero as indicated. Mod 1 designations and coding are incorrect for at least 6 properties in the map. With reference to Exhibit 10, we like striped awnings, but we're not fond of sections. Here, 225 is shown as a section, and Exhibit 10 as a section silhouette, but that is really not what's seen. The actual visible mass is shown by overlaying the section east and east views on A3.1, and the middle picture in the third row represents what's actually visible. In Exhibit 11, looking north, the third stories can't be seen because of their setbacks. The true visible horizontal mass would be larger, as shown in Exhibit 12. On Exhibit 13, a camera lens has skewed a straight sidewalk, street, and flat facade into curved ones, exaggerating its mass and giving the impression of a spacious street. Exhibit 14's pictures show multiple zero setbacks around 223, but in reality, there is only one, and that's between 223 and 225. At the last HLC meeting, many commissioners described the project as, quote, size, bulk, and scale is being exacerbated by so many elements. Too colorful, too busy, too much, doesn't fit in with the neighborhood, doesn't fit in with our sort of more traditional Spanish-style architecture. Possibly it involves removing a program element, and I don't know if we can suggest an ADU be removed. Doesn't fit in with the historic district or follow the guidelines. We agree. In conclusion, city guidelines drawn up over many generations do encourage preservation of mountain views and historic neighborhoods. Mr. Shelton's present design doesn't fit this neighborhood. Equestrian has a totally different feel than Garden, Haley, or Chapala. Except for one new neighbor, every other on Equestrian has enjoyed those views many times while dining on Jane's extraordinary food. This is a neighborhood of people, not just of houses. So in some sense, this is really a public view. We want the Herberts to build, but we're being asked to sacrifice a cherished view and face property devaluation to allow a massive structure that is simply too much for the street. We are not unreasonable people, and we still hope that a design change is possible that can satisfy all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you did a pretty darn good job for getting in under 6 minutes.
I was under 6.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Want me to remain here for questions? Or?
No, well, we can call you up if we have questions in particular. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Grambine. If anyone participating virtually would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, we did receive written correspondence from Mark Kenneth Flores, Kim Hunter, Barbara Hotter, Jake and Rick Westerman, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. Back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, so to the commission for questions. And if there are any questions for the speaker and neighbor, feel free to ask as well. All right. Yeah, Commissioner Ensberg.
Thank you for the presentation, and I just had a quick question about, you show a lot of, from the neighbor's view, looking across, at the mountains. Do you have any what are you seeing from your side over the other way? Maybe I didn't see them, but just to understand, are the floor levels of those two decks the same?
Right. Yes, the floor levels are the same. You want to go to let's see, so we would be looking over their deck.
Right.
If we looked back at them. So that was the question about, I sort of put the plants in there as, what are we going to do? Should it be a wall, and how high? Like, you get there, it's, should it be here or here, or, 5 feet 3 or 2 feet or something like that. So it's more of, when this whole thing started, it was, what would you guys want to put there? That was one of them, but that was one part of the view, but then the stairwell blocks in the distance.
Mm-hmm. Right, I was just trying to think of, if you were both out on your decks.
Yeah.
Everybody's out there, so would you be like, hey, here's a hamburger kind of thing?
Well,
Would you-
it could be that way.
Yeah.
Or I'm showing something, maybe there's plants in there to give both people privacy, and 8 feet of planter to give you just that much more of not handing stuff over.
Right, okay, thank you, that I think was the big question I had, thank you.
Okay. Other questions?
I'm trying to formulate questions in my mind. I'm not sure I have them out yet.
blow by blow.
The AUD is a question for staff. The AUD.
ADU.
ADU.
The AUD is 4 stories tall and
Yeah.
30 units, and we can't say anything about it.
Is something which is allowed by the state, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it is basically free square footage. What I'm trying to get at is I see a floor area ratio of this proposed project, which may be, but I'm not sure, may be larger than the floor area ratios of the other projects that Burke has designed. And my question is, why is this floor area ratio larger? And the only reason I can figure is it's because of the
ADU.
ADU, thank you, sir. The ADU.
And commercial.
And the commercial component as well. This project is building more than just housing. It's got a commercial component to it. And it is building a
EDU.
ADU.
Write it down in front of you. So you-
Because they choose to.
So I guess, I see where you're going with it. So the question is basically, how are the FAR, and remind us, because it may have been, we reviewed it before, but.
Through the chair, so this is a mixed-use building. It's not exclusively a single-family residence. There is a commercial office. It is not considered a live-work unit where, that would be strictly considered more residential-based. This is a mixed-use building. That office space, while the applicant has noted that the owners intend to use that for their personal business, could be sold to another person later down the line, and that could be used by a different tenant. So it's truly a mixed-use building. FARs aren't applicable to this project.
Well, FARs aren't applicable, but they are from the standpoint, maybe they are from the standpoint of neighborhood compatibility. I mean, is your project compatible with the adjoining projects? I mean, that's I think the question. We more or less went over that hump at the prior meeting, but.
For the mass bulk scale.
For the mass bulk and scale,
so
right.
through the chair, I would treat this like any other mixed-use building that might come before your commission that involves a residence and a commercial office space as well, or multiple residential units. This is a bit unique, I would say, just because it's only one residence and a single ADU and a commercial office. But it's a mixed-use building. Your findings do cover neighborhood compatibility, size, bulk, and scale. So those are the elements that you would be looking at to see if this fits into the neighborhood.
Sure.
Yeah.
And to follow up on that train of thought, so in theory, this could be 2 residential units, a commercial and an ADU or whatever.
Yes.
In theory, like that. This is a mixed-use building, not a.
Yes, this is a mixed-use building. There are different uses that they could request. The applicant has chosen to design a single-family residence with an accessory dwelling unit. That's an accessory to that primary residence, and as well a separate commercial office.
Sure.
It could be a store or another retail type use,
But
for
we,
example.
as a commission, in looking at neighborhood compatibility, mass, bulk, and scale, and how they are compatible, really only have one easy tool that is objective, and that is the floor area ratios. And what I see here is I see a much larger floor area ratio for this project than the other similar Burkish projects.
Well, hold on though. I would say so for example, if we imagine a donut-shaped building, and that went up 4 stories, but had a very small FAR because it was a very thin building all the way around. The mass, bulk, and scale of that building would be the equivalent of a solid building of like double or triple the FAR. So I think the FAR, while it might tell us something, is very much depends on the shape that it takes, right? So I think that we're back to sort of the exterior overall size envelope and this is jogging in and out, so it makes it even more
Yeah,
kind of tricky in that sense. But I don't think the FAR is necessarily our tool for mass bulk scale compatibility.
Sure. The other thing that concerns me is that the property owner, was it 219, the adjoining property owner?
It's 223 is the adjoining neighbor.
Pardon me?
223.
223, okay.
Yeah.
223. When you look at the photographs and you see that huge blank wall there, that was a compromise that we as a Landmarks and/or Planning Commission granted Burkus. And now the current applicant has to live with that blank wall, which we probably would not have accepted if we were looking at both projects together at the same time. Now, you think, what are you talking about, Ed?
Yeah, what are you talking
I'm simply
about,
saying
Ed?
I'm simply saying that this applicant has got a problem of looking at a blank wall, which he doesn't want to look at. I mean, sure, he can pull himself away and maybe open up the views from the adjoining property to the mountains or whatever, but he's looking at a blank wall, which Burkus gave to us, to him. So now, what's happening in my mind is that the adjoining property owner, 223, is faced with a problem of losing some of his view that he had to buy into because of Burkus's design. And that imposes a problem for the current applicant. And, you know, I'm trying to sort this out of my mind, this view thing. I go back to the fact that private views aren't a concern of ours, by and large. We are concerned about public views. If 12 people on that block were losing all their views because someone's building a Costco across the street, that could be a problem. But one person who's trying to solve a problem of giving that existing person as much view as possible, we appreciate that, but we don't control that.
Yeah, and I think that we asked them to work together, and we asked for as helpfulness as possible, but at the end of the day, you're right, where private views are not, and the zoning at least demands a lot more of it than that, and our first and primary concern is mass bulk scale of the overall project with the neighborhood, and not necessarily whether that blocks one person's neighbor's view or not. So I think that's where you're kind of going with it, and I think that Barry Burkus did sort of set up a difficult situation here, which we see regularly, and we try to bring up to people as well when they go to build close to a lot line, that you're going to make it difficult for the next build out. So
Burkus, if it was Burkus living in 223 and complaining, I would say, tough luck, Burkus. I mean, tough luck. You created this problem, for the other guy, which now he's got to live with, and he's got to solve a problem and you're complaining, Burkus. Well, that makes no sense. But the applicant, or the adjoining property owner, is Burkus. That's not his name, but he's the one that's sitting there, and he bought Burkus's design, whatever, and I don't think we should punish the adjoining applicant because of what Burkus left those people with. I don't, I feel sad. I feel for them, but I don't think it's fair.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Just to try to help this, this is 6,233 square feet, right? Right?
Net.
And how much, and what was, I know you said this, but I didn't write it down. What is the average of the adjacent property? What is the average square feet of the other, I know this is mixed use, but let's say the residential properties, I guess those are the purple ones, and then you have the light blue is commercial offices, but they're in little houses, the blue ones, the turquoise. Yeah. Oh, here they
There's
are.
some numbers up there.
Okay, so they're 3,300, 3,600. Okay, so without a FAR, we do know that the square footage is approximately double. So that's one way of.
It's similar.
Yes.
It's the same.
It's 3,000, I thought you said 6.
Well, 6 is for the whole commercial, but for the dwelling unit.
Yeah,
they're
but I'm
similar.
talking about, the
Okay.
building is 6,000 square foot, it's this big, and we have other buildings that are half that size. So without a FAR, I think that's, at least to me, that's helpful to know that the square footage is a lot bigger.
Hold on, though, just one point to add and a little clarity on that. This is also one of the largest lots of all those. So part of that's part of the trick as well, is like how we're comparing, apples to crab apples to oranges.
But floor area ratio should balance that out.
It can be a helpful tool.
But if I may, Mr.
ahead.
Chair.
Yeah.
The applicant's building is 7,700 square feet gross, outside wall, which is, I think the determination for math, bulk, and scale. And the lot size is 5,300 square feet. That's an FAR of 1.45. The other lots, lot 223 adjoining, I think it's a floor area ratio of 1.2. Across the street, 214 and 218, the floor area ratio is just under 1. So this applicant has got considerably more floor area ratio, which I see as a function of the DU and commercial.
Adding to what would have been just a
Right, I
residential.
mean, if he didn't have an ADU, which he is entitled to because the state says you're having it, that's a gift. So if you took the ADU away, maybe his floor area ratio comes down more simpler. But I don't know, does the ADU have to be used by a non-relative?
Well, if I could jump back in here.
Sure.
How it's being used, is really up to them. I'm just looking at it from aesthetics and from the size, bulk, and scale in the neighborhood. And if they want to have an ADU, if they want to shrink it down and have 2 bedrooms instead of 3 bedrooms or whatever, I'm trying to look at this in terms of neighborhood compatibility, size, bulk, and scale, and the aesthetics also with regard to neighborhood compatibility. So that's kind of how are we still in questions?
Mr. Chair, when we get to comments, I'll have some
Okay.
comments.
All right,
about
so
network
we're
compatibility.
let's try to stay in questions.
Okay.
And let's try to wrap it up, too.
So I was trying to ask the question about what just going through that sort of
Yeah.
other analysis to understand size, bulk, and scale.
Okay.
I do have a very specific question, Mr. Chair,
Why don't we jump to
which
this?
which has to do with the drawing, sheet A3, the west wall study, which had the 3 colors for the existing, the proposed, and the neighbors. Has that changed? We saw that in the previous time you were here. Is that the same west wall study that we saw previously?
No, that's a new west wall.
That's a new
study.
west wall study?
Yes.
Okay.
If you go to explain one thing, go to the next sheet, I think, with the black, keep going down. This next one. Oh. One more, go down. No. There's the other black cross-section. But that was the new version of that.
Okay.
Okay, and Commissioner Ensberg, did you get your question answered enough? Okay. Okay. And as if you want to keep flipping through until you find it, that sounds good. Otherwise, other questions from the commissioner? Okay, we can always come back to questions to get clarity on things as well. and obviously this is a tricky discussion because there's a lot of uses, including mixed use now. There's a lot of uses in the block, and there's a lot of variability within the block, which always makes it trickier than being able to easily say this is one type or another, or one thing or another. So it's a mixed block. I would, as we go into comments, I would ask, part of our challenge is as we read what we said last time in our motion from last time, part of our challenge as being consistent and not going reverse and then changing course unless there's real new information that is important to change course on, is, I think, our general rule of consistently narrowing down to the applicant in fairness, as opposed to going back and reversing some of our previous discussions and decisions unless there's a real strong reason to do so. And I think that we need to be able to state that reason as well. So I would ask commissioners as we go forward with comments to also, unless there's a really strong case, to be converging on things and not to be contradicting what we had said in a motion before, unless there's new information that is important. So I would ask that just because it is a difficult thing to be in, and also on the applicant side of things, in fairness, we need to try to not change what we had said before. So with that, who wants to start off with some
Mr. Chair.
comments? Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, it's very difficult to, we know there's conflict, visual conflict. We know one project is large, proposed project is large. We know a neighbor's not happy with that. But the nuts and bolts of it seem to me, first of all, I'm going to ask questions that you probably all know the answers to, but I do not. What is that wall? What is that? Explain that wall to me, that.
The big blank wall? The
Yes, the big blank wall.
Burkett's wall?
Yes.
That's the Santa Barbara east side, that's the east side of his house, built on the property line, 1 to 2 inches from the property line. You got a modification for that, as if it's a CG zone, or, it's kind of like you do right down here. So it's just a blank wall, plaster wall.
Yeah, so that's the side of their house, which was Barry Burkus' house, as I understand. And so he did it as solid because it's right along the property line. So,
Well, I'm not even so concerned about that, but there's that wall that has shape to it.
On the wall we are proposing.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that was a plant, we
that was
thought
the
maybe
white squiggly?
a planter between
Yeah, I
our
know
two
that wall.
properties.
I know that wall.
let's see if we can get the visual up just to make sure that we're all talking about the same wall. I think it's the hedge, or not hedge, but it's the plant. It's white, but it's, there,
that one.
right
Blow
there.
that one up.
Is that the wall you're talking
Yeah,
about?
that's, and there was another wall that had that, I guess it didn't have the ink markings on it, but
Yeah, so that is, see the bottom, the top of the brown wall?
Yes.
That's the neighbor's wall right
Okay.
now. And so if you just look down that, you look onto our building right now.
okay.
So we were just trying to come up with something to start a discussion of what could be between our buildings.
As a screen.
And it didn't fly.
No, well, nothing's flying right now.
Well, I know. That's,
Yes, but maybe that should be a wall that size instead, in between the two properties.
Right now, they're showing it as plantings, but it's white, it should be green.
Yes. Yeah.
That squiggly thing is meant to be some sort of, they have an 8-foot thick planter there that they can grow stuff that sort of
right, so you give them.
obscures
you
and
give your
gives.
applicant privacy on his side of the project.
And our side.
And, I mean, I'm talking about you.
You're the
Oh, my applicant.
Yeah, you're the applicant.
Both people would have some privacy.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
and that still didn't fly.
Well, I think the view issue is what's not flying, that thing we're circling.
Can that be taken away?
Well, that's where our stairs are. And if we have to put stairs inside, then the interior courtyard gets taken away. It's like this thing has been beaten back, and at some point, the owners aren't going to go with it. So I'm trying to get between both. These are my clients. And I want to get them the house they want. But at some point, they're going to walk. I mean, I'm not, they just, at some point, we're going to push it all back. And so they can have, so this view's good. And, but that's where the stairs are, out near the street. They're not on the street, but you come in from the street.
Okay, so all that sort of a false front cardboard illustration of what could be there in reality. Can that be modified in any way?
Well, point to the stuff on the left.
Yeah, the stuff on the left.
Matty, that stuff's in line. You know, we're looking back at our house. We're going out to their deck and looking back at our house. So if this all worked out for us, and the neighbors, that they said that's okay to be at that level,
Okay.
which is 35 feet back from equestrian. Just going that way, they said, you go as high as you want. I mean, we're just talking.
Okay.
And then, but I couldn't fit the stairwell in and the elevator over there without just making a big block building and having no light coming in. So at some point, the architecture got damaged. It was getting damaged. I have a million drawings of it. And so it's, at some point, they just don't want it. It's just too much to hand back. And I don't think we're ruining this neighborhood. And we're taking a lot of effort to help it.
So I guess my last question would be, so if those two big cylindrical, yes, those would be a building, would be part of the proposed structure.
That's the main kitchen dining right there.
It's in perspective.
Okay. No, I know. Thank you.
Well, I mean, it's-
No, I understand. So they would lose, let's say, half of their view.
No.
Well, yeah.
Well, you can't.
I'm looking at.
Taking the house away.
No, wait a minute. I'm not.
You're just looking at options, or not options, but you're just trying to understand.
I'm trying to,
what-
for myself,
to understand
the only way I
where-
could do it is ask questions, because
Yeah.
I really didn't understand. Okay.
How has it changed? And what's,
Those two things on the left, Matty, circle those.
Yeah.
And the neighbors can say what they want, but we understand that they like or accept that as the sacrifice. They would like their view to be stopped. That's okay. They don't want the stuff out in front there.
I get it. Okay.
We've sort of come to an agreement on these
the
parts.
one with the crown kind of,
And
the
so that's
the crown
basically the
tower.
crux point, is those.
Is that
Tower in the middle.
that guy right there? That, and
Yeah.
the stairway's getting there. It's a
Yeah.
stairwell and transfer.
Well, thank you
Okay.
for the explication.
All clear?
Well, as far as
As
I
am I?
can be.
Okay.
Somebody else has a question.
All right.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comments.
Okay.
Any comments?
Are we have any other questions?
I have one more question.
We
if I-
we
if I
went
may.
backwards into questions, but it's
If I
okay.
may.
Commissioner Esberg, and then we're gonna
I know,
we're gonna
he's
push
always
through
unhappy
here.
with me. Anyway, the tower,
With the crown, the
with
tower,
the pomegranate.
pomegranate.
It's a
right.
pomegranate at the
If it
moment.
was, would it be possible to make that, just take the pomegranate off and just square it off lower so that actually the mountain view would come through? Is that a possibility?
Well, it is a possibility, but if you look at where it is, that's an 8-foot ceiling right there.
Yeah.
So you can't go really lower than that.
Well, go
So-
down as low as you can.
Well, it
I'm
is.
just asking, if you didn't
Yeah.
have that decorative element, because you do already have, this great decorative piece
So,
on the left.
Can
So-
you zoom in there? So I think I see what you're saying. Your response is, even if it's at an 8-foot ceiling, it's still gonna block the mountains, because it's right there.
The
It's where-
pomegranate isn't blocking the mountains. That's, the top of it happens to be, 8-foot plate, and I counted for like 10-inch somethings, and that gives us that ceiling, and the pomegranate, and getting rid of the pomegranate is not gonna make them happy.
Because they won't see the mountains, because you can see the
Yeah.
mountains through there, and
Yeah.
that's still gonna get covered by a 9-foot
Yeah.
total structure. Is that what you're saying?
That's right, that's
Okay.
right.
Well, it looks,
All right.
it does, just, I guess that's in comments. I'll wait
Okay,
till
yeah.
comments. I'll wait till comments.
Any other questions? We're gonna try to move this along. We do have one more project after this, and it is after 6 o'clock, so.
I don't have any questions, but I
Okay.
have some comments.
All right. We did have public comment, and this is really going over, and we did give you a long time, so I feel like we need to move along with, and go into comments on this. So, you start, Commissioner Uli, because you've given first indication.
Thank you. To be consistent with my comments from last time, my overall general feeling is the architecture doesn't fit the guidelines. So I want to be consistent in that comment. However, it seems that you've gone to extraordinary efforts to study how the front part of your project impacts neighbors, which I think is commendable. There is no private right to a view. And so, in my mind, your solution that you presented today is acceptable to me. I think you've gone to a great deal of effort by flipping the entire house so that these elements are further away from this adjacent property line. So while my general sense is that the architecture doesn't meet the guidelines, I think you've done a terrific effort to try and solve that problem. And I think we should move on from that and get your project down the road.
All right, who wants to go to Commissioner Jordan?
I'd like to make some comments about neighborhood compatibility. When you enter Equestrian from Garden Street, you have that large U-shaped apartment building, which is very large. You have across the street that I believe it's a seniors center. Very large building, takes up quite a bit of that block. And along the street there, when you walk that street, you're just looking into their underground parking garage. So the first, and you have what's an ugly pink building on the site now. So if you start down Equestrian Street, this proposal would be the first time you begin to get a change. You begin to change from the scale, the size, mass, and bulk of what's on the corner to what's a more domestic scale further down the street. I see this very much as a transition building in terms of the neighborhood, and it is not a home. It's been presented to us as a mixed-use building, and we're told that's acceptable by the city here. So I see this building as actually making a contribution and marking the transition from one scale along Garden Street to a more domestic scale as you move down Equestrian. And I'm supportive of it in that sense. I also, more general comment, we're getting this problem more and more of dense, tall buildings in proximity to other buildings. Santa Barbara is moving, whether we like it or not, to be increasingly a dense city, particularly downtown. I'm not sure what, if any, controls we as an HLC can do to stop that, because there's all these various forces driving it. But I do understand that one of the problems of the direction Santa Barbara is going is that there will be conflicts with neighbors over things like views. And I do not feel we can say to these people, you lose your right to design your house the way you need it to be because it impacts something further down the street. I just don't believe we have the right to say that. So I'm supportive of what we're looking at today as a solution, as a good faith effort to solve that problem that is now built into building in Santa Barbara.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Butler.
I'll keep it really brief.
All right.
But yes, conflict, that's what this is all about. I will say thank you. You reduced the number of colors. Okay, I like that, that's better. Okay. I don't think it's in character of the neighborhood at all, but that's not what this is about. So I would support the project. No, it's not in character of the EPV. It's got, it's new, it's dynamic, it's very, very different. I feel personally you're trying to put too much into this building, even if it's mixed use. You've got commercial and residential and ADU. Come on. You're cramming a lot of stuff in this little tiny building, but that's your right and your benefit to do that. So, and again, I think the admonition from the chairman not to reverse engineer our previous decisions and thoughts, and the issue of use doesn't come under our governance. That's unfortunately not in our control. So I would support the project moving forward.
All right. Other thoughts, Vice Chair House?
Well, I'm really struggling because I hate to be in a position to say something that's going to make somebody mad at me. I do like to please everybody when I can, but the way I'm looking at this is the last time I said perhaps a program element needs to be removed in order to resolve this issue. And it is the applicant's choice to put a residence, an ADU, and a commercial space in here. It's not a mixed use, it's not an apartment building that we can't say you got to take this off, or, it's strictly neighborhood compatibility and size, bulk, and scale. And that many things in here is what's making this such a big project and making it hard to solve. So I still don't see that it's an impossibility to remove something in order to get that back. It just seems like there must be a way to do that, and it's going to come at the cost of something in your project, but that just seems to me the logical position.
Okay, other thoughts? Commissioner Ensberg?
I'll go, yeah. Yeah, this is something we're, of course, struggling with, but to me, it's about, just sort of good neighbor policy. I think, Mr. Shelton is one of the most creative architects we have here in Santa Barbara, and I just, we all really appreciate and love his work very much. I feel like, we all have different tastes, and we all have different opinions. Some people like stripes. Some people like solid.
Polka dots?
Yeah, some people like, very calm, soothing kinds of environments, and some people like really bold, strong, colors. Everybody has a different aesthetic that they like. And I think that, in your internal world, I think like your project, the Andaluz, for example, is, to me anyway, much more, even though there's a lot going on, it's much more simple on the outside, but then when you come through that gateway, it just explodes, and there's just all this great stuff inside. But it doesn't, it's more mysterious, and it's more not just putting it all out there at the very beginning. It's a little bit more of discovery. And I think there's a number of projects that I have seen of yours that are like that. So I think that, going with what Commissioner House was saying, I think that maybe just shrinking it down, maybe, see what you can do, just get it a little bit smaller, and then certainly you can have suggestions of the excitement on the exterior, but not have it be quite so, and especially up on the illustration that we were looking at before, from their patio looking over, it's a very strong personality. It's a very strong personality. So it makes it not possible for them to, it really competes with the mountain view. It's like you can't really see the mountain view because this other piece is so strong and so powerful as an art piece. That's why I was saying, well, maybe you could, keep the 2 barrel vaults. They seem to be good with that. And maybe find a way to drop and simplify that stair tower just so it's not quite such a strong art piece. And simplify it so that when the neighbors are over, they can just look over, and it's more simplified for them, and they don't feel like they're kind of a part of your world. Maybe their world is a little bit different, their aesthetic. So I just put that out there. I know if anybody can do this, you guys can. There's no doubt in my mind that could happen. So just maybe shrink it a bit and simplify. Don't reveal all your secrets at once. Let it be more of a discovery, that you see some simple stuff on the outside, and then you come in and it really goes off.
All right, Commissioner Lenvik?
Yeah, I appreciate your comments that we don't back up reverse the vehicle on this, in this situation. I think that we may have not had an opportunity to analyze closely the project that came before us originally from the standpoint of its scale. Number two, I think that the architect has really solved a problem to the greatest extent possible from the standpoint of trying to accommodate the neighbors. But the neighbors have bought a project, their own project, that, you know, is part of the problem. It's, if the two were designed together, that would have been solved, but they're not designed together. And, you know, a private view is not a right of theirs. So I think the architect has done, you know, a good job, and I'm prepared to suggest that we give this concept approval. Well, we can't take any action, but.
Yeah, so it would just be the comments.
Yeah.
So there, because there's no approval.
But I think, you know, we don't want him coming back again, you know, with a different scheme here, and the neighbors still aren't going to be happy. I think we've accepted.
Okay, Commissioner McClure, sorry. Did you have?
I was not here for the first review,
Okay,
so
gotcha.
I'm out. You know.
Okay, all right, and then Commissioner Drury, did you already make comments? I think.
Did I what?
Did you already make comments? Yeah. All right. Yes.
Although the last one was
It was a question, but it was.
Yeah, I was boring people with my questions. Well, it's very difficult to
Oh
tell.
yeah. Actually, was it a one-time concept review that he can participate in now? The last one was.
Was it a pre-application review?
Oh, thank you for the clarification. That was a formal conceptual review. It was not a pre-application
Oh, I
consultation.
can't comment.
So if you weren't here,
If you weren't here,
Was I?
or if you didn't review the minutes, if you did not review the tape and review the plans, then you're
Was I
limited to
here? I
questions.
think you were here.
I was here for,
Yeah, you were here. I think it was Commissioner McClure that was not yet in yet, and yeah, Commissioner, and it was Commissioner Manuel before. And then did you review the tapes?
No, I did not.
Okay, so no comments to you. So Commissioner Drury, if you have any comments.
My comment is, I have one comment. First of all, because Mr. Shelton is not just an architect, he's an artist. And being a painter myself, I really don't like being told what to do or how to do it. I think it's a question of neighborhood compatibility, and not just physical neighbors, but the spaces themselves, and mass, bulk, and scale. And I think it still feels too big for that street. So and I know that you architects have a way of manipulating space that's just wondrous to me sometimes. Sometimes not, but but most of the time, I mean, it's really a magical thing that can be done with volume and shape and shadow. So I would probably vote to not support it on this iteration. Hopefully it'll come back and it'll be slightly smaller. And I think Commissioner Ensberg's idea that you have a less active surface on the outside and you go into an explosion of Shelton-esque colors. I think that's a good way to go. But as it stands right now, I will not support the project.
Okay, so I think that leaves me for comments. So as a part of my comments, I wanted to clarify from what comments that the member of the public, the neighbor, quoted us as the board as commissioners as saying size, bulk, and scale is being exacerbated by so many elements. It's too colorful, too busy, too much. Doesn't fit within the neighborhood. Doesn't fit in our sort of more traditional Spanish-style architecture. Possibly involves removing an element, and I don't know if we can suggest an ADU be removed. Doesn't fit within the historic district or follow guidelines. In my mind, all those, if I remember correctly, some of those which were I was saying, but some other commissioners are saying as well, and to tie to Commissioner Ensberg's point, I think, and to Commissioner Uli's as well, most of those, if not all, were directed at color and EPV guidelines for calmness and or how much stuff, and which we've covered before with Mr. Shelton in the past as well, of sort of dialing things down notches, and especially on the front of it. And that was directed, and at least one of my comments was directed on that because of the public aspect of it, and then having the party in the back more. And as sort of that was our key part of our, at least some of my comments, but also others' comments. And so, yeah, so I was actually going to ask you to pull up the elevations of the previous and the current, if we can kind of look at the front elevation in particular, because I think that was where a lot of the comments were being directed at in terms of the compatibility of with the EPV guidelines and color and that. And I know that you've grayed out the concept one, and so then looking at this, I see less colors, that's true, and I think it's gone from like an 11 to like a, 10 maybe.
975.
I know. For you, it might be an 8, but for everyone else, I see it as, and I know this still being on 2, it's still stronger, but there are definitely more stronger purples and pinks and other colors. I still think, all that being said, I still think, and this ties to comments that Commissioner Ensberg was saying, and maybe the pomegranate, or maybe it can be done with either shape or color, but toning things down even more and I think the pinks, and for me, the neon pink is, and I'm sure it's not neon pink, but whatever it's looking like between fuchsia and fuchsia and fuchsia, is sort of jumping out as the most visually jarring in terms of non-EPV color, and so. No side conversations, please.
Yeah.
So I think toning that down is a color material thing a bit more, and we're not even giving design approval right now. So I think that can still be a standing comment, appreciating with some tone, noticing and appreciating that you've dialed it down somewhat, but it needs to still, in my mind, keep dialing down in terms of those color and the exuberance of the front, at least, especially. I think that. Like others have said, but maybe not all, that the neighbor relation and the study for that has been extraordinary. Looking at the concept one, that is a move in my mind that is taking advantage of is blocking the neighbor's view of the mountains completely almost, or that particular view, and looking at it yourself, which, maybe the next neighbor will do the same thing to you. So reversing it is actually at least partly solving that problem, and being very sensitive to it. So I very much appreciate, and like the other commissioners have said, some of the other commissioners said, because of the private views are not protected, this is actually this is a concession to the neighbor and does a nice thing to the neighbor. Doesn't give them as much as they want, but it definitely gives you less of what you had, which was a mountain view, and is I see a very good way of trying to work with the neighbor and still have a pleasant space for yourself. So I'm very supportive of that. The mass, bulk, and scale, I think we covered at least enough in our previous comments that I don't want to go back, except for maybe in minor ways of a tower or things, minor elements. But I think that it does transition, as Commissioner Jordan was saying, it does actually act as a middle hinge between the smaller and the larger. And I think that it successfully does it with a lot of jogs as well, so it still stays in the massing of a residential, although it is a dense residential. So that's where I'm kind of landing in terms of that. I think it's in general a very supportable project in the current mass bulk scale, but I do think the refinements of the details in that need to calm down. Try to dial it to like 1, and then you might end up with a 7, which is more supportable on this end for me. So I think that is still where it's in the detail and the materiality that I think that at least in the front that it would be for me to be supportable. So as it is right now with the color and the detail, I'm not in support of that aspect of it yet, but in terms of the massing and this new design shift, I think it's a very clever way of giving the neighbor something without losing everything on your part. So that's where I'm kind of landing on it. But I do, yeah. So with that, so any other discussion?
That's why you're the chairperson, we're not.
No, I just get to go last, so I get to listen to all the smart stuff and just agree with what I want. So I don't know how you all feel about those, that kind of, I'm trying to kind of combine a lot of the comments. We're not in all agreement here. I think you hear that.
I can go forward with all that.
Okay.
I think I see what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to try to summarize these comments, and then we can maybe add or subtract as the commission is feeling, at least to try to give a little bit more input based on this shifted design.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I just have one comment because it wasn't discussed by the commission. You've commented about size, bulk, and scale, and previously about the setback encroachments, but I didn't see a comment about the open yard space. So just to clarify, the requirement, since this is a mixed-use building,
And
not
can we go to the,
strictly the site
plan?
plan
Yes.
or the first level floor plan is fine.
It's up here somewhere.
So the requirement for this project, rather than if this was strictly residential, is to provide 15% at grade. They are providing 15% at grade in 2 locations, both that meet the minimum dimensions of 10 by 10. However, they aren't contiguous with the residential unit. The way that you have to access it, you'll see it's primarily in the center of the commercial space, and then the back open yard is also abutted by the commercial space rather than directly access to the residential unit. The applicant is also providing a number of decks on the various floors, so they're providing more than the required private open yard. So again, just any comments as to that, if that's supportable by the commission, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
So just to confirm, the upper decks that we see here on the 3rd floor would at least some of them would meet the requirement for open space, but it's not on the ground floor, so it doesn't meet the requirement?
There's two requirements for open yard because this is mixed use. So the requirements are that you have to provide private open yard for the residential unit. That's only, I believe, 96 square feet. They're providing more than that on the multiple decks. And then at grade, they're required to provide 15%. They are providing 15%. However, that area isn't directly contiguous with the residential unit. It's used for access and egress. It's also directly accessed by the commercial space, not strictly the residential unit. So that's really what the issue is.
Got it. Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. And everyone else is?
Yeah.
Are we feeling okay with that? Okay. Open yard. Okay. And that's a modification?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, as you go through the comments, I would encourage you to go through them without interruption, and then at the end, if anyone has any discussion, they can put
Okay.
their input at that
I would
point.
encourage me to do that too. All right, so let's give a shot at these. Okay, so in all, we would like to thank you for, thank the applicant for continuing to work with the neighbor and for really trying hard to, as a redesign or a shifted design, to get this to work so that the neighbor has some of their view still. So we appreciate that. In all, we feel that this is a very talented design, and then with the following comments. So the first, HLC understands and knows that private views are not protected, but then still appreciates that you have gone the additional distance to, or the additional effort to work with the neighbor to try to, and with story poles, and to try to really understand how your building might adjust to the neighbor. That being said, we also understand that the current situation with the neighbor's building being built to pretty much to the lot line has created an additional difficult hurdle for this, for the applicant to work with. All right, regarding the neighborhood compatibility, as we have said before, we're finding that it is compatible, at least in mass, bulk, and scale. And while it's a large building, and some commissioners feel that it should be reduced at least somewhat in size, a number of commissioners, and I'm going to say, and we'll see, we can talk about this afterwards if the majority, but at least the majority of the commissioners feel that the current mass, bulk, and scale as designed is compatible and acts as a transition from the larger buildings of the neighborhood to the smaller residential buildings of the neighborhood. So, regarding the fitting into EPV guidelines for color and materials, we ask that while we appreciate the reduction of some colors and materials, we still think it needs to go an additional step to greatly reduce, especially on the front, the strong, bright and strong colors, and that will also help it be more compatible with both the neighborhood and EPV. Let's see. A suggestion was made to study the pomegranate tower, either in color or shape or both, to provide both a common, because since it is now a close element to the street, to be less excited, shall we say, and also as part of being within the neighbor's view as something that they're going to be intimately looking at.
Less exuberant?
Less exuberant, yes. Regarding the open yard modification, the commission is in support of the open yard modification. Let's see, I think those are all the ones I had written down. Anything to add or subtract that we may want to discuss?
Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
Maybe we need to do a straw vote or something about the size, bulk, and scale. I think there were a number of us who felt like the size, bulk, and scale, like it should be smaller. Maybe we need to do that. And
Okay, so
you
So
said size, bulk, and scale was okay. You just said.
Yeah, so and that was based both on, well, two things. I said that size, bulk, and scale is okay per our previous comments, because we literally said size, bulk, and scale was okay. But that at least two commissioners felt that the size could come down, and especially in particular elements like the tower, could come down, and that would be helpful or recommended. Now, I wanted to check that with everyone and make sure that everyone's, and if we're going to say, the size, bulk, and scale is not okay, we need to give reason and hopefully new reason for why we feel differently now than what we did the last time we said that.
I
So,
think it's okay, personally.
Well,
overall,
I can.
I know you felt
yeah.
it should come down a little more, at least, or reduce in size. And the Vice Chair House was also concerned, and
I have an issue with one particular building element, and so I don't really have a problem with the overall mass, bulk, and scale. You know, it's just, if the mass, bulk, and scale got reduced, it could benefit that one area that I have a problem with, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all tied together, so it's all how you put the whole package together, But, and there's a number of things that can be done to help make it feel less big. So, yeah, but right now, it isn't feeling like that, at least to me, and maybe I'm in the minority. And then the other, I just wanted to make a clarification.
So let's
Go
get
ahead.
that first. Yeah, let's tackle that one. So let's do a straw vote, and let's see, just on the general thing. Now, it could still be tweakings of little elements, but we're talking overall this mass, bulk, scale. And noting that it's a reduction of 100 and some feet from last time, square footage, in terms of the overall square footage has actually come down a little bit, although it's reshifted. So it's a different formation, but it's a slightly smaller mass, total mass. Given that, are we, straw vote, please, on whether, who's still supportive of this mass, bulk, and scale? Straw vote?
Who are supportive?
All right.
That think it's okay.
Yeah, I think it's okay, as currently shown, as a current configuration, I think it's okay. Overall, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we're at 6-3 right now.
More about neighborhood compatibility and mass, bulk, and scale.
Okay, and so the neighborhood compatibility, we had separated out to some degree because at least some commissioners, including myself, and actually at least enough, are still finding the fact that it's not EPV color and detailing not as compatible as well with both the neighborhood and EPV guidelines. So that was kind of lumped together.
I think that the term detailing is critical. If the architect was to make this facade a lot simpler, then it would be a lot more acceptable to a lot of us. And it's not like it's his building down on Laguna Street or Garden Street, or whatever, which are beautiful buildings there. We are now in the core of the city. We're in the, between De La Guerra and the county courthouse, we're in the core of the city, and we've got to accept some variety in the kind of architecture, but we also have to be respectful for what's there. So
More
it's gotta be-
uppity.
It's got to be made simpler.
More uppity.
Put that down.
Okay. Okay, so I think we have at least the mass bulk scale straw vote done. So we can say a majority are mass bulk scale. So then what was the next one that you wanted to?
Yeah, and I would agree with that. I think that, as I was saying, it's all together, one. So, yes. The other thing I wanted to just comment on is that, we keep talking about the view and that the view is not protected to the mountains. That is true. I still think we're looking at the view. The view is everything about the building. It's what you're looking at. It's the aesthetic of the building. And whether it's blocking a view or not blocking a view, it's that aesthetic is what we're looking at. So I think that it's important to, keep that in mind.
Yeah, and so I think that's where things tied, because the tower, the Pomegranate Tower as example, is both seeing the main public view from the sidewalk and also a view from the neighbor staring straight in the face. So I think it is one and the same in terms of that element affecting. There's elements in the back that are alongside the blank wall that have zero impact to the neighbor, but might have impact from the side to for others.
Right, and so to just say, like, if, for example, there was a big white wall on the other side, the mountain view, like say you didn't have any mountain view at all, and there was a big white wall over there, you still would want to be considerate of the neighbor, of what they're seeing of your property.
And we want the neighbor to be considerate and the overall design, but the view of the neighbor from their eyes to the mountain is not, that part is not the protected part, but the aesthetics of the building are the, are
That's
under
my
control.
distinction that
Yeah.
I'm trying to clarify.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and,
I keep drawing sketches of big hatchets.
all
Mr.
right,
Chair,
we're gonna just
Mr.
keep
Chair,
moving. Okay.
we've discussed
Yeah.
the view
I-
and the legal issues of the view, and I think it's time to move on.
Yeah,
It's
I agree.
clear what the legal position about view is. It's also clear they've made this architect has made an effort to accommodate neighbors. It's time to move on.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so we've got our comments, we've got everything worked out, right? Okay, so we're gonna look for a motion to continue indefinitely with those comments.
I'll
So
move to. Second.
All right, Vice Chair House made the motion, second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion, any discussion?
Can I just clarify, is this continuing indefinitely to the staff hearing officer or continuing indefinitely back to the Historic Landmarks
So
Commission?
they're looking for modifications from the staff hearing officer.
I think we can move
As-
forward to the staff hearing
I
officer.
like that, yes.
Okay, so that makes sense, because we at least addressed the modifications.
Right.
Okay.
The seconder.
Okay
agrees.
with it? Okay,
Moving
great.
on.
All right. So with that, can we have a roll call vote, please?
I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Dorden,
Yes,
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
I abstain.
thank you, and Vice Chair House?
Yes.
And Chair Grunbein.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right,
I think you should inform the applicant that we cannot devote this kind of time to his projects in the future.
yeah.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
I agree,
To
and
spend 2 hours or whatever on one project.
yes. Commissioner Levick.
We'll have all fixed next time.
All right, and thank you. We appreciate it, and, all right, and we are on for the last item. And I apologize for the long meeting, and we'll plug through.
And I'm guessing at this point, nobody guessed the correct adjournment time.
Yeah.
Or,
Item 7, and it's going to be after 7.
yeah.
We all
Okay.
lost the pool on that.
So, all right, so welcome, while we keep going.
While she's setting up, I'm going to just introduce myself, Brian
Yep.
Cornell.
Please introduce yourselves for the record. This is 301 East Yananali Street. It's the EPV. Let's see, 45,000 square foot, two-story non-residential buildings, outdoor decks and dining patios, 190 parking spaces, including 11 accessible and 27 bike parking. The development is a mix of 1- and 2-story buildings with below-grade parking structure. 3-acre property is located in appealable jurisdiction of the coastal zone, with a coastal land use designation of industrial. The property is currently being operated as an open yard and contractor supply and storage company. Grading will comprise approximately 16,000 cubic yards of cut, 2,500 cubic yards of fill, and 13,500 cubic yards to be exported. No final appealable action will take place in the meeting. Project compatibility findings will be required for project design approval. Project was last reviewed April 12th, 2023. So with that, if we can go to, and I'm not seeing anything from staff, so let's go to the,
I'm sorry, I do have a couple of staff comments. Kelly Brodesson, who is the case planner for the project, couldn't be here, so I just wanted to make some announcements for her. Your direction forward today would be either to continue to the Planning Commission or continue indefinitely back to the HLC. If you feel that the project is ready to go to the Planning Commission, if you can please comment on whether or not you feel the two modifications are supportable, one interior setback modification along the freeway and one front setback modification along Yananali.
okay?
Thank you.
I'll move that we continue the project to Planning Commission and adjourn.
All right,
I'm Dana
All right.
Bauer from Elysian Landscapes.
all right.
Matthew Chow, and you already introduced yourself.
Joey Miller.
So I do want to make a pitch here, since you all have had a long meeting. We have revised this, and we'll show you how quickly. But we really would like to be continued to the Planning Commission, because I don't think there are size, bulk, scale issues. Really, the issue is going to be architecture here, and we're going to spend a lot of time with you in the future after we go to Planning Commission and get this approved to proceed. I want to explain what the modifications are right off so that we understand. If Matthew, if you'll go to that section. The modification, believe it or not, is because our underground parking garage is in the front yard setback, even though it is completely underground. So, yeah, that shows in this section, if we can blow that up right there, Matthew, so that you understand what that condition is. So you can see where that garage is, and because it's basically within that 20 feet. So I think that's a reasonable request. And the other mod is for the front yard setback essentially off of the back of the site plan. So if you go to the site plan, that also I think is fairly simple because of the fact that that is facing onto the freeway. So that's basically the setback for those parking spaces that are along the on-ramp. So that's what you would need to recommend to the Planning Commission. Okay, so let's just look at the raw renderings, the unlandscaped renderings, if Dana will excuse me. And if we can, I think it would be really helpful, Matthew, to go to the old version of this, and we can just go through these so that you can kind of see what's happened. So that's what we were looking at before, naked and raw, and this is what we're looking at now. So we've significantly changed that frontage. We've kind of elevated those arch elements in front. We've modified, switched back to the old one. We've modified that front portion, kind of lost those slot windows, reduced the distance of the arcade, et cetera. So that is the first view.
Oh, and
Yeah.
actually, I forgot, do we have the comments from last time? I forgot we did not. Go
Yes,
over that.
one
We
moment.
can pause the time and we can go over those. Okay, sorry. Okay,
You're
so.
gonna torture us with
yes,
that.
I am.
Yeah.
And then, all right.
Part of
So,
the torture.
in general, the commission is in support of the mass, bulk, and scale of the project, and the project is very favorable. Do you want me to stop there?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, it goes on.
Oh, there's
Develop the details so it stays more within Spanish colonial revival palette. Study adjusting the massing with some selectively designated taller elements to break up the overall low character of the massing and to give focal points. 4, the narrative presented is appreciated. It's helpful in understanding the project. 5, the planting will be important and should be carefully considered while also allowing the architecture to stand on its own. The landscape should be as powerful as the building, and the commission encourages a unique and dramatic landscape design. 6, study the longevity of the planting selections. 7, study examples such as Meridian Studios as a source of inspiration. On the images board, study the top left image, middle left image, bottom right image, middle right image, and middle second to the left image.
I moved them around, by the way.
Oh, no.
Did not. No, I didn't.
Okay. All right. Provide the details on the elevations and future renderings, including window variations as a way of helping the severity of the current elevations. Study the shadow play within the site and design. 10, the arrangement of the site is appreciated and well done. 11, there should be an identifiable attitude and quirkiness. The project is a gateway to the El Pueblo Viejo Landmarks District in the Funk Zone and should be tying both together. 12, the commission appreciates the paving material study, continue to study simplifying it, possibly by arranging it differently without cross-skewing as much. 13, the commission recognizes this project is unlike most properties within El Pueblo Viejo and has a much stronger attachment to the Funk Zone. It is a unique opportunity to bridge the gap between the Spanish Mediterranean traditions and the Funk Zone. 14, the commission appreciates the sensitivity to the mountain view as the site has a more prominent public view than other EPV locations. Uli House, 700, Dordan and McClure were absent. Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, I reviewed the video.
Okay, and Commissioner McClure?
I was here for the first one, and I think I missed the second.
Okay.
No, we've only had
We only have
Oh,
one.
then I was
Okay.
here.
Okay, great. So there may have been.
If I can just clarify, pardon me, Mr. Chair, Mr. McClure was absent, but he did provide comments prior to the hearing, which is why we have some comments on landscaping. But I don't know if you reviewed the tape or the meeting. If you did not, then you'll just have to abstain from today.
No, I did. I guess I didn't remember,
Okay.
but yeah, I did.
Perfect,
Maybe you
thank
did it with goggles on, so you was like real 3D. Okay, all right, back to the
so we'll
regularly
keep going.
scheduled program.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're going to keep looking at the naked architecture without the landscaping as far as understanding the changes we've made. So Matthew, if you'll circle that little, you can see that 1-2-story element there is what we've completely modified as well as extending or shortening the arches. So go back to where we are now. I think this is much better. You can get a peak of a tower change there, which still needs work, but that's the direction we're going. Next image. So that's where we were as far as that entry courtyard, and then where we are today. So what we've really done is just raised that element, and we've provided we've reduced some of the openings there just to provide a backdrop for the landscape at this entry element. We've also created a little courtyard space that is not going to have handrail or guardrails like that, apologize, but off to the left. Next slide. Not much change here. That is that arch entrance. This was the courtyard prior and a new tower element. This is the second view or second entrance from Yananali. So we've added this circular element here and just modified that. And you can also see beyond there, we've kind of created these arch elements with some detailing at the top. Back hasn't changed a lot. This is the ballet entrance, but it has modified a little bit. You can see that. We've kind of modified the massing a little bit. So let's, with that basic look, we can look at the elevations, but I think I'd rather turn it over to Dana to talk about the landscaping. Let's go to her plan, and then we can look at her renders, and I'll let you direct Matthew. Danny, you're up.
All right, great. So we're excited to continue developing in a direction of more dramatic and sculptural planting, kind of more eccentricity, and a landscape that was very unexpected. I think you'll see in the renderings when we get there that we added a lot of more kind of graphic plants. We looked at Meridian Studios, and we're excited to add also more vines and flowering vines. And I think the biggest change that we produced for this next iteration is actually where the Palm Court was. We are now showing a cactus garden as a kind of strolling garden, as a really incredible landscape for this project, unexpected, sculptural, and extremely dramatic, a kind of destination in itself. And so you'll see that also in the rendering that's at the center. Other than that, we also took the comment, especially after adding that, of kind of having less articulation in the hardscape and having that be a simpler expanse of material of the stone. And then the cactus garden then is sort of a more special place within that with the articulation of the hardscape.
So you have her renderings?
Yeah.
So just starting off here, you can kind of just see the beginning of the changes at the pedestrian entry there, and then we have what is, so the idea with the project, just as a, to remember all of this, was that we're looking at 4 different habitats that are kind of the different edges of the project. So of course we have the freshwater marsh, and then we have a coastal meadow, we have an oak woodland kind of closer to the freeway, and then we're using a Mediterranean palette, which is really affiliated with the architecture. And so what we have is a kind of more cultivated landscape and planting, sort of more adjacent to the building, and then as we move outward toward the street, toward the sidewalk, we have more native habitats. So one thing here was that we also took the comment, we looked more closely at the species, and so we moved a lot of the native plants into larger planting areas where they would be protected from any kind of pedestrian circulation or traffic. And we looked really closely at subspecies, so we know with the Ceanothus and also the Heuchera that we changed them so that they would be appropriate for the setting. Okay, next one. So here you can see the entry. So we added more sculptural plants, more dramatic, more color. There's the Solandra maxima, the vine on that far wall, which is now kind of overtaking the wall now that we have that space, that canvas of the stucco. And we also are showing a kind of unusual mix of sculptural and graphic plants, which on the right, we're transitioning from the coastal meadow to the Mediterranean plants as we get toward the archway and more the interior courtyards of the project. Here is a close-up moving closer in, and so this is showing 2 things. One, which is that we have the expansive hardscape, which is uninterrupted, the natural material, and less change there. And then we're also adding, because we lost the openings also on the right in terms of the architecture, so we're now using that as another canvas, and we're doing also sculptural pots, which are sort of monochromatic together with the building finish as well as the hardscape. And we were able to get more trees in to enable that kind of courtyard to feel more enclosed up at the top of those steps. Here's the cactus garden. So looking, and so this is you're entering, looking now toward where you would arrive from the parking. So we're looking sort of toward the valet parking or the stairs down to there. And here we're just looking at a variety of species of really sculptural plants. We're always looking at and inspired by Lotus Land, but especially here, it just felt like a fun opportunity to really look even more closely at that garden. And we also made an adjustment, so we don't have soil depth always where the arches are, but we were trying to sort of soften those relationships and create vines that would grow kind of up onto the building surface and even across the arches. So we're using pots and vines that will succeed in pots to be able to achieve that. This, here is Yannon Alley, that second entrance that Brian mentioned, and here we are transitioning from the coastal meadow to the freshwater marsh because we're closer to the creek. And we wanted very much that each entrance would feel different in terms of the plant culture and the environment created. So in a way, the landscape would provide that sort of first layer of experience or another layer of identity for the project. So this does feel quite different to the pedestrian entrance and also to the valet entrance. The valet entrance, we're seeing the turnaround, and we're seeing in the foreground the island, the kind of median where the cars roll around. We have, and then here we're using more oak woodland, which is very much in line with the existing trees at this border of the property. And we have different coloration in both the foliage and the flora here, and a very kind of grand entrance procession arriving up to the cactus garden, which you can just see sort of centered in that arch in the distance.
So I think that, yeah, with those views, you can kind of see that Dana's doing a good job of covering up this architecture, but that's a good thing. I mean, we really want it to be a backdrop. Matthew, go real quickly to your sheet on the storefronts. One of the things that I know we're going to need to work with you on after we get through Planning Commission is just the individual fenestrations within this courtyard, the storefronts. And so Matthew put together this little image just to kind of give you an idea of the direction we're going, so that there really is a lot of different things that are happening. And obviously this is going to also be a function of, as Joey curates who these tenants are and the kind of frontages that they want, you know, that will inform this project. So I think that we know there's a lot of work to do with the architecture, but, you know, fundamentally, we really want the architecture to just be simple and to be a backdrop for this. I'm going to close with just looking at our photo sims, just so that we can all feel rest assured relative to the mountain view issue that the Planning Commission, I'm sure, you know, you've already commented on, but these are the before and after, or the current design in terms of before and after as far as the overall massing of the project. And then these are the freeway views as well. So, Joey, I don't know if you want to make any comments. I know these guys are tired and would-
Nothing. Oh, no, we've been drinking coffee.
Everything was no, I didn't realize there were snacks.
We're ready to go to 11.
No, I
Sugar and caffeine.
I need alcohol.
I was gonna say, got happy. No, I frankly am just very appreciative of everyone in our group, and everyone's been working hard. I thought, I speak for my partner who couldn't be here tonight. We left last meeting. We said, God, thank God. It's the first time I've ever done it at a public meeting. We said, thank God we came to that meeting. They're great comments. It's making the project better, and we're appreciative of it. And I wouldn't just say that. I believe this is a much better project than we first came with, and we're excited to move on to the next steps and keep working on it together.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, so does that complete your project? All right. Well, that might be the first time I've ever seen you finish over a minute early, Brian.
Wow.
Nice.
Say never.
All right. Yeah, it's going fast. Okay, so now let's open the open public comment. Anyone in the room wishing to comment on this? All right, seeing none, to virtual public comment.
Thank you, Chair Grubbine. Turning to virtual, if anyone joining via Zoom would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you.
They've all gone to bed.
Not seeing any
All
raised
one of
hands. And we did not receive any written correspondence, so back to the commission. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, to the commission for questions. Any questions?
No questions.
No question.
I have a,
Questions, Commissioner Jordan?
yes. I understand that a concept review, it's very preliminary, and there's a lot of details to be worked out. But I have a question. What I'm looking for in a concept review is a basic design strategy for the project, which can often be done by a site plan and simple massing studies. this particular project, when I look at the plans and its restaurants and its retails, it raises the issue for me of signage. And I don't see a strategy for how you're going to handle that. So I'd like you to talk about that and maybe be thinking down the road when you come back to have something about that, because I can't imagine that you're going to fill this up with people who say, no, I don't need to put a sign up. So, how are you going to deal with that?
No, it's a great question. And to us, it's something we think about all the time, because the truth is you could have this beautiful building and it gets totally mucked up with and changed with signage. We'll have very strict signage criteria. I'm a little embarrassed to say that I'm not sure when in the process we'll present it, but frankly, it's in my head already. I mean, we're thinking a lot about it. We're looking at precedent signage maybe in a more monochromatic fashion. Frankly, there's a lot of very pretty precedents, actually at our other project, the Post, in closer to the Montecito side, of actually like painted on stucco, that you see a lot of really nice things. I don't have the answer now, but it's
Yeah, and I don't expect,
but it's
like I said,
massively
down the
important.
road, it will
Massively
be
important.
a question that I'll want answered.
It's hugely important, and there'll be strict signage criteria, which we have at all of our projects. This one in particular, I think, is very important. So I agree, and we'll work on it.
And just so you know, this commission doesn't review the signage, but it is helpful for us to kind of see it, so it gives us
There's all
a
kinds of things we
contextual.
don't review that we still review.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we specialize in that.
Bring it on.
We specialize on that. Okay, Commissioner Ensberg, do you have a question?
Yes, just about that kind of tying into what Commissioner Dordan was saying. That I understand that you're going to be adding some other elements. There'll be but I don't want to make an assumption. So is there going to be, maybe some kind of tile detailing around any of these arches? Are you thinking in terms of anything like that? Or maybe we have some incredible murals, art in this town that you could have, like some of these big walls you have could have some amazing art pieces there. And so just kind of helpful to hear your thoughts about, we're thinking about something like that, or, I think the landscaping you've discussed well and described that. So just because we're looking at this background building, that if we could understand some of the kind of the direction you're going with regard to that kind of decorative detailing, just understand that
Yeah,
a little bit.
I hate to say it, because, well, first of all, look, we got to develop it and see. But my instinct is frankly, and it's probably the wrong answer, but it is the real answer, is that I actually see devoting a lot of attention and design time to that sort of Lotus Land, Yves Saint Laurent and Morocco cactus moment as a real important, similar to the Dunlop piece that we talked about previous. It's but I don't like having too many of those moments. Like if you told me, hey, let's put up murals, and it's I think that it's only about 40 or 50,000 feet on 2 stories. It's not a big project. And to have one moment of really, I believe that if we get the cactus moment right, it could be something that people come just specifically to visit. And I would say that my thinking on design is that everything else will be slightly restrained in terms of murals, very intricate tile work, etc., and let the landscaping sort of grow. But like I said, it might be the wrong answer, but it's
No,
how
that's helpful.
that's my thinking
That's
on
very
it.
helpful, and maybe the signage, like you said,
Signage is going to be restrained. It has to
Unlike
be.
the last project you saw, I'm not seeing a lot of color. I
Well,
really
maybe
don't.
you could get a little bit from that other project.
I think there's a lot of work to be done for this tower element and how that's ultimately detailed. We have some chevron detailing, and as we talked about, I think the storefronts, I think it's very possible that we do, some tile here and there, but.
Jeff might have some extra after we do
No, that door.
The alley, I could go.
See the door on the left,
may
the
I
residential
suggest
door?
something?
If I had to bet, that has a molding. and
May I
I use
suggest
the
something?
example
Plaster
of,
molding.
Yeah, so when we talk about this
Can you
project,
zoom in actually to the
Yeah,
inspiration
I don't
image?
actually know if that image will have it, but
It probably does.
because
Yeah,
it
it's-
probably does. I talk about that a lot, which is what you see is actually quite intricate and ornate detailing, but it's not in 7 colors. It's you kind of have to get closer to appreciate the depth. And what it does is it gives you shadow, it gives you interest without taking away. I mean, that image to me is spectacular, everything about it.
Mr. Chair.
Like, it's
Mr.
like-
Chair.
it's
Commissioner
just
Drury.
Yeah, may I
perfect,
suggest
perfect.
something for the project in general? There's a book called Matisse in Morocco. And that's all you need to look at. That'll give you ideas about shadow planes, it'll give you ideas about different values of in the white and then the pale turquoise. And I mean, that's just an idea and live in all that, those angles, because I love the fact that it's round, it's got this circular feel to it, but there's these angles as well, and yeah, it's gonna be good look.
So,
Matisse in
Matisse in
Morocco.
Morocco.
When he went to Morocco, he just exploded. I mean, just like.
Question I'll throw in as we get through this, and then we can get into comments. So question regarding, can you go to the image with the arcades? There's a high arcade, low arcade rendering, yeah.
Just go to one of those first.
And I guess I first wanted to also to get ready to jump to the site plan or somewhere to show what that looks like in floor plan.
Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah. So where are those arcades in floor plan or site plan? Site plan would be even better, but.
Yeah, just for our site plan.
So that's along Ann Alley here.
Go ahead and zoom in a little bit.
Right there.
Ah, got it, okay, perfect.
And so, so that taller element with the 3 arches, Matthew, if you'll kind of circle that at the entrance, right,
Yeah.
that. So that's the piece that we raised up,
Okay,
so that we
so,
broke that continuous arcade feel.
okay, so what was that?
Before, well, we can show.
No, not before previous design. What was that in your narrative of this was a,
Oh,
you know, this
kind of
was an
Irving-
industrial
Irving
shipping
Hill, yeah,
or
kind
this?
of this simple industrial, continuation of arcade, yeah. And you're saying, what is it now?
Yeah, like what, so part of what I'm trying to piece together is now you've changed heights, you're changing things. Repeated elements make sense as part of what the story was, right? So this is a rehabbed, fish market or whatever it was, right? So that's the story. So part of these elements, and the same question is going to be for the tower, right? What is that tower? How is that what did the fish market use that tower for? And it probably doesn't want to look like that because that doesn't look like a fish market tower. Or whatever it is. I think your part of your story, it's a little bit of a loaded question, but the questions are going to be what are all these pieces and elements? What were they? Are they additions? Are they something else? And how do they fit into your story? And I don't know if you've had any of that development in it, the sort of turret element as well, or the tower.
It's a really good question, frankly. After our meeting, when we taled about it, Joyce said, to hell with the story, let's just have fun with it.
I have an answer that is again an honest answer. Is that like the idea? Forget about the like the literal piece of what's this like. Was that we used to build industrial buildings with flair. If you look at all the orange packing facilities as you get further inland, so I don't think it's as like literal as each piece and how did it come together, which I wish I had a good answer for, but it's more the spirit of like a functional building that was built, like, does any industrial building need a sort of like row of arcade and a portico to shield you from the sun? Like probably not, but there was a time when we used to build like that because it was nice. And it's more in that spirit in my mind of just a little bit of, quality. I don't know the right word in a building that would otherwise be more industrial.
Okay.
So it's not,
My phrase would be for the sake of gracious living.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Okay. All right, any other questions before we go into comments?
I have a question, just out of curiosity. How are you handling delivery?
Delivery of goods.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so.
Restaurant, underwear, whatever.
Yeah, no, it's a very important question. No, we think about it all the time. So so everything comes in at this point on small trucks. Like even a lot of grocery store deliveries are not even on the 18-wheelers anymore. So what'll happen is that, 3 times a day, we'll tell the trucks that they have to come in down the private road and stop before the porte cochere. They won't, and we'll have specific loading, and we'll try and get the drivers used to it. We just own a bunch of this stuff, so you're always fighting this. What they'll do is they will roll up, they will come to the porte cochere, the valets will say, no, keep going. They'll go another 5 feet, and they'll stop, see where those handicap spots are, so sort of right short of there. They'll come out, and they'll deliver their goods by push cart, and there's a ramp that'll take them there. They'll come in the front door.
Whatever.
I've thought about it a lot, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's just,
Sorry.
All right, there we go.
I can tell you about Uber drivers and too, I'm sorry.
All right, any other questions? All right, let's roll into comments.
the impression I get in your renderings, Brian, is that these are arcades along the front of the buildings, but they're not arcades. They're simply arched openings with windows in them. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's a.
Or the perspectives.
Perspective.
And you got these deep shadows in there, and how deep are they in reality? I mean, is that an arcade or are those windows?
Those are windows.
Yeah.
It was we had extended it previously where it became an arcade. It was
Yeah.
windows and then it became an arcade. But now, at this point, yeah, it is not a covered arcade.
Corners are covered.
Oh, the corner structure is, yes, I understand that. But
Those have to be deep. I mean, those right there,
Yeah.
I think we show them as 18 inches, don't we, in the plan?
I think 18 inches.
So that depth is going to be important.
Okay.
it is deceptive. The rendering is
Yeah,
deceptive.
it looks like it was, actually, I thought until you zoomed in, now it makes sense, I can see it, but, yeah, it looks like it, from further out, it looks like it's actually an arcade that you walk through. Okay, any other questions before we go into comments? Okay, so as we do comments, let's make sure that we are answering whether we feel like the interior setback, let's just knock this one out right now, actually, these two modifications. Interior setback, is everyone, I think it's going to be obviously acceptable, so if you're against that, then you don't believe in any modifications. And then, the setback on the front setback and that's to the freeway side?
It's on the
Acceptable.
Oh, yeah, on the alley side, okay. And
Well,
is
there
everyone
is one
okay?
on the freeway side also.
Or is everyone okay with both of them? Seeming like obvious? Okay, great. That seems like an easy one. Okay, so we got that out of the way. So then, they're wanting to go on to Planning Commission. Mass, bulk, and scale, we had said last time was generally acceptable. Things have changed a little bit, but not a lot in terms of mass, bulk, and scale. I guess that's the next one. Are we, in general, favorable in terms of the mass, bulk, and scale?
Yes.
Yes.
Question or comment?
Enough to go on to Planning
Yeah,
Commission,
and,
as opposed, and it's still going to come back to us for design.
Well, the applicant said when we first started that, they wanted to go to Planning Commission and that they were totally, this is what I heard, that they were happy to discuss in much more detail all of this other stuff. And I'm wondering if, talking about arches, arcades, how big the tower, et cetera, we can get into more minutia of that. I'm wondering if we could set that aside and just move this forward right now for Planning Commission, and then knowing that we will want to talk about it when we're not all, when it's not separate.
Yeah, and maybe we talk in very brief generality of some, not specifics of like this elevation or that, but just sort of generally where we kind of want things to develop a little bit, those who feel strongly
If
about it.
somebody wants to, yes.
Yeah,
I
if
just
there's
think
something like, this has got to change, go ahead and tell us so
Yeah.
that we
And
can
then,
think about it.
We don't need to get into the details. Does that sound like a good idea to everyone?
That's what
I
I'm
think
suggesting, that
that's-
we just
I was thinking
let
somewhere
everybody
along
think
the same
about
lines.
it, and we can talk
Yeah.
more and have a good discussion on those things next time, if there's an understanding that that is what we're going to do.
And I think that's good, I like that, makes sense. And the additional part of that is for Planning Commission, we're really talking mass, bulk, scale. So your basic footprint, your basic overall masses, which we know might come up or down. This is all one story and maybe it's a little two story. So it's all seems to be, as long as we're staying within that range and zone and area, then that's the question for comfort, because then we're not giving a plan, project design approval, we're just giving that kind of our nod for mass bulk scale as the main thing.
I agree with that.
Is that
Yes.
sounding good? Okay, I'm seeing everyone nod, so, okay, so that's good. So our comment on that will be the mass bulk and scale is appropriate, and to be, continue to be developed. Yeah, plus or minus to be, continue to be developed as the project comes back to us.
Strike drawings for everybody.
Look how happy she was. Okay, so, yeah, Commissioner Jordan.
I don't know if it's necessary at this stage, but in terms of mountain views, this site currently is an open site, so anything that's built on there will change the view. I don't have a problem with the height, most mass and bulk in terms of impact on mountain view, because anything that's built there will change the existing one. And we simply can't say that corner
Don't build anything.
is,
Yeah.
never build
And
anything.
I would add to that, that this is, for the most part, one story with a little bit of two stories. So it's about as low impact as any building
Right.
would ever be on that site.
It's only going to cover up the foothills, not the mountains.
Yeah.
Right, and to add, yeah, we can see clearly from this image that the mountain views are still there
Okay.
predominantly.
Great, that's another good point. Well, this is the public right of way. This is finally a spot where, just don't tell us these pictures are from someone's private balcony. All right, so I think mountain views, that's good. We're covered that as a general, as part of our eventual project, but yeah, and the modifications.
Pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair.
yeah.
If we're going to kind of focus the comments on something general, maybe we could pull up the project compatibility findings and just go
Yeah.
through those, as those need to go to Planning Commission anyway, so then we can
Sounds
limit
good.
the general comments to that structure.
So, okay, so the consistency with design guidelines, I would say it
will
is, but it will be by the time we're through with it. It will be, because yeah, there's more work to do. It's on its way, but there's more work to be done, and we're looking forward to it coming back after Planning Commission to get consistent with the design guidelines. Two, compatible with architecture, character, city of the neighborhood. In general, we're saying it is, but with those refinements needed as well, with architectural character to continue to be developed.
Compatible with the sewage plant.
You're defining this
yeah.
neighborhood.
A comment that I have is that there's a lot of square footage of building here and a lot of tenants. And I don't know that, I look at the open space, the enclosed open space, and I wonder, is that enough? How's that going to feel in there? Not that we have any control over what's happening on the inside of a project probably, but
It's going to feel great.
No, we have a real life example of it. We looked at it specifically as it relates to a project that we own down in LA, and I think that so this is a platform in LA has less open space than this, and obviously everyone's always invited to come down. It feels great, super open. We have a bunch of old oaks that we've planted in there. This is bigger. It's something that we considered deeply. I think there's well over 10,000 square feet of open space. When we measure that.
I kind of look at Paseo Nuevo.
Oh, yeah.
And the amount of open space they have, running between the storefronts. And
Are you saying it's insufficient, or?
I think there's more in Paseo Nuevo than I see here.
But there's certainly way more than in Paseo Nuevo than there is in El Paseo or in.
El Paseo's got nothing.
Yeah.
It's got no retail either.
Yeah.
Yeah, but neither does Paseo. Like, the design is specifically for retailers. But we own a number of retail companies. We've been leasing retail for 17 years now. Specialty retail, all the way from Rockefeller Center to the Pacific Palisades.
Well, my only concern is that if all of a sudden you need to maintain your square footage, and you need more open space, pedestrian space, and it ends up on a second floor, that could affect our opinion about mass scale and bulk.
Yes, and I think that that's the nice thing about saying as the current design is, the mass bulk and scale seems appropriate. If it goes up, then it's obviously, that's a rehash.
agreed.
It's not going to go on the,
We're-
I mean,
we're
they don't
limited.
want any second floor. I mean,
So, and that's why I think that we're safe in terms of it will come
yeah,
back to
and just
us
look
and-
quickly at these dimensions. I mean, you know, we've got 21, you can see 21 feet
20 to
there.
12, that's our
You know,
sweet spot.
37 feet across in that courtyard. The one at El Paseo is 28 feet.
It can always
So-
go back to a fish market, so.
But we want it to feel intimate. You don't want
yeah.
it to feel too expensive.
So, okay, so I think that's at least covered for now, because if they have to do more, then they have to rerun the gauntlet, so, potentially. So this is the current design for mass bulk and scale. And then, okay, so
back to
then,
the
let's go back to the compatibility findings. Okay, and then 4 sensitive adjacent landmarks to historic resources, no, it doesn't apply. And then public views of ocean and mountains, it does apply. And with the current design, we feel it's as compatible as development, in general, as compatible as development can be, since it's a low 1-story for most of the project, and so we're very supportive of it. It's a minimal amount of loss of mountains. And then use of open space and landscaping, and it does seem to have an appropriate amount of open
Well,
space.
yeah, don't forget, we're incorporating a 50-foot setback from the creek.
Oh, yeah.
And we're rehabbing the creek, so it's a huge amount of
Yeah,
landscaping.
generous amount of open space and landscaping, but we don't know if it's enough for retail, but we'll see. Okay, and then, okay, so those are the compatibility findings. The only thing I'd want, I'll add stuff, and then anyone else that wants to can also add just generalities, not getting into particulars. So generalities, I would say, I think it is going to be important to, at least for certain elements, revisit your story. Because I think that'll help you answer certain things in a way that looks believable. And I think elements like your curved, like almost tower thing with the arch into it, it's kind of like, well, what was that? And why it doesn't quite make visual sense. And I think part is just because you're just going on design and not thinking about what it was in terms of that. The tower as well. I think, you know, what was it? Was it a clock tower for the fish market? Was it what was it? Is it to hoist giant fish up? Like think of something and then make it something like that. And I think that the detail is great in industrial early 1900s buildings for sure, but they all usually did detail and ornamentation in conjunction with strong function. So I think that that's where what's your function? Ooh, that's a good one. Okay, so that would be my one sort of like, just sort of as an over, yeah. And then the one thing on the landscape aspect, what I saw was maybe the crazy path thing, like maybe transition to a space and make it a big moment. I think the path of tile is distracting, whether it's all tile or whatever it is. I think it's that element also. It's your big wow moment, so I think the hardscape of it especially is distracting right now.
Okay.
Any other overarching things to throw in there before we send them along their way to?
I'll make a motion to continue to the Planning Commission with our comments.
All right, nice job. You're getting fast. Everyone else is slowing down after 7. All right, second by Commissioner Ensberg. All right, any other discussion? At probably our longest meeting of the year for sure, and yeah.
I love coming
All right, yeah, exactly. This is the best. Number 7 is the lucky number. All right, roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote, thank you. Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Looking forward to continue to work together.
I'll bring my book next time.
Thank you.
Yeah, if there'd been another item, we'd have just said, go ahead.
Yeah. So we'll be like, oh, I have one. Stamp it. Yeah, quick.
Adjourn the meeting, please.
Oh, yes, meeting's adjourned.